William Morrow and Harper Audio present A Fire Endless, a novel. Elements of Cadence, Book 2, by Rebecca Ross. Performed by Ruth Urquhart. A note before we begin. To view maps of Cadence, be sure to download the accompanying enhancement PDF from your audiobook provider, or go directly to www.harpercollins.com/pages/A Fire Endless. For Susie Townsend, Agent Extraordinaire, thank you for all the magic you gave to this book, and the 5 others before it. Prologue. Once, Kay had carried thousands of words in her hands. As a spirit of the wind, she had revelled in the power of it, to cradle things that were both fragile and sharp, and it had always been a delight when she chose to release them, to feel the timbres and textures of those many voices, from deep to airy, from melodious to rough-hewn. Once she had let gossip and news melt through her fingers and unspool across the hills of Cadence, watching how humankind reacted when they caught the words either like hail or like thistledown. It had never failed to amuse her. But that had been when she was younger, hungrier, and uncertain of herself, when the older spirits had relished biting the edges of her wings to make them tattered and weak, eager to override her roots. King Bane had not yet appointed her as his favoured messenger, even with frayed wings and mortal voices as her closest companions. Kay could only fully appreciate that simpler era now, as she glided over eastern Cadence, reminiscing. There had come a moment when things had started to shift, a moment that Kay could pinpoint in retrospect, realising it was a seam in her existence. Lorna Tamerlaine and her music. She had never sung for the spirits of the air, although Kay often watched from the shadows as the bard called to the sea, to the earth. Kay had first been relieved Lorna didn't summon the winds, and yet how often the spirits still yearned for it. To know Lorna's notes were crafted just for her, and to feel them thrum in her bones. That was the moment Kay had ceased carrying words and delivering them elsewhere, because she knew what Bane would have done to Lorna had he realised what she was doing, playing for earth and water, garnering approval and admiration from those spirits. And Kay, who had been spun into existence by a stormy northern wind, who had once laughed at gossip and let her wings howl over the crofts of Cadence, had felt her heart splinter when Lorna had died far too young. She flew over the eastern side of the isle now, admiring the summits and valleys, the gleaming faces of lochs and the trickling paths of rivers. Smoke rose from cottage chimneys, gardens teemed with summer fruit, and flocks of sheep grazed on hillsides. Kay was nearing the clan line when the pressure in the air drastically changed. Her wings trembled in response, her indigo hair tangling across her face. It was an act to make her cower and cringe, and she knew the king was summoning her. She was late in returning for her report, and he was impatient. With a sigh, Kay flew upwards. She left behind the tapestry of Cadence and cut through layers of clouds, watching light fade into endless darkness. She could feel time freeze around her. There was no day, no hour here in the Hall of the Wind. It was preserved amongst the constellations. The sensation had once been jarring to Kay, to observe time flowing so unhindered amongst the humans on the isle, and then leave it behind like a moth-eaten cloak. "Remember your purpose," Kay thought sharply, as the last second of mortal time cracked and fell from her wings like ice. She needed to prepare herself for this meeting, because Bane was going to ask about Jack Tamerlaine. She reached the gardens, suppressing a flurry of fear, a pang of resistance. The king would sense them in her, and she couldn't afford his ire. She took her time, breathing and walking through rows of flowers spun from frost and snow, her wings tucked close against her back. They were reminiscent to the wings of a dragonfly, and their colour was hers alone. The shade of sunset surrendering into night, a dusky mauve lined with quicksilver veins. They caught the radiance of the stars burning in the braziers as she continued to move toward the hall. Lightning flickered through the clouds beneath her feet. Kay felt the sting of it through her soles, and she fought the urge to cower again. She hated how reflexive it was, after years of feeling the light and lash of his disapproval. He was angry then, for having to wait on her. Kay shivered, bracing herself as she walked amongst the pillars of the hall. The entire flaxen-haired court had already gathered, wings tucked in submission. They observed her approach. Older spirits who had once taught her how to fly and who had also shredded her wings. Younger spirits who looked at her with both fear and awe, aspiring to take her place as messenger. The weight of their eyes and their silence made it difficult to breathe as Kay approached the king. Bane watched her come, his eyes like embers, his expression so still it could have been carved from limestone. His blood-red wings were spread outward in a show of authority, and a lance was in his hand, illuminated by lightning. Kay knelt before the northern wind because she had no other choice, but she wondered, when will be the last time I bend a knee to you? Kay, Bane said, drawing her name out with feigned patience. Why have you kept me waiting? She thought of numerous answers, all of them hinged on truth. Because I loathe you, because I am no longer your servant, because I am finished with your orders. But she said, Forgive me, my king. I should have come sooner. What news of the bard? He asked, and while he tried to sound languid, Kay heard the hitch in his voice. Jack Tamerlaine made the king incredibly paranoid. Kay straightened. The silver web of her armour chimed as she moved. He is languishing, she replied, thinking of how she had left Jack, kneeling in the weaver's killyard, staring at the loam in his hands. And does he play? Does he sing? Kay knew her kind couldn't lie. It made answering Bane a challenge, but ever since Lorna, Kay had become good at deflecting him. His sorrow seems to weigh him down, she said, which was truth. Ever since Adira left, Jack had been a mere shadow of himself. He doesn't want to play. Bane was quiet. Kay held her breath as whispers began to spin in the hall. She resisted the temptation to glance over her shoulder to look at her kindred. This bard appears to be weak, just as the orchard showed us, she started to say, but cut her words short when Bane stood. His long shadow rippled down the dais stairs, touching Kay with a shock of cold. He appears to be weak, you say, the king echoed, and yet he has summoned us all. He dares to play in the open. I was merciful to him, was I not? Over and over, I have given him time to amend his ways and set aside his music. But he refuses, which leaves me no choice but to punish him further. Kay shut her mouth, her pointed teeth clinking together. Lorna had been a shrewd musician. She had learned from the Bard of the East before her, who had also been mindful of Bane and the spirit realm, and had played for decades unscathed. But Jack had been given no such opportunity, Lorna having died before he returned to Cadence. Sometimes Kay watched him, as she was ordered to do of late, and she wanted nothing more than to materialize and tell him, I want you to carry a message to Wynn of the Wildflowers, Bane said, catching Kay by surprise. What message, my king? That she is to curse the weaver's kale yard. Kay exhaled, but a chill traced her spine. Mirren Tamerlaine's garden. Yes, the one that feeds this bard. Wynn is to ensure that all crops, all fruit, all sustenance withers at once and remains dormant until I say they can grow again. And that goes for any other garden that tries to feed him. If it is every eastern kale yard, then so be it. Let famine come. It would not hurt the mortals to suffer at the expense of the bard. More whispers laced through the court, remarks and exclamations, punctures of delight. Kay surmised that half of the wind spirits, the ones who made up the king's court, were in favour of Bane's cruelty. It would be entertaining to watch this unfold on their routes. But the ones who were quiet, Kay wondered if they were as weary of this as she was, of watching Bane give the earth and the water and the fire commands that were utter nonsense, of making humankind suffer for his entertainment. "You hesitate, Kay," Bane said, taking note of her silence. "My king, I only wonder if Wyn of the Wildflowers and her earth spirits will find this order inane, and perhaps far-reaching." The king smiled. Kay knew she had overstepped, and yet she held her ground as Bane descended the dais stairs. He was coming to stand face to face with her, and she began to tremble. "You fear me, Kay?" She could not lie. She said, "Yes, king." Bane halted before her. She could smell the tang of lightning in his wings and wondered if he was about to strike her. "Wyn will find my order inane," he agreed. "But tell her, if she refuses to starve this bard off the isle, then I will see it as a challenge to my reign, and I will spread my blight further. She will watch her maidens fall, one by one, and her brethren will sicken from root to stone to branch to blossom. There will be no end to what I will do to devastate the earth, and they need to be reminded that they serve me." There was no simple way forward, Kay realised. Even if Wyn chose to heed Bane's order, the humans and the earth spirits would still suffer. It was evident to most of the folk that the northern wind was threatened by the earth spirits, who were the second most powerful spirits beneath him. Wyn often refused to do the king's senseless bidding. She was not afraid of him. She did not cower when his lightning or his blight struck, and Kay couldn't help but marvel at her. And so, Kay said something foolish and brave. "Do you fear Lady Wyn of the Wildflowers, king?" Bane struck her across the face, so swiftly that Kay never saw his hand coming. The blow rocked her, but she managed to remain upright, eyes smarting. A roar filled her ears. She didn't know if it was her own thoughts, or members of the court fleeing in a rush of wings. "Are you refusing to carry my message, Kay?" he asked. Kay gave herself a moment to imagine it, bearing this message to Wyn. The utter disgust that would be on the lady's face, the way her eyes would burn. It was a pointless message, because Kay knew Wyn wouldn't starve Jack off the isle. She would refuse, not just to challenge Bane, but because Jack's music gave them a thread of hope, and if he left Cadence, their forbidden dreams would crumble into dust. "Yes," Kay whispered, meeting his lambent eyes. "Find another." She turned away from him, her defiance making her feel heady, strong. But she should have known better. One moment she was upright. The next, Bane had torn a hole in the floor, a hole that was dark as night and howling with emptiness. He held Kay suspended over it. She could not move, she could not breathe, only think and stare at the inky circle she was bound to fall through. Even so, she did not believe he would do it. "I banish you, Kay of the Northern Wind," Bane said. "You are no longer a favoured messenger of mine. You are my shame, my disgrace. I cast you down to the earth and the mortals you love, and should you desire to ascend once more and join my court, you will have to be shrewd, little one. It will not be an easy task to rise after you have fallen so low." There was a searing pain at her back. Kay cried out. She had never felt such agony before. She was burning, as if a star had been caught between her shoulder blades, and she did not realize what had caused it, not until Bane stood before her with her 2 right wings in his hands, shredded and limp. 2 of her wings. The shade of sunset melting into night, the shade that had been hers and hers alone. Broken, stolen, dangling in the Northern King's hands. He laughed at the expression on her face. She felt blood begin to flow down her back, hot and thick. It cast a sweet fragrance in the air as it continued to course down her armour and the curve of her leg, dripping from her bare toes into the void. Drops of gold. "Away with you, earthen lover!" Bane boomed, and his court that had remained, all the sharp-toothed spirits who were hungry to see her ruin, laughed and cheered at her exile. She had no strength to fight his hold, to respond to his jeers. Pain bloomed in her throat, a knot of tears and humiliation, and she suddenly fell through the hole in the clouds into a frigid night sky. Even knowing her right wings were torn away, she still tried to command the air and glide with her remaining left ones. She teetered and tumbled, head over feet, like a graceless mortal being dropped from cloud to cloud. At last, Kay was able to get the air beneath her fingertips. She had to tuck her other pair of wings close against her back, or else they would tear. She watched as time began to shift and move again. She watched as the night began to fade into day with sunlit prisms and a deep blue sky. She could see the Isle of Cadence far below her, a long piece of verdant earth surrounded by a foamy grey sea. Kay sought to transform herself, to render her body into air, but she discovered that she was locked into her manifested form. Her limbs, her hair, her remaining left wings, her skin and bones were all trapped in the physical world. Another punishment of Bane's, she knew. The ground would kill her, break her, when she met it. She wondered if Wynne would find her, broken amidst the bracken. She felt the clouds melt against her face and listened to the hiss of wind passing through her fingers. She closed her eyes and fully surrendered to the fall. Part 1. A Song for Ashes. Chapter 1. A boy had drowned in the sea. Cedra Tamerlaine knelt next to his body on the damp sand, searching for a pulse. His skin was cold and tinged in blue, his eyes open and glazed as if he were looking into another world. Golden algae clung to his brown hair like a misshapen crown, and water trickled from the corners of his mouth, gleaming with broken shells and streams of blood. She had tried to bring him back, leaping into the water and pulling him from the tides. She had dragged him to the coast and pumped his chest, breathing into his mouth, again and again, as if she could draw his spirit and then his lungs and heart. But she had soon tasted the endless sea within him, brine and cold depths and iridescent foam, and Sidra had acknowledged the truth then. It didn't matter how skilled she was at healing, how many wounds she had stitched or how many broken bones she had set, how many fevers and illnesses she had chased away. It didn't matter how many years she had dedicated to her craft, walking the line between life and death. She had been too late to save this one, and as she closed the boy's milky eyes, Sidra was reminded of the danger of the sea. "We were fishing on the shore," said one of the boy's companions. The cadence of his words was hopeful as he stood beside Sidra, hopeful that she could bring his friend back to life. "One moment Hamish was upright on that rock over there, and the next thing I knew, he slipped and went under. I told him not to swim in his boots, but he refused to take them off." Sidra was quiet, listening to the ebb and flow of the tides. The foamy roar of the sea, sounding both angry and perhaps apologetic, seemed to say it was not the water spirit's fault this boy had drowned. Her gaze shifted to Hamish's feet. His tanned hide boots were tethered up to his knees, while his friends were barefooted, as all Isle children who swam in the sea were supposed to be. Her Nan had once told her that most healers hold the gift of premonition, that she should always follow those feelings, no matter their oddity, and now she couldn't explain the goose flesh that suddenly rippled over her arms. She nearly reached for the boot tethers, but then stilled her hand and turned instead to the 3 boys who stood around her. "Lady Cedra?" "If I had only been here a few moments sooner," she thought. The wind was blowing that afternoon, bearing hard from the east. Sidra had been walking on the northern road, which skirted the coast, carrying a basket of warm oatcakes and several bottles of herbal tonics, squinting into that keen wind. The boys' frantic shouts had drawn her attention, and she had rushed to aid them, but in the end, she had been too late. "He can't be dead," one of the lads said, over and over, until Sidra reached out and took hold of his arm. "He can't be. You're a healer, lady. You can save him." Sidra's throat had constricted, too narrow to allow her to speak, but her expression must have conveyed enough to the boys gathered around her, shivering in the wind. The air turned sombre. "Go and fetch Hamish's father, his mum," she finally said. Sand had gathered under her nails and between her fingers. She could feel it coating her teeth. "I'll wait here with him." She watched as the three boys dashed along the shoreline to the path that snaked up a grassy knoll, abandoning their boots, packed lunch and fishing nets in their haste. It was midday, and the sun was at its zenith, shortening the shadows on the coast. The sky was cloudless and scathingly bright, and Sidra closed her eyes for a moment to listen. It was high summer on the isle. The nights were warm and star-soaked, the afternoons storm-swept, and the gardens full of soft dark loam, their harvest imminent. Berries grew sweet on wild vines, winkles gathered in rock eddies when the tide was low, and fawns could often be seen on the hills, trailing their mothers through bracken and knee-high wildflowers. This was the season in eastern Cadence known for its generosity and peace, a season of both labour and repose, and yet Sidra had never felt so hollow, so weary and uncertain. This summer was different, like a new interlude had slipped between solstice and autumn's equinox. But perhaps it was only because things had shifted ever so slightly to the sinister side, and Sidra was still trying to adjust to how her days should be now. She could hardly believe 4 weeks had come and gone since Adira departed for the west. Some mornings it felt like yesterday that Sidra had last embraced her, and others like years had passed. The tide surged and took hold of Sidra's ankles like a pair of cold, long-nailed hands, tugging her back into the moment. Startled, she opened her eyes and squinted against the sun. Her black hair had come unbound from its braid and was dripping seawater down her arms as she listened to her intuition. She began to unlace Hamish's damp boots. The left one peeled away to reveal a pale leg and a huge foot that the boy was still growing into. Nothing out of the ordinary. Perhaps Sidra was mistaken. She almost stopped her investigation, but then the tide came again, as if urging her along. Foam and broken conches and the hook of a shark's tooth swirled around her. She removed the right boot, the tanned hide falling away with a splash into the shallow water. Sidra froze. Hamish's entire lower leg was mottled purple and blue, similar to the appearance of a fresh bruise. His veins were prominent and shimmered with gold. The discoloration seemed to be creeping up his leg and was on the cusp of claiming his knee. He had obviously hidden the ailment from his friends beneath his boot, and he must have been concealing it for a while, since it had spread so far. Sidra had never seen an ailment so unearthly, and she thought about the magical afflictions she had healed in the past. There were 2 kinds, wounds made by enchanted blades, and illnesses that came as a consequence of wielding magic. Weavers who wove secrets into plaids, and smiths who hammered spells into steel. Fishermen who knotted nets with charms, and cobblers who made shoes from leather and dreams. In the East, casting magic through one's craft exacted a painful physical cost, and Sidra had an array of tonics to ease the symptoms. But Hamish's leg? She was at a loss as to what had caused it. There was no wound, so the discoloration couldn't have come from a blade. And she had never seen this symptom before in other magic wielders, not even in Jack, when he had sung for the spirits. "Why didn't you come to me?" She wanted to weep at the boy. "Why were you hiding this?" Sidra could hear shouts in the distance. Hamish's father was coming. She wasn't sure if Hamish had told his parents about his mysterious condition, but chances were that he had not. They would have brought him to Sidra for treatment if they had known. She quickly tethered his boots back to his feet, hiding the mottled skin. This was a conversation for later, because grief was about to grip the hearts of Hamish's parents and shatter this warm summer day. The tide receded with a whisper. Clouds began to build in the northern sky. The wind shifted, and the air suddenly felt cooler as a raven cawed overhead. Sidra remained at Hamish's side. She wasn't sure what had afflicted the boy, What had possibly crept beneath his skin and stained his blood, weighing him down in the water, causing him to drown? All she knew was that she had never seen anything like this. Kilometres inland, Torin stood beneath the same arcing sun and deep blue sky, staring at a southern orchard. The air was thick, laden with rot. He had no choice but to breathe it in, the damp soil, the weeping wood, the spoiled fruit. He didn't want to fully acknowledge what he was seeing, even as he tasted it. "When did you first notice this?" he asked, his gaze remaining on the apple trees and the fluid oozing from their split bowls. The sap was thick and violet in colour. It glittered in the light, as if suspending tiny shards of gold within its viscosity. The crofter, Rodina, was pressing 80 years. She stood at Torin's side, hardly reaching his shoulder in height, and scowled against the sunlight. By all appearances, she seemed not the least bit concerned about her sick orchard. But Torin noticed how she drew her plaid shawl closer about her shoulders, as if she wanted to hide beneath the enchanted threads.
"A fortnight ago, Laird," Rodina replied. "I thought nothing of it at first. It was just the one tree, but then it began to spread to the others in that row. I fear it will take my entire orchard soon, and my crop will be lost."
Torin's gaze drifted to the ground. Small underripe apples littered the grass. The fruit had been dropping early from the ailing trees, and he could tell the flesh was mealy. Some of the apples had started to decompose, revealing cores writhing with worms. He almost nudged one of the apples with the toe of his boot, but stopped himself. "Have you touched any of the fruit, Rodina? Or the trees?"
"Course not, Laird."
"Has anyone else visited your orchard?"
"My hired help," said Rodina. "He was the one who first saw the blight."
"And who is that?"
"Hamish Brindle."
Torin was quiet for a moment as he sorted through his memories. He had never been good at remembering names, although he could recognise faces. Truly a curse for a captain turned laird. He was awed by Sidra, who could conjure up names as if by spell. Recently, she had saved him in quite a few instances from keen embarrassment. He blamed the stress of the past months.
"A lanky lad with brown hair and 2 caterpillars for eyebrows,"
Rodina supplied, sensing Torin's inner dilemma.
14 years old and doesn't speak much, but is as smart as can be. A hard worker, too. Never complains when I give him a task."
Torin nodded, realising why that name had sounded familiar. Hamish Brindle was the youngest son of James and Trista, a crofter and a teacher. The boy had recently shown interest in joining the East Guard. Although Torin had been forced to relinquish his title as captain weeks earlier, passing it on to Yvain, his second-in-command, he couldn't help but meddle. The long-suffering Yvain, thankfully, let him come and go as he needed, eating breakfast in the barracks, observing the practice green during drills, and assessing new recruits, as if Torin were still one of them, and not the new laird trying to learn the role that Adira had seemed to take to so naturally. But the truth was that it had always been difficult for him to let go of things, of roles that had suited him, of places he was fond of the people he loved. "Was Hamish here this morning?" Torin asked. He couldn't ignore the chill that touched him, soft as a shroud being drawn across his shoulders. He stifled a shudder as he stared into the orchard.
"Took the morning off to fish with his friends,"
Rodina said.
"Why, Laird? Do you need to speak with him?"
"I think I should, yes." Torin gently guided Rodina away from the trees. The rotten scent trailed them all the way to the crofter's kale yard. "I'm going to ask him to rope off your orchard. In the meantime, don't touch the trees or the fruit, not until I know more about this blight."
"But what about my crop, Laird?"
Rodina asked, pausing at the garden's rusty gate. One of her cats, Torin didn't even want to know how many she had, leapt up onto the stone wall beside her, meowing as it rubbed against her arm. Torin hesitated, but he held the woman's determined stare. She believed that her crop could be salvaged, but Torin sensed there was far more at play in the orchard. Ever since Jack and Adira had played and conversed with the folk of water, earth and wind, Torin had come to learn more about the spirits of the Isle. Their hierarchy, for one thing, their limitations and their powers, the fear they harboured toward their king, Bane of the northern wind. It didn't seem like all was well in the spirits' realm. He wouldn't be surprised if every tree succumbed to the blight he had never seen before, he realised as he raked his hand through his hair. And he had been roaming the eastern side of the Isle for nearly 27 years. "Try not to worry about your crop," he said, with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "I'll be back soon to ensure the ropes are securely in place." Radina nodded, but was frowning as she watched Torin mount his horse. Perhaps, like Torin, she sensed the hopeless fate of the trees, which were far older than both of them. Their roots ran crooked and deep beneath Cadence's surface, down to an enchanted place that Torin could only dream of. The folk were secretive and capricious, answering only to a bard's music, and as far as Torin knew, Jack and Adira were the only living Tamerlaines to have seen them manifest. And yet a good number of the Tamerlaines worshipped the earth and the water, the wind and the fire. Torin rarely did, in contrast to Sidra's devotion. But despite his meagre praise, Torin had grown up on their lore. His father, Graham, had fed stories of the spirits to him every night like bread, and Torin knew of the balance between human and spirit on Cadence, one side influencing the other. He mulled over his options as he travelled by road to the Brindle's croft. The customary afternoon storm was about to break, and the shadows had cooled when Torin saw a woman and a child walking along the road up ahead of him. A breath later, he realised the two were Jack's mother, Mirren, and her young daughter, Frey. Torin reined his horse to a halt.
"Cap, Laird,"
Mirren said, nodding to him. Torin had grown used to this greeting, his old title being cut in half for his new one. He wondered if Laird would ever truly fit him, or if the clan would always think of him as Captain. "Mirren, Freda," he greeted them, noticing that Mirren was carrying a pie in her hands. "Looks like the two of you are heading for a celebration."
"Not a celebration, no,"
the weaver said, her voice heavy.
"I take it you didn't hear the news on the wind."
Torin's stomach clenched. Usually he always listened to the wind in case Cedra or his father called him, but he had been distracted that day. "What happened?" Mirren glanced at Frey. The lassie's eyes were large and sad as her gaze dropped to the ground, as if she didn't want to see the news hit him. "What happened, Mirren?" Torin demanded. His stallion sensed his nerves, sidestepping off the road and crushing a cluster of daisies beneath its large hooves.
"A boy drowned in the sea."
"Which boy?"
"Trista's youngest son,"
Mirren said.
"Hamish."
It took a moment for the truth to sink into Torin, but when it did, it felt like a blade caught between his ribs. He could hardly speak, and he urged his horse onward, galloping the remainder of the way to the Brindle's croft. His blonde hair was snarled, and his knee-high boots and plaids speckled with mud by the time he reached the Brindle farm. A crowd had already gathered. Wagons and horses and walking canes littered the path to the kale yard. The front door was wide open, leaking sounds of grief. Torin dismounted and left his horse hobbled by an elm tree, but he hesitated beneath the boughs, riddled with uncertainty. He glanced down at his hands, at his calloused palms, marked by scars. The Tamerlaine signet ring was on his forefinger, the sigil of his clan intricately engraved in the gold. A 12-point stag leaping through a ring of juniper. Sometimes he needed to look at it, to feel the ring cut into his flesh when he flexed his fingers, to remind himself that this wasn't a nightmare. Within the span of 5 weeks, 3 different lairds had worn this ring. Alastair, Adaira, and now Torin. Alastair, who rested in his grave, Adaira, who now lived with the Breccans, and Torin, who had never wanted the burden of lairdship and its fearsome power. Nevertheless, it had found its way onto his finger like an oath. Torin closed his hand into a fist, watching the ring flash in the stormlight. No, he wouldn't wake from this. A few drops of rain began to fall. He closed his eyes, steadying his heart. He tried to sort through the tangle of his thoughts. The mystery of the blighted orchard, the lad who had worked that orchard now drowned, and parents whose hearts were broken. What could Torin possibly say to the family when he stepped into that cottage? What could he do to mend their anguish? If people thought being captain would prepare him for the lairdship, they were mistaken. For Torin was coming to realise that giving orders and following structure and finding solutions had not prepared him to represent a vast people as a whole, a role that included carrying their dreams, hopes, fears, worries and grief. Adi, he thought, feeling a twinge in his chest. He didn't allow himself to dwell on her often these days, because his mind always went to the worst. He imagined Adira bound in chains in the Western Holding, imagined her sick and mistreated, or dead and buried in Western Loam. Or perhaps she was happy with her blood parents and clan, and had forgotten all about her other kin, her friends in the East.
Really, Torin?
He could envision her standing beside him, with her hair in braids, mud on her dress, arms crossed and a wry lilt in her voice, ready to prod his pessimism. She was his cousin, but had been more like the younger sister he had always wanted but never had. He could nearly feel her presence, for she had always been there with him through the good times as well as the bad, ever since they were two wild-hearted children racing each other through the heather, swimming in the sea, exploring caves. And then, when they were older, through heartbreaks and handfasts and births and deaths. Adira had always been at his side. But now Torin scoffed, chiding himself. He should have known better. All the women in his life faded away into memory as if he were cursed to lose them. His mother, his first wife, Donella, Maisie for a span of days around midsummer before they had recovered her from the west, and now Adaira.
I think you would know if I was dead, she said.
Would I? Torin countered bitterly, the words breaking his vision of her. Then why don't you write to me? The wind gusted, lifting his hair from his brow. He was alone, with nothing but the rain whispering through the branches above him. Torin opened his eyes, remembering where he was, what he needed to do. He walked through the garden and passed over the cottage threshold. It took a moment for his eyes to adjust to the interior light, but he soon saw people gathered in the common room. He saw the food that had been brought to the family, baskets of bannocks, crocks of cheese and butter, dishes of roasted meats and potatoes, herbs and honey and berries, and a pot of steaming tea. Just beyond an open door, he saw the boy Hamish laid out on a bed, as if he were merely sleeping. Laird! James Brindle greeted him, emerging from the morning crowd. Torin held out his hand, but then thought better of it, and embraced James. Thank you for coming, James said after a moment, stepping back so he could meet Torin's gaze. The crofter's eyes were red from weeping, his skin sallow. His shoulders were stooped, as if a great weight had been thrust on him. I'm sorry, Torin whispered. Whatever you interest or need in the coming days, please, let me know. He could hardly believe the clan had lost a child again. It seemed like Torin had just solved one terrible mystery of girls vanishing without a trace. Murray Breccan, the heir of Western Cadence, had admitted to the kidnapping crimes and was currently serving his time in the Tamerlaine dungeons. The girls had all been safely returned to their families, but there was no way Torin could bring Hamish back. James nodded, gripping Torin's arm with surprising strength. There's something you need to see, Laird. Here, come with me. Cedra is here too. The tension in Torin's body eased at the sound of her name, and he followed James into the small bedroom. He swiftly took in the surroundings. Stone walls that smelled damp, one narrow window with latched shutters that rattled as the storm broke, a host of candles burning, melting wax onto a wooden table. Hamish, lying on the bed, dressed in his best garments, his hands laced over his chest. Trista sitting beside him, wiping her eyes with a plaid shawl. Sidra standing nearby, with a solemn aura, sand coating the hem of her dress. James shut the door, leaving just the four of them and the boy's body in the room. Torin stared at Sidra, his heart quickening when she said, "We need you to see something, Torin." "Show me then." Sidra stepped to the bedside. She murmured something to Trista, who smothered a sob into the plaid as she rose. James wrapped an arm around his wife's shoulders, and they moved back so Torin could watch as Sidra removed Hamish's right boot. He didn't know what he was expecting, but it wasn't a leg that reminded him of the orchard's blight. The same colour, the same mesmerising flicker of gold. "I'm not certain what this ailment is," Sidra said. Her voice was soft, but she bit her lip, and Torin knew that meant she was anxious. "James and Trista weren't aware of it, so there's no way to know how long Hamish was suffering or what caused it. There's no wound, no break in his skin. I have no name for what this might be." Torin had a suspicion. Panic began to bubble in his chest, climbing up his throat, rattling his teeth. But he held it down, drew 3 deep breaths, released them through his parted lips. Calm. He needed to be calm, and he needed to be certain of his suspicions before such news broke and wove through the wind, spreading fear and worry amongst the clan. "I'm sorry to see this," Torin said, glancing at James and Trista. "And I'm sorry this has happened to you and your son. I don't have answers yet, but I hope to soon." James bowed his head as Trista continued to weep into his shoulder. Torin's eyes returned to Sidra, and it seemed she read his mind. She gave him a slight nod before she began to refasten the tethers of Hamish's boot, hiding the mottled skin. Ever since Torin had taken up the lairdship, Sidra had come to learn that if she wanted a moment alone with her husband, it would have to be at night, in their bedroom, often whispering and manoeuvring around their daughter, who was determined to sleep between them. Sidra sat at her desk, writing down in her healing records everything she had observed that day. Her quills scratched across the parchment, filling the pages with every detail she could remember about Hamish's leg. Colour, odour, texture, weight, temperature. She didn't know how helpful these details would truly be, as it was all part of a post-mortem examination, and she paused, realising that her hand was quivering. It had been a long day, one that had drained her. She listened to Torin as he read a story to Maisie in bed. The 3 of them should have been living in the castle. They should have been inhabiting the laird's quarters, with its spacious chambers and tapestry-clad walls, and mullioned windows that broke light into prisms, with servants to tend their fires and sheets and cleaning. But the truth was that this little croft on the hill was their home, and none of them wished to depart from it, not even if the lairdship clung to them like cobwebs. Sidra glanced up from her work, catching a reflection of Torin and Maisie in the speckled mirror hanging on the wall before her. She watched as their daughter's eyes became heavier and heavier, the girl gradually lulled into sleep by her father's deep voice. Maisie had just turned 6. It was hard to believe so much time had passed since Sidra first held her, and she sometimes thought back on what her life had been like before she met Torin and Maisie. Sidra had been young, secretly restless, a healer learning her grandmother's craft, tending to sheep in her father's kale yard, and believing her life was predictable, already written out before her, despite the fact that she was hungry for something else, something that had led her here, to this moment. Maisie began to snore, and Torin shut the storybook. "Should I move her to her bed?" he asked, his left arm trapped beneath his daughter's sleeping form. He indicated the little cot they had placed in the corner of their room. For days now they had been trying to coax Maisie to sleep in her own bed, to no avail. She wanted to wedge herself between them, and in the beginning that had been comforting to Cedra, to have both Maisie and Torin with her at night. But she had often caught Torin gazing at her in the moonlight over Maisie's sprawled figure. The 2 of them had to be creative these days, stealing quick moments in corners and in dusty storerooms, and even on the kitchen table when Maisie was napping. "No, let her sleep with us tonight," Sidra said. She inevitably thought about James and Trista, and how their arms must be aching that night. Cedra had felt an echo of that pain not so long ago, and she couldn't help but gaze at Maisie for a long moment before she corked her ink and set down her quill. A few minutes passed as Cedra reread her recordings. She suddenly noted how silent the room was. Not even the wind blew beyond the walls. It felt eerie, like the quiet before a deadly storm, and Cedra turned in the chair, wondering if Torin had also fallen asleep. He was awake, staring into the shadows of the room, his brow furrowed. He seemed to be far away, lost in troubled thoughts.
"You wanted to speak to me earlier,"
Sidra said, pitching her voice low so Maisie wouldn't wake.
"About Hamish."
Torin's attention sharpened. "Yes, I didn't want his parents to hear what I am about to tell you." Sidra stood with a shiver.
"What is it?"
"Come to bed first. You are too far away from me." Despite the dread that weighed her down, she smiled. She began to blow out the candles, one by one, until only a rushlight remained, illuminating the way to her side of the bed. She slipped beneath the quilts and faced Torin, their daughter dreaming between them. Torin was quiet for a beat. He caressed Maisie's hair, as if he needed to feel something soft, something tangible. But then he began to speak of the blighted orchard, the glittering, oozing sap, the rotten, underripe fruit, fallen from trees that Hamish had cared for. Cedra's heart was in her throat. The words felt thick as she stated, "He caught the blight from the trees, from the spirits." Torin met her stare. His eyes were bloodshot. There was silver in his beard and a few strands of his hair. His soul felt ancient and sad in that moment, and Cedra reached out to trace his hand. "Yes," Torin whispered. "I think he did as well."
"Do you think it has anything to do with Jack's music?"
Torin felt pensive. Cedra could read his mind. When Torin had become laird, Jack had confided in both of them that Lorna Tamerlaine had once played for the spirits of the sea and earth every year. Her offering of praise had kept the East thriving, and as the clan's current bard, Jack would do the same. It was a secret only the laird and the bard held, out of respect for the folk. But it would be impossible to keep such a secret from Sidra, as she had already come to suspect that Jack was singing for the spirits. It made him ill every time. "He sang for the earth and the sea," Torin said, "when he and Adira were looking for the girls last month."
"But he also played for the wind, which caused it to storm for several days."
Torin grimaced. "So maybe the northern wind is displeased with something we've done."
"Yes, maybe," Sidra said. "But I'd like to see this orchard for myself."
"Do you think you'll find answers within it, Sid?" Sidra's lips parted, but she hesitated. She didn't want to give reassurance just yet. Not when it felt like she was treading deep waters.
"I'm not sure, Torin, but I'm beginning to believe the blight is a symptom of something far more troubling, and only the spirits of the infected trees hold the answer. Which means—"
Torin sighed, leaning his head back to stare at the ceiling. "We need Jack to sing for the earth again." Chapter 2. Shit! Jack's boots slid in a pile of manure. He nearly lost his balance and swung his arms out to catch himself, but not before he saw his little sister's wide-eyed stare. Freya had come to a halt, as if his curse had frozen her to the kale-trampled ground. "I didn't mean that," Jack rushed to say to her, but he had never been good at spinning lies. This entire day was shit. The past month had been shit, and he and Frey were both trying to chase the neighbour's cow out of their yard while preserving as much of the garden as possible. The cow bellowed a moo, stealing Frey's attention again. "Oh no!" she cried as the heifer began to tromp the beans. Jack shifted to drive the cow forward, where the yard gate sat open. The animal panicked and spun around, churning up the stalks, and Jack had no choice but to step into the pile of manure again, trying to cut her off. "Jack!" He glanced to his right, where Mirren stood on the stone path, holding a strip of plaid in her hands. He didn't have to ask her what she meant. He reached out and took the fabric before chasing the cow into the backyard. After a few more cuts and dodges, Jack finally draped the plaid over the cow's neck, forming a loose lead. Sighing, he surveyed the damage. Frey looked devastated. "It'll be all right, little sister," he said, tapping her under the chin. Frey would soon turn 9 when winter came, and yet she had already grown since Jack first met her, a mere month earlier. She had gained half a hand's width in height, and he wondered if she would eventually grow to be as tall as him. As his mother and sister began to repair the garden, Jack pulled the cow forward. He made sure to latch the gate before he led the beast some kilometres north to where the Elliots' croft lay, nearly hidden between heather-cloaked hills. The Elliots had lost everything in the last Breccan raid. Their livestock had been rounded up and driven over the clan line. Their home and outbuildings had been burned. But slowly, their farm was being restored. A new cottage, storehouse and byre had just been erected, but fences were lower on the priority list and were still in disrepair. Their new herd of cows often drifted onto Mirren's property, and Jack, tempted to buy a dog at this point, had dutifully brought the animals back. But he was beginning to tire of it all. He felt like he was living the same day, over and over. His chest ached as he glanced to the left, where the aithwood, dappled in morning sunlight, grew thick and tangled. Beyond those trees was the clan line, and beyond the clan line was the west. It had once concerned Jack that Mirren lived so close to the Breccans' territory. Years ago, when he was a boy, the western clan had raided their home, stealing their winter provisions. That night was still vibrant in his mind, a memory that was bruised by fear and hatred. But winter-born worry was simply a way of life for the Tamerlaines, even with the magic of the clan line, a boundary that couldn't be crossed without alerting the other side. The Breccans trespassed to steal food and livestock, typically in the lean cold months. They had to strike quickly, before the East Guard converged on them. This was the price the Breccans had to pay for the enchantment of the clan line. While they could craft magic with ease, the Breccans' land struggled to meet their needs, and they resorted to thievery to survive. It was the opposite for the Tamerlaines. Wielding magic sickened them, but they had an abundance of resources to last them through the winter with comfort. Hence the violence of the raids and occasional bloodshed when the clans clashed. Jack wondered if this pattern would now change with Adira in the west. She had given herself in exchange for Murray. Her twin brother would remain shackled in the east as long as Adira remained in the west. It was one prisoner for another, although Jack had seen the way Innes Breccan, the western laird, had looked at Adira. Innes hadn't regarded Adira as leverage or as an enemy to be chained, but as a daughter who had been lost, as someone she wanted to know now that the truth had come to light. "I would like for there to be peace on the Isle," Adira had said to Innes when the prisoner exchange was agreed upon. "If I come with you into the west, I would like the raids on the Tamerlaine lands to cease." Innes had made no promises, but Jack suspected, knowing what he did about his wife, that Adira would do everything she could to prevent the raids from unfolding again, to maintain at least a tentative peace on the Isle. Such was her commitment to Cadence that she had chosen duty over her heart, leaving Jack behind when she left. "Music is forbidden in the West." Adira had dropped that millstone on him, mere moments before she departed. She couldn't imagine a life for him without his first love, musician that he was. But the more Jack had relived that agonizing exchange, the more he realized that Adira must also have wanted to appear as non-threatening as she could in the West. And Jack was a threat in two ways, as a bard and as the illegitimate son of the Breccan who had given her away to the Tamerlaines decades earlier. Jack was panting now. The cow dragged its hooves behind him. "She's written me only twice, you know," he said to the cow just as they crested the hill. He could see the Elliots' croft in the distance. 2 times in almost 5 weeks, as if she is far too busy for me, doing whatever it is Breccans do. It felt good to finally speak those words aloud, words he had swallowed like stones. But Jack felt the southern wind at his back, tousling his hair. If he wasn't mindful, the breeze would carry his words in its wings for others to hear, and Jack had already suffered enough mortification. And yet, he kept talking to the cow. Of course, she said she missed me in the first. I didn't write her back directly. The heifer nosed his elbow. Jack scowled at her. All right, I did write her the moment her letter arrived, but I waited to send it. 5 days, actually. They had been 5 long, terrible days. Jack had his wounds and his pride, and Adira had made it evident she didn't need him with her. In the end, he realised what a mistake it had been to wait so long to send his letter, because then Adira had let a long stretch of days pass before she responded, as if she sensed the growing chasm between them. But perhaps they were both trying to shield themselves from what was most likely to happen. Their handfast being broken after their agreement had lasted the obligatory year and a day, because Jack couldn't see how either of them could remain wed, living this way. He laid his hand over his chest, where he could feel his half of the coin hiding beneath his tunic. He wondered if Adira still wore hers. The golden coin had been divided between them, and they had each been given a half at their handfasting. It was the symbol of their vows, and Jack had yet to remove it from his neck. The heifer mooed. Jack sighed. I was the last one to write, actually. I wrote her 9 days ago. You'll be shocked to know she has yet to reply. The wind gusted. Jack briefly closed his eyes, but he wondered what would happen if the wind carried those words of his over the clan line, gliding through the shadows of the west to wherever Adira was. What would she do if she heard his voice on the breeze? Would she write to him, tell him to come to her? That was what he wanted. He wanted Adira to ask him to join her in the west, to invite him to be with her again, because he could not bear to beg her to take him, and he feared being in a place where he was unwanted. He refused to put himself in such a position, and so he had no choice but to appear utterly resilient as he waited for her to decide what was to become of them. "It's not fair, you know," a voice called, and Jack startled, feeling as if someone had read his mind. It's not fair to leave such a weight on her alone, when you know her life has been broken and reshaped into something unfamiliar. Jack shaded his eyes, swallowing the knot in his throat. He could see Henry Elliot walking up the grassy hill to meet him, a smile and a trail of dirt on the older man's face. "After all my work trying to get the fences up, the cows still find a way to get loose," Henry said. "I apologise, once again, if they've bothered you or your mum." "No apologies needed," Jack said, at last handing off the troublesome cow. "I hope things are well with you and your own." "Well enough, thanks," Henry said, studying Jack closer. "How are you holding up, Bard?" Jack felt his teeth click together. "Never been better." The older man only granted him a sad smile, and Jack distracted himself by patting the cow's flank as if he had made a new friend. He bid Henry and the heifer a cheerful farewell and turned away to begin the long trek back to his mother's croft. The land must have felt how his feet dragged over the grass and bracken, and the kilometres melted away, the hills folding. Sometimes the spirits of the earth were benevolent, and it became much faster to travel by moor than by road. Other times their mischief bloomed like weeds as they altered the trees, the rocks, the grass, the rise and fall of the landscape. Jack had gotten lost on the isle a few times after the spirits changed the scenery, once recently, and he was thankful when he saw Mirren's cottage come into view. Smoke escaped the chimney, smudging the midday sunlight. The cottage was built of stones and had a thatched roof. It sat on a hill that overlooked the winding path of a treacherous river that flowed west to east. A river that had changed everything. Jack ignored the distant gleam of the rapids, choosing to study the kale yard instead as he approached. His mother and Frey had healed the rose as best as they could, and Jack was thinking about all the things he needed to do. Mend the roof before the next rain, help Frey bake another pie for the Brindles, gather more river rocks for slingshot practice, when he stepped inside the cottage. "Do you have the berries ready for the pie, Frey?" Jack was asking, as the interior shadows draped over him. The house was filled with familiar scents. The dust of wool, the gold of freshly baked bannocks, the briny smell of winkle soup. He expected to glance up and find Mirren weaving at her loom, and Frey either assisting her or staying busy with her school lessons at the table. The last person he expected to find standing like a rooted tree in his mother's common room was Torin Tamerlaine. Jack stopped abruptly, meeting Torin's gaze. The laird stood by the hearth, where the firelight caught the silver embedded in his leather jerkin, the hilt of his sheathed sword, the gold of his hair, and the grey that shone like frost in his beard, even though he was still a few years shy of 30. A ruby brooch gleamed at his shoulder, pinning his crimson plaid. "Laird," Jack said, his worries multiplying. Torin couldn't be here for anything good. He had never been one to pay a social call. "Jack," Torin returned in a careful voice, and Jack knew in that instant that Torin wanted something of him, something that Jack most likely wouldn't want to give. Jack's gaze flickered to his mother, who was stepping away from her loom, to Frey, who was rolling out pie dough. "Is everything well?" he asked, his eyes eventually returning to Torin. "Yes," Torin replied. "I'd like to have a word with you, Jack." "We'll be just outside in the garden," Mirren said, reaching for Frey's hand and guiding her to the back door. Jack watched as his little sister abandoned the pie dough, granting him a glance of concern. He gave her a smile and a nod, hoping to reassure her, even as he sought to ease his own mind. All too soon, with the doors and shutters latched against the curiosity of the wind, the cottage fell quiet. Jack raked his hand through his snarled hair. The colour of dark bronze in his fingers, it had grown longer these days. The threads of silver shining at his left temple were a reminder that he had faced Bane's wrath and lived. After coming so close to death, he'd not soon play for the spirits again. "Can I get you anything to drink, Laird?" he asked. Torin hadn't moved from his place by the hearth, but his mouth was pressed into a firm line and his fingers twitched at his side. "Just Torin, and no. Your mum made me a cup of tea while I waited for you." It was strange to think about how much Jack had wanted to be like Torin in every way when he was a lad, because Torin was brave and strong and an esteemed member of the guard. Now he was someone Jack admired and found stubbornly irritating on occasion, and most of all, a friend he trusted. "Why have you come then?" Jack said. "I need you to play for the spirits." Jack hesitated. He could almost feel a trace of pain in his hands, in his temples, just thinking about singing for the folk. But this was part of his duty as Bard of the East. "I've already played for the water and the earth." "I know," Torin said, "but there's trouble, and I need to speak with the spirits." He explained about the blighted orchard and how the sickness had been passed to Hamish Brindle. "The boy who drowned yesterday?" Jack asked, brows arched. "Yes," Torin said, "which makes me believe there is such unrest in the spirit's realm that it has bled into ours and is only going to get worse owing to our ignorance. If you could draw forth a spirit from the sick orchard, perhaps they could tell us what has happened and what can be done to heal it. Then we'd know what we can do to protect ourselves and keep the blight from spreading." Jack was quiet as he wondered whether he could play Lorna's ballad again to call forth the earth fairies or needed to compose his own music. He felt like he had a stone lodged in his throat when he tried to imagine inking notes of his own. He just felt so empty. As Jack gazed at the blue-hearted fire in the hearth, he felt a sudden warmth at his back, as though someone stood behind him. He heard a voice, so familiar he would know it anywhere, whisper into his ear. "This is your moment, old menace. Play for the orchard." Jack couldn't resist. He glanced over his shoulder as if he would find Adira standing behind him. But all he saw was a stream of sunlight sneaking in through a slat in the shutter. He might have been surprised that she would haunt him at such a moment, but he knew better. Because this was why Adira had summoned him back to Cadence in the first place. She had asked him to sing the spirits up from the sea, to croon to the spirits of the earth, to draw forth the spirits of the wind. And Jack had done as she asked, as if he were part of the tides and the rocks and the gusts of the isle. He had done it even when he had doubted himself, because Adira had believed in his hands and his voice and his music. "I would do this," Jack said, his gaze returning to Torin. "But I don't have a harp. Mine was ruined by the northern wind when I played for the air." "You have Lorna's." "Yes, her grand harp, which is for the hall. I need something smaller. To play for the spirits, I have to go to where they are, to sit in their domain." "Don't you think Lorna had one herself?" Torin countered. "She played for them all those years in secret, as you did at midsummer. Surely there is another small harp somewhere in the castle." Jack inhaled sharply, ready to make a retort, but the words melted into breath. He knew Torin was right. Lorna must have had another harp hidden somewhere. "Are you afraid of the pain, Jack?" Torin asked gently. "Sidra has told me that you suffer physically after singing for the spirits. She said it's something I need to be aware of. I'm to be with you when you call to them, as Adaira once was." Jack glared at him. "It's not that." "Then is there another reason?" Torin's question made Jack stiffen. He let his attention drift around the room, to the strips of pie dough on the kitchen table and a jar of red berries preserved from summer, to the loom in the corner with a plaid in its maw, a pattern emerging from countless threads, to Frey's stack of schoolbooks on the hassock, her slingshot resting on an open page. Jack didn't know how to explain it. He didn't know how to give his grief a shape, a name, because he'd been doing just fine the past month, letting his pain simmer beneath the surface. He slept, he ate, he worked the croft, and yet there was no joy for him in these occupations. He was simply taking up air, and he knew it, and he hated it. The truth was, he didn't feel like playing. He had let this passion wane ever since Adaira left. He didn't have the heart for it. But if Torin and the Isle needed him to sing again, Jack would draw up the remnants of his music, even if it was dangerous to do so these days, after the northern wind's warning that he should cease playing. "All right," he said. "If we can find a harp, I'll play for the orchard." "Good," Torin said, unable to hide his relief. "Let's go to the castle now. I have a skeleton key. No room will escape our notice." Before Jack could blink, Torin strode past him, heading for the front door. Well, this day is not going according to plan, Jack thought with an inward grumble, as if he had scheduled his hours with important tasks, which he had not, of course. But there was now a good possibility that, with Torin determined to look behind every tapestry and turn over every stone in his search for a harp that might or might not exist, Jack would be stuck in the castle for hours. Jack grabbed his plaid and began to trail Torin to the threshold, only to realise that his boots had tracked manure into the house. He stopped short, imagining how Mirren would react when she saw it. Jack sighed. Shit. Chapter 3. One would think that Torin, who not only had served as captain of the East Guard for 3 years, but was also Alistair Tamerlaine's nephew, would know every nook and cranny of the castle. He was surprised to discover there were many hidden doors and rooms he had never known existed. Inevitably, he wondered if Adira had been aware of them. "No sign of it here," Jack said with a sigh, brushing the dust from his clothes. Torin surveyed the chamber. In every corner was a stack of crates that both he and Jack had painstakingly searched through. They had uncovered tarnished candelabras, moth-eaten damask, small tapestries of hearts and moon phases, bronze pots, iron griddles, plaid blankets, and silver wash basins. But after scouring for hours, they had found no trace of Lorna's second harp. They had started in the music turret, although Jack insisted that it wasn't there. From the southern tower they had wended their way through the corridors, leaving no door untouched. The two of them had passed through doors carven with flora and fauna, doors latticed in iron and silver, doors that were so small they both had to stoop to pass over their thresholds. Shy doors that hid in shadowed walls, and proud gilded doors that gleamed in the torchlight. Torin almost felt like a lad again, caught up in the wonder that one of these doors was bound to open to another place, another realm. like the fairy portals his father had often told him about when he was younger. To his disappointment, the doors fed into storerooms, meeting chambers, and an extraordinary number of bedrooms, some of which were inhabited by the servants. Now, hours later, Torin could sense that Jack was weary and anxious to return home. But Torin had never been one to give up a fight or a search easily. Leaning against one of the crates, he said, "There's a set of chambers we haven't searched yet. Alistair's wing." Jack's dark eyes were inscrutable, but with a sweeping motion of his hand and a hint of exasperation, he urged Torin to lead the way. Yes, they should have searched the Laird's wing first, perhaps even before the music turret, but Torin had been hesitant to enter those quarters. They were full of old memories that he both wanted to forget and yearned to relive. They were also the rooms that he and Sidra and Maisie were supposed to be living in now that he was Laird, and he wasn't certain what he would find within them. Torin walked up a flight of carpeted stairs, then down a wide, tapestry-clad corridor. This part of the castle was quiet, catching the late afternoon sun. But as Torin approached the Laird's door, he paused, listening. He could hear distant voices, the servants going about their tasks, the chamberlain, Edna, chiding someone, a peal of laughter and the clang of pots as dinner time approached. "Any day now," Jack said. Torin startled. How long had they been standing here? He exhaled through his teeth, face flushing, and slipped the iron key into the door. Not even Adira had lived in these quarters. The last time Torin had graced them, Alistair had been on his deathbed, gasping for breath, asking for his daughter, who was absent, somewhere on the slopes of Tilting Tom with Jack, as he sang for fairies. Torin let the doors swing open. He stared into deep shadows, smelling a faint trace of polish, as if Edna had ordered the floors to be scrubbed clean. Slowly, he passed over the threshold, letting his memory guide him to the far wall. One by one, he threw open the curtains, exposing arched windows. Rivers of sunlight poured into the room, illuminating the large bed and its red baldachin, the paintings and tapestries that muffled echoes and lent colour to an otherwise drab place, the furniture covered in white sheets. Jack followed. Seemingly unconcerned with the main room, he headed for the door on the northern wall that led to a honeycomb of inner chambers. It was unlocked, and he slipped through it, with Torin close behind him. They came upon several wardrobes, a bathing chamber with tiled floors and stained glass windows, 2 more bedrooms, a sitting chamber with a hearth, and a small library. Torin found himself thinking, Maisie would love it here. But when he tried to imagine Sidra dwelling in these chambers, all he could think was how far she would have to walk to emerge into the castle kailyard. Down cold corridors and flights of stairs, passing beneath countless lintels. They were closer to the clouds than the soil in this wing. Having grown up in a valley, roaming with her father's flock and daily tending to the garden alongside her nan, Cedra would feel the distance. "This one's locked," Jack called, his statement followed by the impatient clang of an iron handle. Frowning, Torin walked deeper into the wing's corridor. He found Jack standing beneath a tapestry that hung from the wall, pulling on a door that Torin would have never noticed. "How did you know a door was there?" he asked sharply. Jack emerged from the tapestry's weight, gossamer in his hair. "Adira and I used to have a secret door that connected our chambers. I assumed there would be something similar here." Torin grunted, hating the doubt that snaked through him. Doubt that made him feel like an imposter. But with Jack holding up the weaving so he could find the door, he moved forward with the key. It unlocked with a sigh. Torin couldn't hide his shiver, the goose flesh that rippled over him as he stepped into the hidden chamber. It was hexagonal in shape, full of bookshelves and diamond-paned windows. Long, colourful ribbons hung from the rafters above, some anchored with dried flowers and thistles, others strung with handmade stars. A threadbare rug depicting a unicorn was spread over the floor, and in the centre of it was a side table, a high-backed chair, and a small harp resting on the cushions. "There," Torin said, his mouth suddenly dry. "Can you play this one?" Jack brushed past him to approach the harp. It took him a minute, as though afraid to touch someone else's instrument, but it almost seemed as if the harp had been waiting for him. Finally, Jack took the harp in his hands and sat in the chair to closely examine it. "Yes," he said, "it's been gently looked after since Lorna's death." "By whom? Alistair," Torin mused aloud, noting the silver pot and the cup of murky, half-drunk tea on the side table. Envisioning his uncle sitting in that chair, sipping tea and holding Lorna's instrument as if it had been yesterday, Torin shuddered again. "No," Jack replied, plucking one of the strings. The note resounded in the chamber, a sweet yet lonely sound. "Adaira, I would guess. She told me Lorna once tried to teach her how to play, but the music never took to her hands. But she learned how to care for the instruments. I think she must have been maintaining them until I could return." It was well known that music was fickle on the Isle. A small number of people could handle instruments at all, and even then only a bard and a harp could draw the spirits. For as long as Torin could remember, the East had always had a bard to sing lore and historic ballads, save for those few years between Lorna's death and Jack's return. But music had been woven into their Isle life long before the clan line was ever formed. Torin met Jack's stare. The bard's eyes glistened as his jaw clenched. He was first to break their gaze, casting his attention to examine the harp. Torin took that moment to look over the bookshelves, then withdrew a few tomes while giving Jack the privacy he needed. "What other secrets did you hold, Adi?" Torin wondered as he surveyed the shelves. His gaze eventually was caught by a book with loose parchment between the leaves. He pulled the volume from the shelf and was surprised to find that the paper tucked within was a child's sketch. He knew instantly that this was one of Adira's old drawings. She had depicted 3 stick-like humans, but Torin recognised them. Adira had drawn herself, standing between Alistair and Lorna and holding their hands. A horse hovered in the sky above them, as only a child could imagine happening. Thistles claimed one corner of the paper, and stars another. Beneath the illustration was her name, written with the R backwards, and Torin smiled until it felt like his chest had cracked open. It all happened so quickly, he thought. When the truth about Adira's origins had come to light, Torin had scarcely had time to think about how that news affected her, so absorbed had he been in trying to sort through his own emotions. And then it had simply been easier to wallow in the denial. It was easier to suffocate the memory of her last days in the East. But now, he imagined it. He wondered what Adira had felt when she realised that she had grown up under a lie, that she wasn't the blood-born daughter of the parents she had loved, as Alistair and Lorna had led everyone to believe, but the offspring of the Western Laird, their greatest enemy. That she had been stolen over the clan line and secretly laid in Lorna Tamerlaine's arms as a bairn. What had she felt when the clan that had once adored her turned on her, relieved when she exchanged herself for Murray? Torin shut the book, unable to look at her drawing a moment longer. Before he could stop himself, he said, "Do you think she'll return to the East, Jack?" "I don't see it happening." Jack plucked another sad note from the harp. "Not until she believes Murray has paid his penance in our holding." That would be a decade. Adira's twin brother had committed a terrible crime against the Tamerlaines, stealing their daughters away in a cruel act of vengeance. That the East had withheld Adira from her blood family justified Murray's actions, in his mind, as he kidnapped Tamerlane daughters again and again. All in the hope that the kidnappings would spur Alistair to reveal the truth about his daughter, a revelation that would give Adira the chance to return to the West on her own. "Has Adira ever said anything to you in her letters that gives you a sense of alarm?" Torin asked next. "No," Jack replied, but his eyes narrowed. "Why? Has she written something to you that makes you think she's in trouble?" Torin traced the gilded spines of the books on the shelf. "She's hardly written to me at all. Just one letter, shortly after she departed, to let me know she had settled in and was doing well. Same to Sidra." He paused, wiping the dust from his fingertips. but she hasn't responded to any of the letters I've sent to her since. Sidra believes it's only because Addie is trying to bond with her parents and needs the distance from us to do so. But I wonder if they're intercepting her letters and my words are never reaching her to begin with. I'm currently waiting for her next reply, Jack said, rising with the harp tucked beneath his arm. But she's given me no reason to believe she's in danger. I think Sidra is right, and Adira is choosing to put distance between us. I have a hard time imagining Breccan wanting to harm her, not when her heir is shackled in our dungeons. But neither would I be surprised if Innes still regards us as threats to both Murray and Adaira, and so maybe the Western Laird finds your letters unsettling. Maybe she feels she has no choice but to interfere, as you say. And yet, what can we do about it? Nothing. I could do absolutely nothing, short of starting a war with the Breccans, which Torin did not want to do. Will you write to her again, Jack? Torin asked, and let me know when she replies. Jack was silent for a moment, but his countenance had gone pale, and his cheeks had a strange hollow look, as though he were holding his breath. Jack was worried about Adira too then. He was trying to maintain a sense of calm for Torin's sake. Yes, I'll let you know, the bard said. I should be going now to prepare the orchard song. Torin nodded his gratitude, but he lingered in the room a few minutes after Jack had quit the wing. Eventually, Torin returned to the main bedroom. He stared at the shrouded furniture, the bed his uncle had died in. There was a vast difference between someone dying and someone leaving. Alistair was dead, but Adira had chosen to leave. And while Torin knew she had done so to keep peace on the Isle, to prevent winter raids, to enable the Tamerlaines to imprison Murray without conflict, her decision still roused a medley of feelings in him. He couldn't help but dredge up the familiar icy resentment toward his mother, his own flesh and blood, who had abandoned him without a backward glance when he was a boy. But the truth was, he was angry at himself for letting Adira strike such a terrible bargain with Breccan and exchange herself for Murray, for letting Adira surrender her right to rule and become a prisoner of the West. He was angry at the Tamerlaine clan for turning on her so quickly when she had done nothing but sacrifice for them. He was angry that he had no idea what was happening to her on the other side of the Isle. What sort of laird was he? He dragged the coverlet off the bed, then the sheets and pillows. He ripped away the blankets that covered the furniture until he exposed a desk with stacked parchment, quills, and a tall bottle of whiskey that threatened to overturn. Torin caught the glass bottle in his hand, knowing it was Alistair's favourite. He stared at it, tempted to hurl it against the wall and watch it shatter into hundreds of iridescent pieces. But he sighed instead, and the blistering ice within him melted into melancholy. Surrendering, Torin sat on the floor. Dust motes spun in the air around him. He listened to his breaths heave, filling the lonely room with uneven sound. He knew what a laird should be. A voice for the clan, someone who listened to individual needs and problems in order to help meet and solve them. A leader who strove to improve all aspects of life, from education to healing measures, to croft acreage, to building repairs, to laws, to resources, to justice. Someone who knew their people by name, and who could readily greet them by such if they passed on the road. Who ensured that the East remained in balance with the spirits, and who likewise was a shield against the Breccans and their raids. Adira had carried out all of these responsibilities, effortlessly, and Torin wished he had paid closer attention to how she and her father had done it. Even now, kilometres away, Adira was the shield for the East, while he sat on a floor, trying to wrap his mind around all that had gone wrong. There was a firm knock on the iron latticed door. Torin winced, but he was too weary to speak, too weary to drag himself up to his feet. He watched as the wood creaked open and Edna appeared.
"Laird, I heard a noise,"
she said. This wizened woman had seen it all in her many years of caring for the fortress, yet her eyes went wide as new moons when she saw Torin sitting on the floor.
"Is everything all right?"
Perfectly fine, he said, holding up his hand to stop her from approaching. "I was simply getting the room ready for Sidra. We'll be moving in soon."
"Oh!"
To her credit, Edna sounded more pleased than shocked.
"That is wonderful news, Laird. We've been hoping the two of you and your sweet lass would be joining us here. Is there a date when I should have things ready?"
Torin imagined Sidra stepping into this chamber. This was the room where he was destined to sleep beside her, a chamber where he would draw sighs from her mouth and hold her against his skin, night after night. These were the walls that would watch and shelter them for the remainder of their days on the Isle. "Next week," Torin said, clearing his throat. "And don't worry about this mess. I'll tend to it."
"As you want, Laird."
Edna bowed her head and slipped away, latching the door behind her. Torin groaned, leaning his head back. He stared up at the timber beams of the ceiling. It was both a salve and a misery to be alone, but he eventually remembered the bottle of whiskey beside him. The glass caught the fading sunlight, casting Torin's hand in amber. He opened the bottle and breathed in the scent of charred wood and smoked honey. He drank one sip, then another. He drank until the fire dulled the ache of his wounds. Cedra knocked on Radina Grimes' door, a basket hanging from the crook of her arm. She knew the blighted orchard was behind the cottage, out of sight, though Cedra could smell its rot on the breeze, a fermented sweetness laced with a sour tang. She stifled a shiver as Radina opened the door.
"Come in, Sidra,"
Radina said, beckoning her inside with a gnarled hand.
"I have a cup of tea waiting on you."
Sidra smiled and followed the crofter into a spotless kitchen. She had brought a pie in her basket, knowing that while Radina often appeared unemotional and aloof, the old woman had been shaken by Hamish's death. She had lived here alone with her cats and sheep and orchard ever since her spouse passed years earlier. She most likely needed someone to talk to about what had happened. As Cedra cut them each a slice of berry pie and shooed one of the cats off the table, Radina settled into a straw-backed chair. She was a gruff, reserved woman who didn't like to talk much, but there was something about sudden death that shook a heart down to its roots, especially when death had stolen someone so young.
"A good, honest lad,"
said Radina, shifting her plaid shawl to drape it across her front as though she was chilled. She accepted the pie from Cedra, but made no effort to pour the tea, so Cedra did so.
"He never complained. Was always here on time, right at sunrise every day. I was thinking to leave him my croft, since I never had children. He would have taken good care of it, he would have."
Cedra set down the kettle. She stirred a spoonful of honey and cream into her tea, doing the same for Radina when she nodded. A second cat jumped up on the table, and Cedra gathered the tabby into her lap as she took the chair opposite the elderly woman. She listened to Radina praise Hamish for a while longer, eating her pie and sipping her tea, the cat purring on her lap. All the while, Cedra's mind was whirling. She didn't know how to tell Radina that Hamish had drowned from the blight, which he had caught from her orchard. She didn't know if she should impart such news, but Cedra also needed as many answers as she could glean.
"I can't keep this from you a moment longer,"
Radina suddenly murmured with a grimace, revealing crooked front teeth.
"I lied to your husband yesterday when he came to look at my orchard."
"And what did you lie about?" Cedra asked quietly. The cat on her lap ceased purring and cracked open one slitted eye, sensing the tension in the air.
"Torin asked me if I had touched any of my sick trees, or the fruit,"
Radina began. She hesitated, shifting her plaid shawl again. This time, Cedra noticed why. The crofter had been hiding her right hand. That was why she hadn't poured the tea, and why she had been eating her pie so slowly. Cedra stood. The cat flailed but landed on his feet, but she could scarcely hear his disgruntled meow. "May I please examine your hand, Radina?"
"I suppose I have no choice,"
Radina said sadly.
"But please be careful, Cedra. If you catch this from me, Your husband will have my head."
"He will do nothing of the sort," Sidra said, walking around the table. "Besides, I have good reason to believe we cannot catch the blight from each other, only from the infected trees and fruit." Radina frowned.
"How do you know that?"
Sidra laid a gentle touch on the crofter's shoulder. "Because Hamish also had it, on his leg. He and one of his brothers occasionally shared the same pair of boots, as well as slept in the same bed. And his brother hasn't caught the blight, even as I have reason to believe Hamish was sick with it for some time." Radina's eyes filled with tears. She glanced away before Sidra could see them fall.
"I was worried he might have caught it. I should have said something."
"There is no time for regrets, Radina. You didn't know, nor did Hamish. But now that we are aware of this trouble, I need to find answers as quickly as I can, and you can help me with that." Sidra waited. Finally, Radina nodded and held out her hand. She had picked up one of the apples 4 days earlier. Sidra could see where the blight had started on the heel of her palm as a small, harmless-looking bruise. Every morning Radina had noticed it growing. Her entire palm was now mottled violet and blue. In contrast, the lines of her palm shone, brilliant with golden filigree. She was perhaps one more sleep from the blight's spread to the inner curl of her fingers. Sidra refrained from touching Radina's hand just to be careful, but she studied it closely and wrote down all the symptoms Radina could provide her. Her hand ached often, her fingers felt stiff. Mobility was hindered, but Radina's swollen joints might be responsible for that. She had more headaches lately and a few days of an upset stomach.
"Do you think you can heal me, Sidra?"
the crofter asked. Her voice was gruff, but her tone didn't fool Sidra. She was weary of false hope. Sidra set down her quill. "To be honest, I'm not sure, Radina, but I'm going to do everything I can to help you to stop its spread and to ease your discomfort." She reached into her basket, withdrawing a few vials of her home-brewed tonics and salves. They were earmarked for another patient, but Sidra wanted Radina to begin taking something immediately. She wrote down instructions and tore the page loose from her book. Radina sighed, hiding her infected hand beneath the plaid again.
"Thank you."
"I'll come to visit you tomorrow morning," Sidra said. "But if you need me before then, call for me on the wind." The crofter nodded and then arched her brow.
"I suppose you want to see the orchard for yourself."
"Yes."
"As I thought."
Radina pointed to the back door.
"Just beyond the kale yard. But please, be careful, Sidra."
Sidra stood before the blighted orchard with nothing more than a mewling cat and the northern wind for company. She studied the trees, feeling as if they were watching her in return as she took in the burls in the applewood, the shuddering of branches in the breeze, the spattered fruit, the slow drip of tainted sap. One of her first thoughts was that the blight might be connected to Adira's departure. As soon as the East had given her up, it had begun to suffer. Sidra wondered whether Adira's presence among the Tamerlaines had kept the isle in a tentative balance. Had it become skewed ever since she crossed the clan line? Or perhaps the Tamerlaines were finally being punished for stealing from the other side of the isle. They had taken Adira and raised her as their own without guilt, almost as easily as the Breccans plundered the East in the winter. But now, as she beheld it, Sidra realised that she had seen this blight before, in another copse. There had been a suffering tree. Sidra had felt the spirit's agony as it bled violet and gold, and she had reached out her hand to touch and comfort it, only to be ordered by the very ground not to do that. This blight, then, was not a new development. It had been on the isle since midsummer, before Adira's departure, but something had just recently made it worse. There could be other places that were suffering, other trees in the east that could pass the sickness along to the clan. Torin needed to make an official announcement. Sidra took a step back, preparing to leave. The wind gusted, a shocking burst of cold, as it dragged hair into her eyes and tugged on her shawl. The heel of her boot slid over something soft, but she regained her balance. Frowning at the long grass, she lifted her foot and drew up her hem to look at it. One of the rotten apples glistened in the morning light. It was now smudged on her left boot heel, a streak of violet and gold and a writhing worm. She stared at her foot numbly, as though she had been charmed into stone. Sidra was hardly able to comprehend how the rotten apple came to be there. She had been very careful in her approach. There had been nothing but grass and the cat around her, who had scampered back to the kale yard. She carefully wiped the heel of her boot and used the rake that Radina had set aside to push rotten fruit back beneath the trees, careful to avoid stepping beneath the boughs. Only a small trace of gold remained on her boot. She realised she needed to walk home barefoot and immediately burn her shoes in the outdoor fire pit. That course of action felt a bit extreme at first, and she tried to steady her thoughts. She hadn't touched the fruit with her bare skin, as Radina had. Only the heel of her shoe had come in contact with it. But she wondered if the same had happened to Hamish, if the blight had seeped through the leather hide of his boot. "Don't worry," Sidra whispered as she removed her boots, careful not to touch the heel. She walked along the road, her bare feet warm by the sun-baked dirt. The basket swung from her arm as she quickened her pace, boots dangling from her fingertips. "You'll be fine." Chapter 4. Adira stood in a wind-battered cottage, staring at the dead body crumpled on the floor. A chair had been overturned, along with a small bowl of porridge. The oats on the ground, now stained with blood, drew flies through cracks in the wattle and daub walls. Herbs hung from the low rafters overhead, trailing dusty wisps into Adira's braided hair, and for a long moment the fire was the only sound in the room, crackling as it burned through the peat in the hearth. The shutters were closed to ward off the breeze, and the house was full of shadows, even at midday, but the sun rarely burned through the clouds in the west. A chill settled into her marrow, and Adira shivered. Despite the interior's dimness, she could see that the deceased was a thin man with white-streaked hair and threadbare garments. His arms had been caught at crooked angles, and the enchanted blue plaid knotted at his shoulder had protected his heart, but not his neck. The blood that had spilled from his sliced throat had long since dried into a circle beneath him, the shade of wine in midwinter light. Adira longed to look away. "Look away," her heart whispered, and yet her gaze remained fixed on the man. She had seen dire wounds as well as death before, but she had never stood in a room where murder had been committed. Innes Breccan was saying something at Adira's side, her voice deep and raspy, like a blade trying to saw through damp wood. The Western laird was never one to let her emotions melt through her guard. She was a cold, calculating enigma. But after 4 weeks of living with her, Adira could hear two things in her mother's voice. Innes was exhausted, as if she hadn't slept in a long time. And she wasn't at all surprised to find a man slain on her lands. "Was it an enchanted weapon, Rab?" Innes asked. "And if so, can you tell me what kind?" That was not the first question Adira expected her mother to voice. But Adira had grown up in a place where enchanted weapons were scarce. Only a few Tamerlaine smiths were willing to take on the cost of forging them. In the West, nearly every Breccan of age carried one. Rab Pierce crouched down to examine the body more closely. His leather armour creaked with his movement, the blue plaid wrinkling over his chest as he stretched out his hand. He had just turned 25, and while he had a muscular frame, his face was still round with youth. His straw-coloured hair was cropped short, and he always looked sunburnt. Adira surmised that was from all the hours Rab spent riding against the wind and rain, since the clouds hung thick and low in the west. She watched as Rab examined the man's neck. Eventually, he shook his head. "It looks to have been done with an ordinary blade," Rab said, glancing up at Innes. "A dirk, most likely, laird. I also noticed the cottage and the storehouse are both empty, as are the paddocks. This man was one of my mother's most reliable shepherds." "Are you saying someone killed him to steal his food and livestock?" Adira asked. She didn't want to sound shocked, but neither could she ignore the cold trickle of suspicion at the nape of her neck. This dead man's croft wasn't far from the clan line, and she wondered if his sheep had originally been stolen from the Tamerlaines. Had he profited off Breccan raids of the past, taking Tamerlane goods and livestock as his own? Adira's compassion for the murdered man began to wane. She remembered the winter nights laced with worry and terror when she was a child. She remembered being woken by the sound of feet rushing down corridors and voices slipping through cracked doors. She remembered Alistair and Lorna giving orders and mustering the guard to defend and aid the Tamerlaines who suffered from the Breccans' pilfering. In those days, Adira hadn't fully understood why the raids happened. All she knew came from the opinions that had been passed down to her. The Breccans were their enemies. Their clan was bloodthirsty and callous, greedy and cold-hearted. They preyed upon the innocent people of the East. As Adira had gotten older, though, she had learned the power of biases, and she had longed for truth, for facts that weren't relayed with a certain slant that made one clan look better than the other. She had delved into the lore of the Isle and discovered that the Breccans had raided even before Cadence was divided by magic. Descendants of a fierce and proud people, Breccans were born with swords in their hands and hot tempers and possessive bonds. But when the clan line had been created by the doomed marriage and deaths of Joan Tamerlaine and Fingal Breccan, the western side of Cadence had truly started to falter. What good was magic in your hands if your kailyard couldn't feed you through the winter? What good was an endless supply of enchanted swords and plaids if your sheep had no grass to graze upon? If your water was murky and the wind blew so harshly from the north that you had to rebuild your homes and outbuildings with south-facing doors? Adira still hadn't grasped how it was for the Breccans until she had lived in the west and seen for herself the haggardness of their land, the lack of sunshine, the constant threat of the northern wind. She saw that they rationed their food in the summer, hoping it would last through the winter, but it inevitably didn't. She saw how much easier it was for them to steal from the Tamerlaines than from their own clan. She had passed so many graves in the Vale, graves of children and young people. It made her heart ache to wonder if they had starved when the snow came. Rab's hooded eyes slid to Adaira, as if he heard her thoughts. She held his stare, unflinchingly. Of Rab Pierce, she knew 3 things. The first, he was a favoured son of one of the West's 13 thanes. As such, he was to inherit a large swath of land and was considered a powerful noble. The second, he seemed to appear at the most convenient as well as the most inconvenient of moments, as if he often planned to cross paths with Adira. The third, his gaze often strayed to the half-coin she wore at her neck. "Yes, someone stole from him," Rab finally said, rising. "But only because this summer has proven to be scarce and the stores ran low." His attention returned to Innes, his eyes softening, imploring. "Laird, I would ask for your wisdom." Adira wasn't entirely sure what his statement meant. There seemed to be a further implication to it, but her mother did. Innes said, "I'll consider your request. If this man's sheep were stolen, you should be able to follow a trail to where they were herded and find the culprit. In the meantime, please see to his burial." Rab bowed his head. Adira followed Innes from the cottage into a dismal kailyard where the crops grew thin and sparse, the fruit small from strong winds and too little sunshine. She mounted the horse she had left waiting by her mother's steed at the gate. The clouds hung low, swallowing hilltops and all sense of time as the 2 women rode along a muddy road. When it began to mist, Adira breathed in the wet air, feeling the moisture bead on her face, along her arms, but the enchanted blue plaid she wore kept her warm and dry. In the East, she had possessed one enchanted plaid shawl, which she had worn nearly everywhere, knowing how much it had cost Mirren Tamerlaine to weave it. In the West, however, Adira had been given 5, as well as an enchanted blanket to sleep beneath at night. The prevalence of magical raiment among the Breccans continued to be a shock to her. Adira's attention was suddenly drawn to her left, where she knew the aithwood grew thick and tangled. If it had been a clear day, she would have been able to see the forest and perhaps envision the cottage on the barrow just beyond it. The place where Jack had been raised. The place she had last seen him. "Let's stop here," Innes said abruptly, turning her horse from the road. Adira didn't know where they were stopping. She could see no structures or crofts through the haze, but she followed her mother. It looked like Innes had taken a cow trail, worn down to mud, and Adira was further surprised when she dismounted. Innes left her horse beneath a crooked rowan tree and stepped over a stream, fading into the mist without a word or a backward glance. Realising the laird wasn't going to wait on her, Adira hastily slid from her sheepskin saddle. She left her horse beside Innes's and hurried after her, stepping over the stream and following a footpath worn down in copper-tinged bracken. She tried to make sense of what was happening, but this was only the fourth time she had ridden with Innes beyond the castle walls. Adira strained her eyes against the grey air, but she couldn't see any trace of her mother. She quickened her pace, the bracken brushing against her knees, but didn't know if she was walking in the right direction. She didn't know if the laird was testing her to see if she would obey and follow without hesitation, or maybe to assess how the land would take to her, if the hills would shift, stranding her for days like a mainlander, like someone who didn't belong. Adira hadn't ventured through the west on her own yet to see if the spirits would try to beguile her. The few times she had left the castle, she was with Innes, and the folk seemed to know better than to trick such a laird. But Adira also wouldn't have been surprised if the spirits in the west were too weak and tired to make mischief. She parted her lips, but then bit back the urge to call after her mother. She sharpened her vision, paying attention to the path she was following. A rock appeared every 9 strides, like a marker. Her hands were cold, in defiance of summer, and she could taste the clouds as she drew in deep breaths, but she was steadier now as she wended her way through the ferns. And then she felt it. She was approaching something massive, a structure or a hill most likely, because the air suddenly tasted like loam. Adira noticed how the wind in her face eased and the way sound changed. She slowed her pace as the hill materialised a shadow in the mist. Innes stood at the foot of it, waiting for her. "I wanted to show you this place," the laird said, "in case you ever need to shelter here." "What is it?" Adira asked, studying the hill with narrowed eyes. "Come closer, so you can watch how I find the door." Adira moved forward as Innes touched a large stone protruding from the hillside. A blue light flared in the rock, winking like an eye, and the stones on the ground began to vibrate in response. Adira stepped back, alarmed as the stones rose and gathered into a lintel on the hillside. A door appeared next, made of smooth pale wood, and Adira almost laughed, disbelieving. "Is this a spirit portal?" "It's a burrow," Innes replied. "A wind shelter made with tools forged over magical fire. There are 10 spread out across the west. Most are easy to spot with their south-facing doors, but some are meant to be difficult to locate. This one is such a burrow. My grandmother personally built it in her time as laird, and if you're ever stranded by a northern storm, or perhaps need a place to hide, you should come here." Adira was quiet. They didn't need wind shelters in the east, and the idea was strange but intriguing to her. She nodded, sensing Innes wanted some physical reaction from her. The laird turned and opened the door. She stepped into the burrow, but Adira hesitated, stiff with reservation. How did she know Innes wasn't fooling her? How did she know that Innes hadn't brought her to an underground lair to be imprisoned? Adira couldn't deny that she'd been expecting imprisonment as soon as she arrived in the west. Her twin brother was shackled in the Tamerlaine's fortress, so it was natural to assume Innes would do something similar to her. Adira had, after all, agreed to be the Breccans' prisoner, and they could do with her whatever they saw fit as long as peace was upheld. But her time in the west hadn't gone quite in the way she expected. Innes had given her a comfortable bedroom in the castle that overlooked the wilds, a term for land that was under protection and that no one could claim. No hunting and no building and no harvesting whatever grew there. Breccans who wanted to travel across the wilds had to remain on deer trails and approved pathways. It seemed a strange list of requirements to Adira, but for a land that struggled to thrive, it made sense that the laird would need to enforce laws to protect it. In her first week, Adira had scarcely left her room. She had stood before her windows, watching the mist descend over the wilds and listening to the bell that chimed in the castle turret every hour, keeping time. She had thought the West beautiful in a strange, sad way. Its lines were harsher, its colours muted, and its overall feeling was one of desperation. The landscape reminded Adira of a dream or a lament. It was both familiar and new, and she found it difficult to draw her eyes away from it. She wondered if that was part of the land's few but compelling charms, its brutal honesty, as well as its untamed aura. When she realised that Innes wasn't going to lock her in her chamber, Adira had begun to test her new boundaries. She learned that she could move through the Breccans' castle without a guard. Some places, however, were off-limits to her. She could bathe in the underground cistern so long as she told Innes when she planned to go, and Adira had come to love the dark, warm waters of the large cavern. But the cistern, though a communal place, was always deserted when she went, making it apparent that Innes didn't want her meeting other clanspeople. Adira swam alone, save for a female guard who watched over her, as if Adira might attempt to drown herself. She could also read in the library. She could visit the gardens and the stables, but she couldn't leave the castle grounds without Innes or David, Adira's father, and the laird's consort. She couldn't wander to the southern or eastern wings of the fortress or down to the hold where prisoners were kept. She was permitted to take her meals in the privacy of her chamber or with her parents in theirs. She could write letters, but she always had to deliver them to David first, and he also brought the letters that arrived for her. It hadn't taken Adira long to notice that the wax seals on Torin's, Jack's and Cidra's letters had been tampered with. Her father was reading her post before he gave it to her, which meant he was also most likely reading the words she sent east. She wanted to be angry at this revelation and knew that her fury would have been justified. But she was no fool. Of course they would read her letters to ensure that she wasn't plotting their demise with her eastern family. Of course they didn't trust her yet. It was best for her to pretend that she didn't know about the interference with her mail, and also to keep her correspondence as non-threatening as possible. Every week had been full of small tests, quiet assessments to challenge her ties to the east and her future in the west. Innes and David were measuring how pliant she was, as they tried to determine if it was possible for her to fully adjust to their way of life. So far, Adira had been extremely pliant, but she couldn't deny the constant ache in her body, as if she had aged a century in one night. She felt cold and hollow every morning when she woke alone to the grey light of the west. "Follow me," Innes said. She had melted into the burrow's darkness and was waiting. "And shut the door behind you." Adira exhaled, her thoughts breaking into fragments. She sought to calm her heart, because this burrow was merely another test. She didn't need to be afraid, even though she couldn't deny the tension that was gathering in her body, limiting her choice to flee or to fight. "And yet where will you go if you run?" her heart asked. "The East cannot take you back. And what would you fight with? Your hands? Your teeth? Your words?" "Cora," Innes spoke again, sensing her hesitation. It was a name Adira had been given at birth, a name bequeathed to a small, sickly child who Innes had thought belonged with the spirits more than with the West. Years later, the name still refused to fit her. It rolled off her like rain. Adira stood in the meagre light of the burrow's threshold, staring into the darkness. She couldn't see Innes, but it sounded like she stood to the right. There was no way to discern how vast the enclosed space was, or what hid within it. She took her first step into the burrow. Her hand shook as she latched the door, fully closing herself into the shadows with Innes. "Why do you think I've brought you here?" Innes asked softly. Adira was silent. Perspiration began to bead her palms as she weighed her answer. "You want me to trust you," she replied at last. "And do you trust me, Cora? Or do you still fear me?" It was strange how easy it was to speak the truth with darkness as a shield. Adira didn't think she would have had the courage to say the words if she had been holding Innes's gaze. "I want to trust you, Laird, but I still don't know you." Innes was quiet, but Adira could hear her breathe, long, steady draws of air. There was a sudden shuffle of boots, betraying Innes's movement, as she said, "Stretch out your left hand. When you find the wall, walk alongside it. You'll know when to stop." Adira held out her hand, grasping at the darkness until her fingertips grazed the cool earthen wall. She did as Innes had instructed, walking beneath veins of roots until her toe hit something solid. "Good," Innes said. "Now reach down. There is a flint and an enchanted blade before you. Use both to make a flame." Adira's hands fumbled, feeling the edges of a crate. But it was just as Innes had said. A large, angular piece of flint and an antler-hilt dirk rested on the wood. Within one strike, the tip of the steel ignited like a candle. The wavering flame cast a ring of light around her. Adira took in what she could now make of the burrow. It wasn't as big as she had initially believed. She could see the far end of the structure where 2 cots were erected, side by side, their straw mattresses covered with piles of folded blue plaids. More crates were stacked along the wall, full of earthenware jugs and flasks. Candles rested on every horizontal surface, strung with cobwebs. In the heart of the room were 2 chairs. Innes was sitting in one of them, legs crossed and fingers laced over her lap, as she watched Adira's observations. "Come join me," Innes said when their gazes met. "We need to talk." Adira walked to the centre of the burrow and lit the candles that rested on an overturned crate between the chairs. She sat facing Innes, although her attention was stolen by the enchanted dirk she still held. In the East, they didn't have blades with such magical abilities as fire-making, although it wouldn't be beyond the skills of Tamerlaine smiths to forge one. The cost to their health for crafting such enchantment would be steep, though, and not many Tamerlaines wanted to pay it. Adira blew out the blade's flame, then set it beside the candles on the crate. Looking at Innes, she watched the firelight dance over her mother's lean face. The woad tattoos on her neck looked stark against her pale skin. "You say you have yet to wholly trust me, because you do not know me," Innes said. "But you are my daughter, and you have nothing to fear from me." She paused, glancing down at her hands, at the blue ink printed across the backs of her fingers. "You have this moment to ask me anything. I will answer you if I can." Adira was stunned by the offer. There were a few questions that had been smouldering in her thoughts since she had arrived, but she needed a moment to think. She wanted to know why music was forbidden in the West. If she could understand it, perhaps she could safely invite Jack to visit. But before she could invite Jack, she needed to know where his father was. The man who had secretly given her to the Tamerlaines after Innes ordered her to be abandoned in the Eighth Wood. Had they executed him? Did he still live? Adira had no idea, and she couldn't face Jack without having an answer. It was another reason why she had slowed her correspondence with him. She lived in daily dread that he would ask about his father in a letter, and David, reading it, would realise whose son Jack truly was. Adira could only hope that Jack was shrewd enough to read between the lines she was writing to him, that he realised their letters were not private, that he wasn't taking offence at the distance she was keeping. But dwelling on it always made her feel ill, as though she had swallowed mouthfuls of seawater. Tucking a tendril of damp hair behind her ear, she pushed Jack and their stilted correspondence far from her thoughts. Then she delayed a moment more, removing a burr from her plaid. The query burned on her tongue. "Where is the man who carried me eastward?" But when Adira glanced up and found Innes regarding her with a tenderness she had not yet seen in the laird's face, the words melted away. She couldn't ask that question yet. It would put a wedge between them, and who knew when Innes would grant another opportunity like this? Adira would have to wait a while longer. "Did you ever think of me?" she whispered. "All the years I was gone. Did I ever cross your mind, even when you thought I was dead? Did you ever regret your decision to give me up?" "Yes," Innes said. "Although I never thought you dead. I believed you had been taken by the spirits of the air. There were some seasons of my life when I could not pass a day without thinking of you. I would walk to the earthwood, and I would listen to the wind, and I would imagine you as a spirit blowing across the wilds. It was a small comfort, though, and one I did not deserve." Adira cast her eyes down to the dirt floor. She didn't know how to respond or what to feel, but she felt speared by her mother's response. "I had another daughter, after you," Innes continued. 3 years after you and Murray were born. She emerged into the world weak and small, just as you had been, only this time I knew better than to believe her a changeling and give her up to the folk." "What is her name?" Adira's heart began to pound. She didn't know what expression was on her face, but it must have been drawn with longing, because the laird glanced away, into the shadows. "Her name was Sky." Was. "What happened to her?" Adira asked. "She was poisoned by one of my thanes," Innes replied. I'm sorry. So was he after I was through with him." "The thane?" Innes nodded as she reached into the inner pocket of her jerkin. She retrieved a small glass vial and held it up to the candlelight, studying the clear liquid that moved within it. "Why do you think I brought you with me today to see the shepherd's body?" the laird asked. Adira shivered. Her mist-dampened clothes were beginning to feel heavy and chafed her skin. The turn of their conversation made her anxious, and she resisted the urge to crack her knuckles. "You wanted me to see that your people are desperate and hungry enough to kill each other for resources. Something you've never encountered before in the East, I take it. Since the Tamerlaines have never known true hunger or want," said Innes. "You've never seen how both can drive you to do things you'd never consider before." It was true. Even if a neighbour's crop didn't do well, or the Breccans stole from them, others in the Tamerlaine clan would rally and help provide what had been lost. The laird could even distribute provisions from the castle stores. There was never a need to hoard or steal, although it still happened on rare occasions. "In some ways, I'm glad for it," Innes continued. "I'm relieved that you've never gone days without eating, or drunk water that made you sick, or had to fight someone you once loved to take what they have. But it has made you too soft, Cora. And if you are going to thrive here, you must wear those places down to bone." "I understand," Adira replied, perhaps too quickly. But she was keen to find acceptance among her blood clan, to reach that point where she was no longer regarded with mistrust, or watched everywhere she went, or doubted when she spoke. And in some small hidden place in her chest that she was almost afraid to acknowledge, Adira wanted to earn her mother's respect. Innes's blue eyes narrowed, her fingers closing over the vial to conceal it in her fist. She brought her knuckles to her lips for a moment, and Adira felt perspiration trickle down the curve of her spine. She wondered if she was about to face her first challenge to slough off the softness. "When Rab Pierce requested my wisdom, he was asking me to consider blessing a raid on the east," Innes explained. "Doing so staves off crime and desperation among my people, and my dungeons are already full of criminals. When Rab finds the culprit who murdered the shepherd, there will be one more hungry person locked into the darkness." Adira was silent. A protest was rising in her throat, but she curled her tongue and kept the words between her teeth. "With your brother in the Tamerlaine's holding," Innes said, "I cannot bless a raid in the east. But there is another way I can quell the growing hunger of the clan, one that I will announce tomorrow night when I summon my thanes and their heirs to a feast in my hall." She tossed the vial across the space. Adira's hands were clumsy with surprise, but she caught it before the glass could tumble to the ground. "What is this?" she asked hoarsely, watching the liquid settle. "It's called Aethan," Innes answered. It's what killed your sister. The only poison in the West that we don't have an antidote to counter. Because it has no odour or taste, someone's drink can be poisoned with no fear of detection. Adira's body turned leaden. If Innes had commanded her to rise, she wouldn't have been able to. But her blood was coursing, hot and swift in her veins. Are you asking me to poison one of your thanes tomorrow night? Innes was quiet, a beat too long for Adira's liking. No, I am asking you to attend this dinner so I can formally introduce you to the Breccan nobility as my daughter. But you cannot come and sit at a table among them without being prepared. So you are asking me to poison myself with it first? Yes, it's a small dose. But it could kill me. Not in that amount. It will act as a buffer, a protection, should your cup be poisoned with a deadlier dose. You will feel side effects, however, and you'll need to continue taking the doses in order to build up a tolerance to it. Adira laughed, wondering if she were dreaming, but she bit the inside of her cheek when she saw Innes's countenance turn cold. And what if I don't want to poison myself? She asked. What then? You stay in your room tomorrow night. You don't come to the feast, and you don't officially meet my nobles, Innes replied, rising. She began to extinguish the candle flames with her fingertips. The burrow slowly succumbed to darkness once more. But the choice is yours, Cora. Chapter 5. Frey was sprawled on the rug before the hearth, reading one of her books, when the fire suddenly died. There was a flash of heat and a pop before the wood crumbled into ash, and Frey lurched back with a gasp, watching as the flames were extinguished into smoke. She was so surprised by the odd behaviour of the fire, she had just added a fresh log to the blaze, that it took her a moment to know what to do. The cottage felt off balance without a lit hearth. Frey closed her book and cautiously rose to her feet. Merrin had given her the task of making tea for supper, and the kettle on the iron hook still needed to boil. She decided to start a new fire with the kindling in the basket and the flint, but as the sparks flew and refused to light, Frey knew something was wrong. Merrin was in the kale yard, gathering greens for dinner, and Jack was in his bedroom. Frey had seen the new harp he had carried home yesterday, and it had taken everything within her to swallow the questions she wanted to pepper him with.
Where did you get the harp? Does this mean you're going to play again?
She worried that it would irritate him to ask him too many things, or somehow dissuade him from strumming the new harp, even though Jack had always been gentle and kind to her. And she knew he must be busy with something important, since he had been cloistered in his bedroom since yesterday. Frey still decided to go to him first with her troubles. She approached his door and knocked.
Jack?
Come in, Frey. The door creaked open, and Frey politely peered inside. She saw her older brother sitting at his desk before the window. The shutters were open, welcoming in the cool summer dusk and the song of an owl, and on his desk was a strange array of moss, bracken, wilted wildflowers, small branches, and braided grass.
What are you doing?
She asked, drawn to the strangeness, until she stepped closer and saw that he'd been writing musical notes on parchment. I'm working on a new composition, he said, setting down his quill to smile at her. Ink stained his fingers, and his hair looked messy, but Frey didn't say anything. She had noticed Jack was not the neatest of people, and often left his plaid and clothes crumpled on the floor.
Will I get to hear it?
She asked. Maybe. This song is for an important task, but I can play another one just for you.
Tonight?
I'm not sure, he replied honestly. I'm afraid I need to get this ballad done as quickly as possible.
Oh.
Did you need help with something, Frey? That reminded her. She blurted out,
The fire died.
Jack frowned. Do you need me to build a new one?
I mean, I tried to, she said. It won't light, and I don't know what to do.
Her brother rose from his chair and walked into the dim common room. Frey followed, biting a hangnail. She watched as Jack reached for kindling in the basket, as he stacked fresh wood in the hearth. The flint sparked in his hand, but the fire refused to take. Eventually, he leaned back on his heels, staring at the ashes.
"Do you think it's because of the harp?"
Frey whispered. Jack glanced at her sharply. The harp?
"The new one you brought home yesterday. Perhaps the fire wants you to play it."
He didn't have time to respond. The front door swung open as Mirren returned from the garden. Their mother draped her shawl by the door and then glanced at them. "What happened to the fire?" she asked, setting her harvest basket on the table. "I think the kindling and wood might be bad," Jack said, straightening. Mirren arched a dark brow, noticing the pile of wood stacked beside the hearth. She and Frey had just gathered it 2 days earlier from the 8th wood, and it had never refused to burn before. "I'll go gather some fresh wood from the forest," Jack offered. Frey's heart stuttered in her chest. She reached out to snag Jack's sleeve.
"But it's almost night. You shouldn't go into the 8th wood when it's dark."
"I'll be careful," he promised. Frey almost rolled her eyes at him. Sometimes Jack didn't listen very well, especially when he was wrapped up in his music and seemed to forget which realm he lived in. "Your sister's right," Mirren said. "Save it for tomorrow, Jack. We can eat cold soup by candlelight tonight." Frey watched as Mirren attempted to light the tapers. The sun had fully set now, and darkness was blooming in the cottage. But Frey could see how her mother struggled with the flint. Her fingers were stiff from all the magical weaving she had been doing lately. Not even Sidra's salves could help with the inflammation, and Frey shivered when Mirren handed the flint to Jack in defeat. But when Jack tried to light the candles, the fire wouldn't take to the wicks. In the dimness, Frey could see her brother's deep scowl and the gleam of worry in his eyes.
"What are we going to do?"
Frey asked. "Come, both of you sit at the table," Jack said in an unusually sprightly voice, setting the flint aside. When Mirren and Frey continued to stand, shocked by his bright tone, he took their arms and guided them. He sat Mirren down first, then Frey, before he turned to the kitchen cupboard and rummaged through it.
"What are you doing, Jack?"
Frey asked, rising from her seat. He was acting like nothing was wrong, and it puzzled her. "I'm bringing you dinner. Please sit down, Frey."
"But the fire!"
"We don't need it tonight," Jack said over his shoulder. Again, the blithe tone of his voice didn't quite match his personality. But Frey couldn't deny that his cheerfulness made her feel better about their situation. If Jack wasn't worried, then she shouldn't be either. Frey resumed her seat, glancing at Mirren. Her mother was watching her, and she seemed sad until their gazes met. Then Mirren smiled, reassuringly, but Frey felt a twinge of worry again. Her mother had been weaving too much lately, and that made her sick from the magic she spun. Frey needed to help her more. But if the fire refused to light in the hearth, they wouldn't be able to work in the evenings. Frey was distracted by Jack, who finally delivered dinner to the table. He brought them a sliced bannock, fresh churned butter, a pot of honey, smoked herring, and a wheel of cheese. Frey could hardly see it spread along the table, but her stomach growled when she smelled it. "Who needs warm soup anyways?" Jack said, pouring each of them a small cup of milk, since the tea had never been brewed. "This here is true tavern fare, where stories and ballads are born."
"Tavern fare?"
Frey echoed. "Yes. Fill your plate and begin to eat, and I'll tell you a story," Jack said, sitting in his chair. "A story that has never been spoken on this isle before tonight." Frey was intrigued. She quickly filled her plate and began to eat, listening as Jack regaled them with a story from the mainland. Or he claimed it was from there, but Frey wondered if he was making it up as he went. Either way, it was a good story, and she didn't notice how dark it was until she had eaten her fill. "Come, Frey," Mirren said, rising from the table. "I think we should retire for bed early tonight. The fire has told us that we need rest. Thank your brother for dinner, and come with me." Frey stood with her empty plate. She was going to set it in the wash barrel, but Jack took it from her hands. "I'll take care of it," he said. "Go with Mum, little sister." Frey hugged him and thanked him for the story. When Mirren took her hand and guided her through the darkness to their bedroom, she followed. Frey couldn't see anything as she removed her boots. She found her oaken chest, though, and reached into it for her nightgown. By the time she had managed to dress herself in the dark, Mirren was waiting in bed.
"Why didn't the fire light, Mum?" Frey asked, settling close to Mirren's side.
Her mother drew the blankets up to their shoulders. "I'm not sure, Frey, but it's something we'll tend to tomorrow. Go to sleep, darling." Frey didn't think she would ever be able to sleep that night. She lay awake for a long while, eyes open to the darkness, full of thoughts and questions. Eventually, though, she drifted off, and she dreamt of the Breccan again, the one she had seen dragged into their cottage weeks ago, a prisoner who had wept Mirren's name. The man with red hair, the same colour as Frey's. She was never afraid when she saw him, even though he was her enemy. She sensed he was in trouble, and that was why he was reaching out to her in her dreams. He would say her name, and then fade away before she could reply, every single time. But she didn't know who he was, or how to help him, not in the real world, and not in her dream world either. She didn't know how to save him. Jack quietly cleaned the kitchen in the dark. With Frey and Mirren retired to bed, he could finally let down his guard. He sighed as he sat at the kitchen table, buried his face in his hands, and wondered what he was supposed to do about the fire. Without it, they would slowly die. They would have no choice but to leave this cottage and croft, and he knew Mirren would refuse because of the loom. It was her livelihood, and she wouldn't abandon it. But Jack also knew it wasn't the wood or the kindling or even the flint that was causing problems. It was fire itself, and it angered him to know whatever fire spirit guarded his mother's hearth had turned malevolent, refusing to ignite. He stood up from the table and felt his way to his bedroom. The shutters were still open, and he could see the night sky beyond the hills. The stars had gathered like crystals spilled across dark wool, and the moon was rising behind a wisp of clouds. Jack stood at his desk, wondering if he could continue his composition by celestial light, but he could hardly see the notes he had inked earlier. He should go to sleep then. What else was there to do in the dark? He started to unfasten his boots and reached out for the bed, then felt Lorna's harp resting on the quilt. He inadvertently touched one of the strings. It hummed in response, eager to sing, and Jack felt something rouse in him, like cold embers flaring beneath breath. He froze, his mind racing. The desire to play and sing had fallen dormant over the past few weeks. Adira had called music his first love, and now it was stirring again inside him, like a flower blooming beneath frost. He had known it would return to him eventually, but he had predicted that he would have to reach the point where not making music had become unbearable before he surrendered. Then he would have no choice but to crack open his own stubborn bones to find the music there, gleaming in his marrow. Jack hesitated only for a moment before giving in to the music. He wrapped his fingers around the harp's wood frame and carried it out the back door. He found the place where he had last sung and played. A gentle piece of ground with a view of the river and the eighth wood. He sat in the starlit grass with his face toward the west. It was here that Jack had played his harp until his nails tore and bled. He had played until his voice was frayed and his heart felt molten as gold over fire. He had summoned the river and the woods and the Arena flower to bring Murray back to him, Frey bound in his arms. And the spirits had answered and done as Jack bid. It was a heady power, and one that he had privately revelled in. But it wasn't power that he wanted that night. He stared into the eighth wood shadows as he brought Lorna's harp to his chest, slipping its leather strap over his shoulder. He felt like he was embracing a stranger, but he knew that the instrument would soon warm to him, as he would warm to it in return. They would find a rhythm and a balance as they learned each other's quirks and secrets and tendencies. He just needed to play it. Jack placed his fingers on the strings, but he didn't pluck notes from them, not yet. He had written to her again, as Torin had requested. He had sent his letter with a raven the day before, but Adira had yet to reply. Jack was irritated, worried, annoyed, overwhelmed by her silence. He wanted to believe that he would know if something had harmed her, even with the distance between them. He was her other half, and he was bound to her as she was to him. But perhaps Jack had sung too many ballads of everlasting love and fated partners. Perhaps love made one foolish and weak. He let himself sink into that weakness as he remembered swimming with her in the sea, singing for the spirits at her side. He remembered the drawl of her voice as she dubbed him her old menace, how moon thistles braided into her hair had complemented her sharp beauty, how she had bent a knee to him once, her proposal succinct and yet endearing, the way she had smiled at him during their hand-fasting. He remembered the taste of her mouth, the softness of her skin, the rhythm of her breaths, the way their bodies had met and aligned as they came together in her bed, the words he had spoken to her, vulnerable and bare and limned with light. He plucked a string. It rang out bright as the stars above him. He felt the note echo in his chest. He coaxed another forward and listened as it took to the open air, sweet and warm now, sunlight spun during night. "If I am weak for wanting you, then let me embrace that weakness and make it my strength," he said, his gaze fixed on the west. "And if you must haunt me, then let me haunt you in return." Jack began to play. The eastern wind blew at his back, tangling his hair, and he closed his eyes. The music began to unfold in his hands, intrinsic and spontaneous. It was a song he discovered as he went, and he allowed himself the freedom to relinquish the fears, the worries, the uncertainties he had been carrying, to let go and simply breathe the notes, to melt into the fire of his music. He didn't sing for the Isle, or for himself. He sang for what had been and what could still be. He sang for Adaira. Chapter 6. Adira stepped into the Breccans' hall with jewels woven into her hair and what felt like ice gleaming at her fingertips. It was the poison in her blood, making her feel cold. She curled her hands into fists until she felt the nails bite crescent moons into her palms, reassuring herself that she wasn't made of frost. She had swallowed the poison because she wanted to attend this dinner and meet the nobility. She wanted to listen to their conversations and show that she had a place at their table. But Adira also couldn't ignore the twinge of apprehension she felt when she thought about Innes and a potential raid. If the Breccans were already growing hungry in high summer, resorting to stealing and murdering each other, their desperation would only grow worse come autumn and winter. Eventually, Innes might bend and bless a raid. If she did that, Adira's place in the west would feel precarious. A raid would put Torin in a dangerous position as well, forcing him to choose whether to kill the Breccans who trespassed or not, whether to demand restitution or let it be. Adira worried that a raid would plunge the Isle into war. But if she was at the table, staring Innes in the eye, Adira thought the laird might not be so inclined to approve of the raiding. Her heartbeat was slow, far too slow. She could feel the pulse in her throat, like salt crackling in her veins, and she wondered if the vessel in her chest would cease pumping altogether the moment she sat at the table, if she would breathe her last at this treacherous dinner. The faltering rhythm of her pulse made her feel both heady and languid. Strangely, there was no fear lurking within her, even though she knew she should be feeling the sharp edge of it. This was her first time in the hall, which she had expected to be a dingy, wood-smoked room with narrow windows and haze strewn over its muddy floors. She had expected an untamed place, whittled down by the elements and stained with old blood. What met her then nearly stole the shallow breath in her lungs. The pillars were hewn from wood and carved to resemble mighty rowan trees. Their branches formed an intricate arbour over the highest point of the ceiling, and chains of red gemstones and iron chandeliers dripped from them. Hundreds of candles burned from above, their wax melting into stalactites. The stone floor was polished so fine that Adira could see her reflection in it. The windows, arched along the walls, were made of mullioned glass patterned to mimic the arena flower, 4 red petals dusted with gold. Adira could only wonder how the sunlight would look burning brightly through such glass. She slowed her pace, letting her attention drift to the centre of the room where the long table was set for the feast. The thanes and their heirs were already present and sat in their appointed chairs. The hall hummed like a hive with their conversations, punctured by clinks of silverware and goblets. Adira stopped between 2 of the ruined pillars. She was late. The feast had already begun, even though Adira had arrived exactly when Innes had told her to. She knew her heart should be racing now. It should be pounding, but instead it was barely beating. The ice branched through her veins as the aethin continued to eat its way through her. Adira stayed in the shadows, observing the Breccans. No one had noticed her entrance, except for the guards stationed at the doors, but they had been as unmoving as statues and only silently watched her. Adira took a moment to let her eyes rush over the nobles, some of whom she recognised and some of whom she had never seen. At last, she found her mother sitting at the head of the table. Adira almost didn't recognise her. Innes wore a black dress shot through with gold-threaded moons. The neckline was cut square, displaying the interlocking woad tattoos that danced across her chest. A net of blue jewels was draped over her white blonde hair, which hung loose and long, brushed into a waterfall down her back. Adira took 2 full breaths before Innes felt the draw of her stare. The laird's gaze flickered to the threshold, her eyes shining with firelight and boredom, as if all her thanes were full of predictable stories. But they narrowed when she saw Adira waiting in the shadows. "You deceived me," Adira wanted to hiss at her. "You have made me look a fool, arriving late to a dinner I poisoned myself for." She was sick of the tests and the challenges and the meddling. She was sick of doing everything Innes and David asked of her. She had made it nearly 5 weeks in their holding unscathed, but she was exhausted. Adira took hold of the thick blue fabric of her dress, sewn with tiny silver stars, and was about to turn her back on Innes and leave when the laird rose. The high-backed chair scraped loudly on the floor with her abrupt motion, capturing the noble's attention. Conversations died in mid-sentence as the thanes gaped at Innes, wholly unaware of what had interrupted their dinner, until the laird held out her hand. "My daughter, Cora," she said. Her voice was deep and smoky, as if she had spoken such a name 100 times, and perhaps she had. Perhaps she had breathed it into the wind, year after year, hoping Adira would hear and answer her. The hall suddenly became a cacophony of sound as the thanes rushed to rise. One by one, they stood for Adira, turning to watch her approach. She walked across the hall, taking her time. She didn't look at the men and women gathered at the table, wearing their finest raiment and glittering jewellery. She didn't even look at David, who was standing to the left of the laird. Adira kept her eyes on Innes, her mother with the jewels that burned in her hair, and the moons on her dress, and the hand she held out to her daughter. She could read Innes's mind and the hint of feral expression on her face. "This is my flesh and blood, cut from my cloth, and she is mine." Adira tried to remember if Lorna or Alistair had ever looked at her in such a protective way, as if they would carve out the heart of anyone who dared harm her. She tried to remember, but her memories of them were soft, woven with warmth and laughter and comfort. Never had Adira feared her parents in the East. She could vividly remember sitting on Alistair's lap when she was young, listening to him tell her clan stories in the evening. He had trained her to wield a sword when she had finally pestered him enough about it, and they spent countless sun-drenched hours on the training green, sparring until she had learned all the guards and could protect herself. She remembered how, as she had grown older, he would invite her into his council chamber and ask for her advice on matters, always ready to listen to her. She could recall riding the hills with Lorna until their horses were lathered and the wind had carried their laughter south. They would often sit in the grass and look out at the sea, eating lunch from their saddle packs and talking about their dreams. She remembered lying on the floor of the music turret, reading and listening as Lorna practiced on her harp, plucking notes and singing ballads that filled Adira with courage and nostalgia. The love Innes was extending was nothing like Alistair's and Lorna's. It was sharp and angular, like the blue jewels in her hair. It was fierce and possessive, built from bloodlines and traditions, and a wound that still ached after 23 years. And yet Adira was relieved to finally behold and understand it, to know that affection gleamed within Innes. It was as though the harshness of the wind had carved her down into a spear that could strike but also defend unto death. To be loved by Innes was to dwell behind her shield in a land where thanes poisoned daughters. Adira suddenly realised she held far more power here than she had dared to believe. The cold-hearted laird of the West might be desperate to earn her love in return, uncertain if it were even a possibility after so much time and distance. She also realised that Innes had asked her to arrive late for no other reason than to give her an entrance that would unsettle the thanes, who now had food in their teeth and wine swimming in their blood. A sly but brilliant move. Adira reached the chair that awaited her at Innes's right-hand side. She sat, and then her father and the nobles followed suit. Innes was the last to resume her seat. A servant stepped forward and filled Adira's goblet with wine. She glanced at the platters that ran along the tabletop like a spine, now holding broken loaves of dark bread, roasted mutton, potatoes and carrots sprinkled with herbs, truffles and speckled mushrooms, wheels of soft cheese and jars of pickled fruit. "Help yourself, Cora," Innes murmured. Adira wasn't hungry, another side effect of the Aethan, but she filled her plate, feeling the weight of the nobles' gazes on her. They were watching her every move, and it wasn't until she had taken her first tentative bite that she understood why some of them were regarding her so shrewdly. She was sitting in the chair that had been Murray's. "Always a pleasure to see you, Cora," Rab Pierce said, lifting his goblet to her. Adira found him across the table, 3 seats down. She knew full well why he was making a point to speak to her. Most of the nobles gathered that evening had yet to see or meet her, and Rab wanted to show his advantage by calling her by name and addressing her with such familiarity. His mother, Thane Griselda, sat beside him. She wore jewels in her auburn hair and on every knuckle of her fingers, which cradled a goblet to her chest. Her expression was pinched, and her skin pale as cream, betraying how often she spent time indoors. She watched Adira eat, her hooded eyes glittering like a cat observing a mouse. Adira flexed a hand beneath the table, feeling the ice crack beneath her skin. "Indeed, Rab," she said. "I hope you've settled the trouble that was on your land yesterday." Rab was quick and replied, "You'll be pleased that I have. Perhaps we can speak more of it later." His gaze dropped to the low neckline of her dress, where her golden half-coin rested against her skin. Adira knew the Breccans wore rings to represent marriage vows. She knew they didn't wear half-coins around their necks, as some of the Tamerlaines did, but she had also made it clear to Rab that she was married and spoken for. And yet his eyes still lingered, as if he saw a challenge in the broken gold she displayed. She didn't have a chance to respond to him. Innes shifted the conversation to other matters, and Adira chose to sit and listen, trying to pick up on the dynamic of the nobles. Some spoke often, while others were silent and pensive. One of the quiet ones was David, and Adira caught his eye across the table a few times. Her father was watching her closely, his brow furrowed. Maybe he disliked her sitting in Murray's chair. She didn't have the energy to care what he thought as she sipped the wine. Her stomach was beginning to ache. Her hands were going from icy to clammy, and she wondered if the Aethan was about to finish burning through her. She almost spilled her goblet when she set it on the table. It clanked against her plate, drawing Innes's attention. "I've gathered all of you here tonight to make an announcement," the laird said suddenly, her voice rising above the others until the table froze with silence. "It has come to my attention that crime is growing again as resources become scarce, that the people under your watch are hungry, and autumn's frost is still weeks from arriving." "Are you blessing a raid, laird?" one of the thanes asked. "If so, I will lead it." Adira stiffened. She could feel the heat of Rab's stare and of his mother's. The eyes of the nobles bore into her, curious to see how she would react if her mother called a raid. "There will be no raids," Innes said, "but I am lifting the restriction on hunting. For 2 days only, you may hunt the wilds and the forests of the west. Each of your houses has the chance to kill up to 5 beasts, whether they be boars or deer, and up to 20 fowl, yet no more than that number. You will have to be shrewd and careful in deciding how the spoils are divided, and should conflict arise, you will settle it swiftly." Whispers sprouted along the tables. Adira could tell that the thanes and heirs were surprised by Innes's announcement.
"You would risk the conservation of our lands rather than let us freely take from the east?" another thane asked. "I'm not certain how wise this is, laird."
"The land has rested for months now," Innes said. "As long as you adhere to the regulations I'm enforcing, the wild should recover in time for the autumnal hunting season." She stood, bringing the feast to an end. "Go now and make your preparations. The hunt begins tomorrow at dawn." Adira rose with the others. As she made brief eye contact with Innes, she remembered the laird's instructions. "As soon as I make my announcement, return to your room." Adira began to wend her way through the hall. She was walking beneath the carved arbour of rowan branches when Rab appeared at her side, close enough to brush her arm. "Are you joining your mother on the hunt tomorrow?" he asked. Adira shifted away from him, but had no choice but to slow her pace to reply, "No, I won't be riding with her." "And why is that?" "I have no interest in the hunt." "Shouldn't you, though?" Adira sighed, reluctantly meeting Rab's gaze. "Why do you say that?" "She blames it on Murray being imprisoned by the Tamerlaines, but you are the true reason why Innes won't bless a raid," Rab said, lowering his voice. "I think many of us are beginning to wonder if you aren't part spirit after all, setting a charm on her to do what you want." Adira clenched her jaw, uncertain how to respond. "Ride with me tomorrow," Rab whispered, stepping closer. Adira refused to lean away, to give up her ground, even when she could feel his wine-stained breath coast over her face. "Prove that you are one of us after all, and not a spirit of the wind. Prove that your blood is of the west, and you have no intention to harm our clan." "I don't need to prove anything," Adira replied through her teeth. "And I don't know why you continue to chase after me when I have no interest in you." "Because you're lonely," he said softly, holding her gaze. "I can see it in your eyes. I can see it in the way you walk. You need a friend." A knot welled in Adira's heart. She hated that he was right. She hated that his perceptiveness only deepened her loneliness. "And you'll soon learn, Cora," he continued, "that this is a land full of long, cold, treacherous nights. Perhaps you won't be surprised to hear that I am lonely, just as you are." "I'm married," she said, finally giving herself the freedom to step away and let the distance swell between them. "As I have said to you before, I'm not interested in you or in what you can offer me." She began to stride away from him. "You say that now," Rab called after her. "But I promise, when the seasons begin to pass and your husband refuses to join you here, you'll change your mind." Adira turned to pin him with a cold stare. "I won't be changing my mind about you."
"Rab!"
Griselda called sharply, embarrassed by how her son was panting after Adira.
"It's time to go."
Rab sketched a polished bow before he melted into the crowd. Adira released a deep exhale, hoping her face was composed. She noticed that some of the milling nobles had observed her tense exchange with Rab, and she didn't know what to make of it, if she now appeared vulnerable and weak. There had been no scheming, deadly court to dance with in the East, and she told herself, "You've lasted 5 weeks. You can endure many more, as long as you don't lose your temper." But just before Adira departed the hall, she saw Innes, still standing at the table, watching it all, with dark, inscrutable eyes. It hit her half an hour later, when she was in her bedroom unwinding the cold blue jewels from her hair. The last ice of the 8th dose melted, and Adira began to shake. She reached out to the desk to steady herself. Her vision was blurring at the edges. Perspiration dripped down her neck as her stomach roiled again and again like a storm-churned tide. Innes had warned her of how unpleasant it would be when the first dose of the poison wore off. It would get a little easier the more she imbibed it, but only if she could hold the contents down. "Spirits," Adira whispered, gripping her abdomen. She closed her eyes and trembled, her skin shining with sweat. The fire burning in the hearth was making everything far too warm, and she made her way to the nearest window. Her hands were so damp that it took 3 attempts to unlock the leaded glass, but it finally swung open, and cool air began to waft into the chamber. She closed her eyes, trying to distract herself from the pain that tore through her like a claw. It soon took her to the floor. Adira bared her teeth and strangled a scream as she writhed on the rug. "You will think you are dying," Innes had said to her earlier. "You will think that I fooled you into taking a lethal dose. But the pain will pass quickly if you can hold it down and withstand the brunt of it." "I can't," Adira wept as she began to crawl to her chamber pot. "I can't do this." Her arms gave out before she could reach the bureau where the pot was stored. She lay face down on the floor, fighting the pain until every fibre of her body was strung so tight that she felt like her muscles and veins would snap within her. She dug her fingernails into the rug, into her hair. She tried to distract herself from the agony that burned through her body, but Adira had never felt so weak and helpless before. She touched her neck and found the half-coin. It was like an anchor, and she closed her fingers around the coin's golden edge, feeling it cut into her palm. She thought of Jack, until thinking about him was nearly as unbearable as the pain, and started to drag herself forward. But through the roar of her pulse and the din of her memories, she heard it, a very faint thread of music. Adira stilled. Bowed over on the floor, she fixed her attention on the sound. It was a harp, playing faintly in the distance. The music grew stronger, louder, carried on the wind that sighed into her bedroom. Who would dare to play in the West? She wondered if she was hallucinating. She wondered if she was dying. And then he began to sing. "Jack," Adira whispered, at first so overwhelmed by the sound of his voice that she couldn't discern the words he sang. But her blood stirred to his music. She drank in his voice, the notes he gave to her, and soon the overwhelming tension in her body began to ease. She closed her eyes, lay on her back, and listened to Jack sing of what had been, of what could still be. She breathed when he did. Her chest rose and fell with his notes until they felt knitted into her lungs, holding her steady. She envisioned him sitting on a hill in the dark, illumined by constellations, his face to the west. And when it ended, when his voice and his music faded into silence, Adira opened her eyes. The last cramps in her body were subsiding. She stared up at the ceiling, watching the shadows dance as she continued to breathe slowly and deeply. She was about to drift off to sleep when a peal of thunder shook the castle. The stones rumbled beneath her, and the pitcher and wash basin rattled on the side table. The wardrobe doors swung open, books and candlesticks vibrated on the mantel. The fire nearly died in the hearth. Lightning flashed erratically as the wind began to howl. The temperature plummeted as though summer had crumbled into winter, and Adira shivered on the floor as rain began to pelt the window. The storm that broke was perhaps one of the most vicious she had ever experienced. It was fear that dragged her up to her unsteady feet and made her hurry to latch the window before the wind tore it from its hinges. She saw that the gale had cracked the glass. Thunder boomed again, shaking the fortress to its roots. Adira backed away from the window, her heart in her throat, as the lightning split the darkness like tree roots, claiming every corner of the sky. The backs of her knees found the bed, and she sat. She watched, blinking the blurriness from her eyes as the storm continued to rage. Her memories drew her back in time. She had been this afraid once before, on the ledge of Tilting Thorn. Bane had materialized, furious at Jack for singing. The storm he had wrought as punishment had been a terrifying experience, but she hadn't been alone. Jack had been with her. His fingers had been laced through her own. "You're lonely. I can see it in your eyes. I can see it in the way you walk." Rab's voice was the last one Adira wanted to hear, but his words reverberated through her, striking her weak points. She drew her knees to her chest, wondering who she was becoming. She tried to see herself in a month, in a year, through springs and summers, autumns and winters, through rain, drought, famine, plenty. Would she grow old here, living out her days as a hollow shell of who she had been? What was her true place among the Breccans? As hard as she tried, she couldn't see the path she wanted to forge. But perhaps that was because she still didn't know where she belonged. "Cora?" She gingerly rose to answer the knock on the door and found Innes waiting in the corridor. Adira must have looked worse than she realised, because her mother stepped inside and shut the door, concern shining in her eyes. "Don't worry," Adira said in a strange tone, a voice that sounded old and defeated, one she didn't recognise. "I held it down." Innes was silent for a moment, but then she reached out her hand, caressing the damp waves of Adira's hair. "Come sit," the laird said. Wearily, Adira sat in a plush chair by the hearth. She was astonished when Innes began to gently remove the remaining jewels from her hair, setting them in the wooden box they had been delivered in earlier that day. They weren't sapphires, but they were beautiful all the same. Small yet fierce stones, glittering like ice. Adira was wondering where they came from, if the jewels hid in western mines, when the laird began to brush the tangles from her hair. It made her think of Lorna, and all the evenings she had done the very same. Adira clenched her eyes shut, forcing the tears to dissolve beneath her lashes. She hoped Innes didn't notice. "You said the other doses will get easier," she whispered as a distraction. "Yes. Do you want to keep taking them?" Adira was quiet as Innes continued to brush her hair into silk. She thought it very possible that Innes would have blessed a raid if Adira hadn't been present at dinner. There were many facets of her blood-mother that she didn't fully understand, and Adira sighed. "Yes." She fell quiet, listening to the storm. Then she asked, "How old was my sister when she died?" Innes paused. When she spoke, her voice was raspy. "Skye was 12. Adira envisioned her sister, long blonde hair and bright blue eyes, a girl who was on the verge of becoming a woman, writhing on the floor as she succumbed to a slow, painful death. Innes on her knees, helplessly watching and holding her until the end came. Another peal of thunder shook the walls. "Will the nobles be able to hunt tomorrow if it's storming?" Adira asked. "It will make things very difficult." Innes set down the brush. "And it cannot happen again, Cora." Adira stiffened. "You heard him play?" "Yes. His music has provoked this storm, and there's no telling how long it will now last." Innes walked across the room, opening the wardrobe to find a clean chemise. She laid it over the foot of the bed. "I don't understand why the West is suffering if Jack was playing in the East," Adira said. "It was a mere play of the wind that brought the notes here." "I'll tell you what my grandmother once told me," Innes replied. "Music in the west upsets the northern wind. The spirits are drawn to a harp when it's in the right hands, and the songs can make them stronger or weaker, depending on the intent behind the bard's ballad. A bard could sing them to sleep, or compel them to war against themselves. Given the curse of the clan line, I imagine there is a steep cost to a bard when they sing for the spirits in the east. But in the west, it makes a bard incredibly powerful. There are no checks upon the bard, and so the northern wind has become that boundary, driven by the fear that the spirits could be controlled by a mortal." Adira was quiet, but she thought about all the times Jack had suffered when he sang for the folk. The aches and pains he felt, the blood that often flowed from his nose, the way his fingernails would split and his voice would turn hoarse. He could play for only so long before the magic debilitated him. But after listening to Innes's explanation, Adira couldn't resist imagining Jack singing in the west, hearing him play to the spirits at no cost to his body. She shivered, unable to hide the warmth that coursed through her. "The Breccan clan has survived this long under the northern wind's constant watch," Innes continued, "but only because we fear and heed it, and have locked away our music and our instruments. And I have not reigned this long only to turn foolish and challenge Bane when my winter stores are running low and my people are hungry. That is why your bard must not sing for you again, even if he is in the east, nor must he come here with any intent to play. Do you understand, Cora?" Adira thought of the last time she had seen Jack, the last time she had spoken to him. Sometimes she relived that blistered moment in her dreams, only to wake curled up on her side, weeping into the darkness. She had loved him enough to let him go, and yet she did not feel stronger for it, not when she realized her decision had been fueled by fear. She had often imagined what her life would be like if she had let Jack accompany her into the west. He would be stripped of his music, forbidden to play. He would be in a land teeming with enemies, first because of what he was, and then because of whose blood ran through his veins. He would be separated from his mother and sister, who he had just reunited with in the east. And Adira, who had been crushed by her first love and still carried deep wounds from it, hadn't been able to see Jack being happy with her. Not if the price was giving up the essence of who he was. Eventually, he would want to leave. He would leave her, as all the people she loved inevitably did. But the words he had sung to her earlier that night, words that had drifted over a dark expanse of kilometres. He longed for her, even after she had put such a distance between them, even with all her fears and mistakes and scars. He still wanted her. "I'll write to him," Adira said quietly. Chapter 7. Jack didn't see Adira's letter until sunrise, when he was walking through the kail-yard. The fire still refused to burn in the hearth that morning, and he was weary from a night laden with strange dreams when he saw the raven perched outside his window, patiently waiting at the shutters. Wondering how long the raven had been there, Jack approached the bird. As soon as he retrieved the pouch fastened to its breast, the bird took off with a caw and a flap of iridescent wings. Jack opened the leather flap, which was beaded with rain, and withdrew a crinkled letter. He recognized Adira's handwriting on the front, where she had spelled his name in big, flourishing letters. He was about to break the seal, but paused when he noticed something strange. There was a slight red stain beneath the circle of wax, almost as if a previous seal on the letter had been removed and replaced with this one. Chills swept through him. Surely not, he thought, as he carefully opened the letter. Yes, he could tell there was a scratch on the parchment. Someone had removed the first seal and tried to replicate it with a second. His heart was pounding as he read, "My old menace. I hate to be the bearer of wonderfully bad news, but I fear to tell you that the song you played for me last night was carried on the wind, making its way into the west. Can I even begin to tell you how much I savoured the sound of your voice? I don't think I can, so read between the lines of this letter and imagine it. Regretfully, due to the storm your music roused, I must now ask you to please refrain from singing for me, or doing so in a way that would cross the clan line. I realise this letter might be alarming, but please don't let it distress you. I am doing well, finding my place here more and more with each passing day. I've been busy, as I mentioned to you in past letters, and I apologise again if my correspondence is lacking. Of course, I miss you, and am, yes, quite selfishly, pleased to know at the very least, storms aside, that you are singing and playing again. Give my love to Mirren and Frey. A. Jack could hardly breathe. She had heard his music. The eastern wind had carried his voice, his notes, over the clan line. He glanced upwards and fixed his gaze on the western sky, which looked darkened by storm. The Breccan territory was known to be a grey land, heavily sheltered by clouds. But Jack was worried now, worried that he might have caused trouble for Adira. He reread her letter and studied the strange seal again. A suspicion was creeping over him, and he couldn't shake it off. It drew him back into the dim, fireless cottage where Mirren was weaving in the shadows, patiently waiting for sunlight to spill in through the windows to fully light her loom, and Frey was still sleeping. Jack merely nodded to his mother and slipped into his bedroom, where he found Adira's 2 other letters tucked into the leaves of a book. He studied them closely and saw similarities between all 3 wax seals. It wasn't as noticeable on her first letter, but it was on the second. Bastards. The Breccans were reading her letters, which meant they were most likely also reading the ones Jack wrote to her. Or perhaps he shouldn't have been surprised by this notion, but he was. As her husband, he had expected, at the very least, the courtesy of privacy when it came to their correspondence. He skimmed all 3 of her letters again, this time seeing things he hadn't before. By instructing him to read between the lines of this letter, she had made them obvious. "Quite subtle of you, Adira," he murmured, but his face flushed. He hated that it had taken him so long to realise it. As he sat at his desk, Jack wondered if the 2 of them could communicate in code. He pushed aside his composition for the orchard and found a blank piece of parchment. He opened his inkwell, found his quill, its nib almost worn down, and wrote, "Dear Adira, duly noted. And you're correct, not surprisingly, to say that your letter caught me off guard. But let me add this. The last thing I ever wanted was to cause trouble for you and the West. My sincerest apologies that I didn't consider this a possibility. But I see it as well as know it now. I will do what I can from here to rectify my mistake. Also, I'm glad to hear that all is well with you, and I hope to hear from you soon. Your one and only, O.M. P.S. I did imagine your reaction between the lines. You can imagine mine now. P.P.S. Forgot to add that Mirren and Frey send their love." Jack reached for his wax pourer, only to remember there was no fire to heat it. He leaned back, raking his hands through his hair with a huff of annoyance. Who were their closest neighbours? The Elliots, if the hill spirits didn't play mischief and tack on a few more kilometres. Jack imagined asking to borrow a flame from them and thought how ridiculous that sounded. But then he wondered if maybe other eastern hearths had gone dark last night. He gathered up his letter, struck by an idea. There was someone besides the Elliots he needed to visit. Sidra was crushing a medley of herbs with her pestle and mortar, a pot of oats bubbling over the fire, when she heard the dog bark. She had learned the different sounds Yer made, and this one meant someone was at the gate. She set down the pestle and quietly strode to the door, cracking it open to find Jack standing on the killyard path, his gaze cautiously set on Yer. "Hush, Yer," Sidra said to her dog. "It's all right. He's a friend." The black and white collie whined, but sat, allowing Jack to step closer. "You're here early," Cedra remarked. Jack smiled, but he seemed flustered. "Sorry, I should have thought about that. I hope I didn't wake you or Torin, but I needed a flame and to show you something important." "A flame?" Sidra was intrigued, welcoming Jack inside. No, Torin is already at the castle for the day. Maisie is asleep, though, so if you could keep your voice low. Jack nodded and stepped over the threshold. Sidra latched the door and offered him a seat at the kitchen table, pushing bundles of herbs aside. Can I get you anything to eat or drink, Jack? I've got porridge on the fire, as well as a kettle for tea. No, but thank you, Cedra. Just a flame and your wax seal. When she gaped at him, he held up a letter. For Adira, he clarified. Cedra shut her mouth and quietly stole into the bedroom to fetch the waxen seal from her desk. Maisie was still sprawled in the middle of the bed, sleeping in a tangle of blankets, and Cedra glanced at her daughter before returning to the common room. Dare I ask what's happened? She said, watching as Jack began to warm wax over a candle flame. Yes, he said. The fire has died in Mirren's hearth, to begin with. Cidra's heart stuttered. What? She listened as Jack recounted the previous night, as well as that morning, how nothing would light, not kindling or wood or peat, not even the candles. That is troubling news, Sidra said, but her attention was quickly caught by Jack's disastrous letter-sealing skills. And that is quite a bit of wax you're using. Aye, he said vibrantly, and good luck to the bastard who opens this first. Sidra lowered herself to a chair, watching as Jack pressed the Tamerlaine seal into the huge mound of wax. They're reading Adira's post, she drawled in disbelief. Yes, Jack replied, and I should have realised it sooner. All of us should have. Tell Torin not to write anything sensitive in his letters, because the Breccans are reading it. How do you know this, Jack? Jack explained, showing the wax stain on Adira's recent letter, which he had brought with him. They remove her seal, or ours, read the letter, and reseal it. I can't even think of a word to say. Despicable, Jack offered. Yes, Sidra hissed. Poor Addie. Do you think... She's all right, but now it makes sense why her letters have been few and far between. The kettle began to hiss on the hearth. Sidra made to rise, but felt a sharp twinge in her left foot. It was so unexpected that she almost lost her balance, and Jack quickly stood, hand outstretched to catch her. I'm fine, she said, waving away his concern. Here, do you want a cup of tea before you go? No, but thank you for the wax and the flame, Jack said. I also came here to ask you for a tonic or two. What for? Sidra asked, removing the kettle from the iron hook. Jack was quiet for a beat, drawing her attention. He was gazing down at the letter in his hand, with its blob of a seal, but when he glanced up once more, a faint smile was on his lips. I'm going to sing for the spirits again. Sidra waited until Jack had departed, and the cottage was quiet once more. Exhausted, she sat down in the chair that Donella had once haunted when the ghost had paid her seasonal visits. She poured herself a cup of tea and watched the steam rise in the morning light. You're procrastinating. She sighed and unlaced her boot, letting it slip from her foot. She reached for her stocking, drawing it down her leg. There were any number of reasons why her foot had emitted that sharp ache, and she wanted to reassure herself, to brush away her worries. There had been nothing to see that morning when she dressed. She knew, because she'd been keeping a close eye on it. With the stocking peeled away, Sidra stared down at the curve of her foot, then blinked, shock tangling like briars in her chest. There was a small spot that could nearly pass for a bruise, but wasn't. A mottled touch of purple and gold on her heel. Blight was seeping beneath her olive-toned skin. Cedra drew the stocking back onto her foot. Chapter 8. Adaira had never seen such a sad, dismal library. She stood before the bare shelves, sifting through the scant collection of tattered books. Pages were torn and stained, ink was smudged, and the spines were cracked, barely holding on by their threads. She paused, gently leafing through one of the books, but she didn't feel like reading. Her temples still throbbed faintly from the Athen dosage, and her vision remained blurred around the edges. "I thought I would find you here." She turned, not at all surprised to see her father standing before one of the rain-streaked windows, a tall silhouette against the stormlight. With Innes away for the next 2 days, hunting with the nobility, Adaira had expected David to keep an eye on her. "How are you feeling today?" he asked. "I'm fine," she replied. She set the book back on the shelf. "Do Breccans borrow books from this library only to keep them?" "You are disappointed with our collection." Adira chewed on her lip, glancing around at the bareness. "I can't seem to find what I'm looking for." "That's because you are in the old library." "There's another." He only inclined his head, a quiet invitation, before he walked away. Adira followed him through the stone-carved aisles, staring at his fawn-brown hair, brushed long and loose beneath the silver circlet on his brow. He was dressed in a blue tunic and armour, a leather breastplate with fine stitching, vambraces on his forearms, boots that gleamed with enchanted stealth threads, the gloves he never took off his hands. A sword was sheathed at his side, as if he'd been heading to the armoury before taking a detour to the library. He stopped in the shadow of a door made of pale, radiant wood. Adira said, "This door is locked. I've already tried it." "Of course it's locked," David replied in a wry tone, as if he were amused that she had attempted to pass through it. "Give me your hand." She hesitated at first, but she was curious. Adira stretched out her hand. She didn't flinch when David withdrew his dirk. She bit her tongue when he nicked her fingertip, her blood welling bright as a ruby. "Now, touch the door," he said. She shivered, but laid her hand upon the wood, letting it taste her blood. It unlocked, swinging open with a creak. Adira stared at the chamber within, a room full of books and scrolls and candles. Before that moment, she hadn't given much thought to the mortal forged enchantments that might hide within the Breccan fortress, because such things had been non-existent in the East. Now it felt like her father had just shared a secret with her, much as Innes had done with the burrow. Another measure of trust and freedom, and one that she yearned for, to move through the castle and open doors that she had once believed locked to her. "The new library," David said, seeming to sense the deep eddy of her thoughts. Adira glanced up at him. He wasn't smiling, but she was startled for a moment to see that his hazel eyes were alight with mirth, as if she had caught a reflection of herself within him. She passed over the threshold. She was greeted by the scent of old parchment and leather, iron candelabras and beeswax candles, wine-dark ink and cedar wood. This room was not as big as the other library, but it didn't feel as ancient either. Adira walked the aisles, noticing that the shelves were hewn from wood that held a faint gleam. "An enchanted library?" she asked. "In some ways," David replied. "This castle was built long before the clan line was formed, when magic began to flow freely from our hands and craft. But the shelves are much younger, cut by an enchanted axe. Lay your hand upon one and tell it what you are looking for. If the library holds such a book, it will show you." Adira stopped before one shelf, wondering if she dared utter what she wanted. It was dangerous to expose such things, but ever since her conversation with Innes the night before, it was all Adira could mull over. "We have locked away our music and our instruments," which meant they hadn't been destroyed, but they were still somewhere in the west. And that made Adira believe that the Breccans still harboured a shred of hope, that they longed for those days in the past when music had filled their halls, when they hadn't bowed in fear to the wind. There also was more to what Innes had shared with her, whether the laird knew the truth or not. Adira traced the wooden shelf, letting her fingers linger upon it. "I'm looking for a book of music," she whispered. "I'm looking for records of the last bard of the West." Only silence answered her. She let her hand fall away, then turned when David approached her. "You won't find any books like that here," he said. He didn't sound angry or annoyed, as Adira half expected him to be. He sounded weary and sad.
Why? Surely the Breccans once had a bard, someone to hold the history and stories of your people.
We did, and he caused a terrible amount of trouble for the clan, David replied. Instead of playing to strengthen the people, he played to gain more power for himself. Instead of playing to make harmony among the spirits, he played to command them. It didn't take long for the fire to grow weak, the crops to fail, the tides to flood, and the wind to become far harsher than it should.
How long ago was this?
Adira asked. When Joan Tamerlaine crossed into the west to marry Fingal Breccan, David said. That is when all the problems began. A legend I'm sure you know well. Adira did, although the tale she had been told was most likely different from the one David had heard. She had been fed the Eastern version, which painted Joan as a selfless woman who bound herself to the Breccan lair to secure peace for the Isle. But Fingal had wanted her only for her beauty and never had any intention to cease his violent raids on the east. Joan and Fingal had quarrelled and killed each other in the thick of Cadence, spilling each other's blood as they died entwined, both full of hatred and spite. Their enmity had created the clan line, a magical boundary that separated the west from the east and the spirits of the Isle, and their magic had been greatly affected by it.
Yes, I know the legend,
Adira said. Dwelling on Joan reminded her of the broken book Maisie had given her. It was missing its second half, but was full of handwritten legends and stories. The book had once belonged to Joan, and Adira suddenly wondered, is the missing half here in the Breccans' library? Perhaps Joan had left it behind when she attempted to flee to the east. Adira laid her hand upon the shelf.
I would like the second half of Joan's journal.
Again, the shelves remained quiet, no rustle of movement or flicker of magic. She sighed.
Some enchantment. I'm not entirely sure you've been forthright with me.
You merely ask for things we don't have, David said, and then he shocked her by abruptly saying, Did the Eastern Laird teach you how to handle a sword?
Yes, of course he did,
Adira answered, inevitably thinking of Alistair.
Why do you ask me that?
I would like to measure your skills, he said, turning to the doorway, to see for myself how well they taught you.
In the rain?
David paused on the threshold, hands laced behind his back. You'll soon learn that if we halted our lives every time it storms, there will be little life remaining to live. We make the most of what we have here. Half an hour later, Adira had chosen a longsword from the armoury and followed David into a training ring, or she had assumed it was a training ring. Once she stood in the centre of it, she realised it was an open-air arena. Wooden stands for a vast audience surrounded them. The sand beneath her boots was riddled with ankle-deep puddles. She could feel the water begin to seep through the leather as she tripped over a mound.
What is this place?
She asked, raising her voice so David could hear her over the downpour. A place for me to test your skills, he replied, walking to the centre of the arena. Adira followed, struggling to see him in the rain. Her hair was drenched, and her clothes felt heavy and rough against her skin. She couldn't explain the disquiet she felt, or what had sparked it. The eerie, empty arena, the uneven ground she was about to spar over, the difficulty of seeing in the storm, the lingering effects of the Aethin in her blood. Have you changed your mind, Cora? David asked, sensing her reluctance. Adira came to a stop, 3 paces away from him.
No.
Then draw your sword. Her hand found the hilt. As she drew the sword from its scabbard, wielding a weapon for the first time since arriving in the West, Adira wondered if this was another test. She didn't know much about David. She had conversed with him only when she had dinner with him and Innes in their quarters, and when he delivered her letters. Letters that he read, as if he trusted neither her nor Jack, Cedra and Torin, as if she had come to live with them for no other reason than to plot the Breccans' demise. Adira felt her anger stir as she held her sword in middle guard.
"Does Innes know you've armed me?"
she asked, a touch wryly. "I never do anything without Innes knowing," David said, deeply serious. "Now, take a strike at me." Adira lunged forward, teeth clenched. She took a hard cut at David, but he moved effortlessly, as if he were part of the rain. He blocked her with his sword, and Adira stumbled back, her hands stinging from the clash. "Again," he said. Adira blinked against the water streaming down her face. Stars danced at the corners of her eyes, and her head continued to throb, but she didn't want to look weak in front of him. She soon fell into stride with the storm and the uneven ground, drawing from her memories, the lessons Alistair had once given her, Torin observing and calling out tips, warm, sun-drenched days on the training green at Castle Sloane. David blocked her cuts with ease, again and again, as if he were reading her mind, knowing her actions before she took them. It became infuriating. Adira couldn't even make him flinch. She couldn't provoke him to strike back. Their sparring was simply her cutting and him blocking, and she began to strike at him with harder cuts, her feet digging a trench around him in the sand. "You're striking me in anger," David finally said. "Why?" Adira stepped back. Her lungs were burning, her arms trembling. She stared at David through the wash of rain and tried to read his expression, but his face was like stone. She sought to measure her anger, but its roots ran deep within her. Anger at David for letting Innes give her up, for holding a small, weakly child spun from his own blood and breath and believing she was better off in another realm, for not fighting for her. And yet, if he hadn't given her up, Adira would have never known the Tamerlaines, Lorna and Alistair, who had loved her as their own, but lied to her, Torin and Sidra and Maisie, Jack, who would have never been born had the Breccans not handed her over to the keeper of the Eighth Wood. Her emotions suddenly felt tangled, her chest small and cracked. But the only words she could find to say to him were, "You're reading my letters!" David was quiet. Adira could tell she had caught him off guard. "You think it wrong of me," he finally stated. "As a laird's consort, no," Adira replied. "But as a father, yes." This time when she cut her sword at him, he moved. He blocked and lunged, forcing her into a short guard to protect herself. They fell into a stilted dance of a spar, kicking up clumps of sand and splashing through small streams. If this had happened a week earlier, Adira might have felt a thread of fear that David had brought her to the arena with the intention to test more than her skills. But she realised now that he was giving her a way to channel her fury and the hurt that lurked beneath it. He was letting her unleash her anger on him, as if he knew the two of them couldn't move forward without this altercation. She bared her teeth, catching him by surprise with a feint to the left. His block was slow. He winced as if in pain, and Adira reacted without thinking. Her sword grazed his side. If she had pushed any harder, the sword would have pierced him. David grunted and swung around with such speed that Adira couldn't parry his blade. It struck her upper arm, slicing through her drenched sleeve. She stumbled away, dropping her sword. The fiery pain was disorienting, and the world felt like it was tilting. She grasped her arm, the blood welling between her fingers. "Damn it," David said, sheathing his sword. "Cora! Cora!" She fell to her knees. She felt like she was sinking in a bog, and she gasped for breath, tasting the brine of the rain. Her blood felt cold, crackling with frost. Had his sword been enchanted? She hadn't noticed radiance in the steel, but perhaps she had missed it in the storm. When she drew her hand away from her wound, she saw that the blood had beaded on her skin. It looked like tiny red jewels, slowly deepening to a dusky blue colour as they hardened. They glittered in her palm like chips of ice. "What is this?" she whispered, letting the gemstones tumble from her hand. "Cora, look at me." A man stood before her, in sharp relief against the grey rain. It was Alistair, reaching down to steady her. "Father?" she breathed. Hope crushed the last air from her lungs as she plunged into darkness. She was lying on a bench when she came to, staring up at a shadowed ceiling. The air smelled like crushed herbs, stringent salves, honey and black tea. For a moment, Adira thought she might be in Sidra's house, and her heart twisted in her chest when her memories flooded back. She was in the west. She had been sparring with David in the rain. Her blood had spilled like gemstones through her fingers. Adira turned her head, blinking into the candlelight. David was sitting on a stool before a battered work table. Shelves lined the stone wall before him, crowded with glass jars and earthenware vessels, pestles and mortars, clusters of dried herbs. He must have felt her gaze, because he turned to look at her. "Did I faint?" she asked, mortified. "Yes. Do you want to sit up?" She nodded, allowing him to help ease her forward. Her vision swam for a moment, but she blinked until she felt steady. "I don't understand what happened," she said. "I've never fainted at the sight of blood." "You should have told me you were still feeling the effects of the Aeson," he gently chided. Adira licked her dry lips. When David handed her a cup of water, she saw the small blue jewels gleaming on the tabletop. "I thought your sword was enchanted," she said. "No, the poison was still in your blood." He took one of the jewels between his gloved fingertips, holding it up to the light before setting it on her palm. Adira studied it, realizing the jewel was similar to the gemstones she had worn in her hair at the Thane's dinner, the same jewels Innes had been wearing in hers. "Whose blood was in my hair last night?" she asked in a wavering tone. "It belonged to the Thane who murdered your sister," David answered. "I still don't understand." "Aethon is a flower that grows here," he said, refilling her cup with water after she drained it. "It blooms only in the most perilous of places, which makes it deadly to harvest. But if one does survive in obtaining it, then the true strength of the flower comes forth, and it creates a poison that settles in the blood like ice. It slows the heart, the mind, the soul. In heavy doses, it is lethal, and there is no antidote to counter it. In lighter doses, one builds up a tolerance to it, or it can be used to punish one's enemies. Either way, it turns shed blood into blue jewels, and many of the nobles wear these stones as jewelry to display their ruthlessness." Adira continued to gaze at the jewel in her hand. It was tiny, not nearly the size of the ones she had worn in her hair. The blood of the man who had killed Skye. "I take it the higher the dose, the larger the jewels," she said. David paused for a moment before saying, "Yes, as your blood foretold in the arena, you have only a trace left in your body." "When you pricked my finger earlier to unlock the door," Adira began, meeting David's gaze, "why didn't it turn into a jewel then?" "Because the door accepted your blood before it could," he answered simply. She stifled a shiver. Her clothes were still damp from the rain, and she could feel the gritty sand that had worked its way into her boots. She wanted to bathe in the warm cistern, to wash away the past hour. But when she set the cup aside, a sharp pain flickered through her arm. Adira pushed up her sleeve. A long, thin wound wrapped around her upper arm, but tightly woven stitches had brought her skin back together. She traced them, feeling the ridges and the dull ache they inspired. "I'm sorry," David said hoarsely. "I never meant to hurt you." Adira let her sleeve fall. She was almost afraid to look at him because she could hear the layers of his apology. "I'm sorry for breaking your skin. I'm sorry for reading your post. I'm sorry for abandoning you to the spirits. I'm sorry I let you go without a fight." She could feel the raw edges of her heart. She could still see Alistair reaching down to draw her up from the ground, from her pain and her confusion. Only it had never been him. It had been nothing more than a poison-addled mirage. She had seen what she wanted in that moment. She cleared her throat and drawled, "Are you afraid of what Innes will do when she finds out you scratched me?" David laughed, a sound so rich and warm it startled Adira, but she soon smiled, unable to resist. "Yes, Innes will be very displeased with me," he said, reaching for a swath of linen on the table. "I will be paying my penance for a while. Here, let me see your arm." Adira drew up the sleeve again and watched as David carefully dabbed a honey salve over the stitches. "You're a healer," she stated. "Yes, that surprises you." Adira bit her lip, gazing at the leather gloves he wore, as if he didn't want to touch others. "A little, yes." He began to wind her upper arm with the linen. "It's how I fell in love with Innes." "That sounds like the making of a ballad," Adira said. A corner of David's mouth lifted, but he suppressed the smile. "Innes was the third child of the laird, the youngest. She felt as if she had much to prove to be chosen as the next ruler of the West, so she was constantly training, pushing her body to be faster and stronger than her brothers. She was constantly sparring until whatever weapon she chose to wield became a part of her." He paused as he finished bandaging Adira's arm. "As you might imagine, she garnered quite a few wounds over the years. She would always come to me, asking me to heal her. And so I did, though I was angry with her for how frequently she knocked upon my door, bleeding and broken, sometimes so battered that she had to sleep in my bed so I could watch over her through the night. I was angry not because she was inconveniencing me, but because I was afraid she would one day push herself too hard and fail to show up at my door." Adira was silent, imagining this younger version of Innes. The vision roused tender and sad feelings that made her shoulders curl inward. She would always say that her wounds made her resilient, that her scars prepared her for the lairdship more than fine quarters and richly spun clothes and abundant feasts, David said, rising from the stool. "But that's enough for one day. You'll want to visit the cistern, I take it." His abrupt change of topic was jarring, but Adira sensed he was closing whatever door had just cracked open. His face looked flushed, as though he regretted speaking so openly. "Yes, that would be nice," she said. "Then I'll make arrangements for you to visit," David offered. "In the meantime, this sword is now yours." He indicated the sheathed blade propped by the door, the one Adira had chosen for their spar. It wasn't an enchanted sword, but it was still a weapon in her hands. She arched a brow. "You're officially arming me." "Is it a mistake for us to do so?" "No, but you seem to fear that I have ill intentions toward the West." David leaned against the edge of the table, arms crossed. "You speak of your post." She nodded. "If I wrote a letter to Murray," he began, "would the Eastern Laird read it? And likewise, if Murray wrote to me, which he hasn't, would the Eastern Laird read it, too, before sending it?" Adira felt the heat rising in her skin. "I don't think that's a fair comparison, given what I haven't done versus what Murray has." "That much is true, Cora. But even in the face of such truths, you cannot deny that the Breccans and the Tamerlaines have a long, bloody history, and unfortunately, you are caught between the two clans." "By no choice of my own," she said. David was silent, but Adira knew he felt the sting of her words. She stood with a sigh, thankful she felt steady. She reached for her new sword, belting it to her waist. She liked the weight of it and how reassuring it felt. It felt like power. "Whatever happened to him?" she dared to ask. "To whom?" David said. "To the man who carried me eastward." David turned away and began to clean up his work table, but a chill had fallen between them. When he finally spoke, his voice was clipped, as if the rapport they had been building had crumbled. I'm afraid I can't answer that, Cora. Dismissed, Adira left the chamber, which fed into the armory. She eventually found her way back to the winding corridors. Adira walked slowly, lost in her thoughts, and pondering what she had just learned. Her heart was heavy, until she reconsidered David's parting words to her. If he was refusing to answer her question, then chances were that Jack's father wasn't dead. He was still alive. Chapter 9. "You're certain about this, Jack?" Torin asked for the third time, pacing through the long grass. Jack glanced sidelong at him, thinking now was not the best time for doubt. Not with his new harp in hand and the sick orchard spread before them, dappled in shade. But neither could he fully fault Torin for being sceptical. Jack vividly remembered the night he had first sung for the spirits. He had struggled to believe Adira's wild claim that his music was powerful and binding enough to entice the folk to manifest. "I'm certain," he said. Blue evening shadows draped the orchard, half of which was now consumed by the blight. Radina had been sent away from the croft, and only Torin and Jack stood in the twilit yard. Even all the cats had been rounded up, which had been no simple feat. Jack eased closer to the trees to study the glittering sap. The month before, when he sang to the earth, the alder trees around him had become maidens. The pennywort had transformed into lads. Wild flowers had woven together to form a ruling lady. Stones had found their faces. So while Jack's eyes saw blighted apple trees, he also sensed that it was the maidens in the parallel realm, the spirits who dwelt in these trees, who were ill. If he could summon and draw one of the maidens from a healthy tree, then perhaps she could provide answers. "When can you begin playing?" Torin asked. "I'm ready now," Jack replied. He settled in the grass, the harp in his lap, and began to warm his fingers with a scale. "Whatever manifests, don't draw your weapon, Torin." Torin was silent, but from the corner of his eye, Jack saw the laird's hand twitch toward the hilt of his sheathed sword. Jack began to play the ballad he had penned for the plight of the orchard. He sang an invitation to the trees, sang his worship of their existence. His notes resounded in the air, settling like snow on the branches, gleaming like frost on the bark. He sensed the trees falling solemn, their shadows running long and crooked over the grass as they answered his call. A maiden with white apple blossoms in her emerald hair began to spin herself from the boughs and leaves, her face still forming from a burl, wrinkled as if she were in pain. Jack was so intent upon her transformation that he didn't see the storm blow in. He didn't feel the shift of temperature until it was too late. The northern wind blasted through the grove, slashing the last light of eventide. Jack lifted his eyes to study the dark clouds boiling overhead. A stinging rain began to fall. He knew this wind. "Should you stop?" Torin asked, sensing the danger that lurked just beyond the clouds. Jack considered stopping, but for just a breath. He had to ask himself, what sort of bard did he want to be? Would he be one who sang in defiance of the northern wind? Or would he fall prey to fear and submit to what Bane wanted, which was his eternal silence? Angry, Jack continued to play, his nails plucking music from the strings faster and faster, as if he could outplay the storm. But a strange tingling rippled over his skin. He could feel it in his teeth, a hum of warning. He had experienced this before, on a mountain top with Adira, when he had summoned the four winds without knowing the cost of such foolish bravery, when he had held Bane captive for one mesmerizing, desperate moment. Playing his music had nearly killed him that day. "Stand down, Jack!" Torin's shout was hardly discernible as the storm howled. "Stand down!" Jack pressed on, his voice rising and weaving into the wind. The clouds darkened, and the gusts grew so strong they nearly lifted him off the ground. The rain pelted his face and his hands, and yet Jack didn't stop, didn't sway, didn't bend to the northern wind. He had a moment of unexpected relief, even as the raging storm came terrifyingly close. If Bane was here, then he was no longer wreaking his havoc in the west. Adira might be standing under a blue sky, enjoying a break in the clouds. The thought fueled Jack onward as he continued to sing for the orchard, but his voice was small and weak compared to the northern wind. He drew a deep breath, filling his chest with air so cold it made him think of winter. He strummed onward, even as his nails began to weaken. The magic was eclipsing his strength. He could feel the pain surging through him. "I'm pushing myself too hard," he thought. But he had Cidra's tonics ready in his satchel, and he knew he had more to give.
"Jack! Enough! Cease this!"
Torin's order melted in the storm as the laird was blown off his feet and forced to scramble in the grass. Jack watched the dark clouds split above him, pulsing with lightning. He felt the rustle of invisible wings encircle him, taunting him. And then they withdrew, leaving him vulnerable and alone. He was one lyric away from being struck. He sensed it, felt the white heat crackle and gather around him. The hair on his arms rose. "I will not bend! I will not bend! I will not—" He surrendered. He bent. He dropped the harp and knelt. His final note died in the storm. He closed his mouth and swallowed the last of his ballad. Bane's lightning struck the closest apple tree. It was the spirit who had been transforming to answer Jack's call. The beam sliced the maiden in half, clean through her heart. The sound rent the air, and the earth shook and wept. The tang of scorched applewood permeated the grove. Smoke rose from the orchard, dancing on the wind. Jack felt the edge of his mortality. Terrified, he fell to the grass, face first. A throb of emotions knotted in his chest. He was relieved that Bane hadn't struck him. He was terrified that he had been one lyric away from being divided himself. One lyric away from being cut through his own heart. He was ashamed that he had not outlasted the northern wind, and that a tree had taken the punishment for his defiance. Jack knew then what sort of bard he was, as he lay there, dazed in the mud. A weak and foolish one. Adira was in the castle stables, brushing one of the horses and listening to the rain drip from the eaves. She liked to come here, to hide herself in the comforting scent of horses, tanned leather and sweet summer grains. It was a place that felt comfortable, a place that felt like home. The grooms had finally become accustomed to her daily visits and allowed her to curry a few of the gentler steeds on her own. A bird flew into the stall and found a perch in the corner. Adira watched as it shook the rain from its wings. She continued to curry the horse, but she imagined what it must feel like to be a bird, to have the freedom to fly from place to place. A moment later, the storm abated. Adira paused and stepped around the horse to slide open the stall window. The dark clouds were breaking, the northern wind retreating. Shouts echoed through the barn. Horses whinnied, stomping their hooves. The bird darted out the window with a chirp. Adira slipped from the stall and followed the grooms into the castle courtyard. She gazed toward the western horizon, squinting against the brightness. Unfamiliar in a land of clouds and winds, light had arrived, fragile yet radiant, transforming the grey west into a world of glittering windows and steaming cobblestones. Adira smiled as she watched the sunset. Torin, sore and exhausted, his eyes still haunted by lightning, stumbled home in the rain. The song for the orchard had failed, and now he needed another plan. He had no idea what to do. He stepped into the cottage, tore off his drenched plaid, his muddy boots, his anger and his indecision, leaving them all in a heap by the door. It was only then that he noticed how quiet and serene the house was. The fire in the hearth was burning low, casting rosy hues on the walls, making monstrous shadows out of Cidra's drying herbs, which hung in clusters from the ceiling beams. Yer was curled up on the rug, one eye open. The fragrance of supper still lingered in the air. Warm bread and roasted quail and potatoes, rosemary and apple cider. The floor was swept clean, and the rain tapped against the shutters. Cedra appeared in the doorway to their bedroom, illumined by candlelight, her dark hair brushed into loose waves. She was wearing her chemise and stockings, and her eyes were swollen. He had woken her. How late was it? He seemed to have lost track of time. "Is Maisie—" "She's with your father tonight," Sidra replied. She stared at Torin a moment, and he feared she would ask him what had happened. But she didn't. She only whispered, "Have you eaten? I can warm you up some supper." "I'm ravenous," he said, but he caught her before she could move to the kitchen. He had felt scattered in 100 different directions until he took her in his arms, and her softness, her warmth, met his body and sharpened him, brought him into focus. He heard the catch of her breath when he pressed his mouth to her neck, his fingers unlacing the ribbons of her chemise. "Torin!" she gasped. He felt her stiffen as her raiment began to loosen. This response from her was unfamiliar, unexpected. At once, he stopped. "Sid, what is it?" He tucked her hair behind her ear, anxious to see her face. When her eyes remained downcast, he gently lifted her chin so her gaze would find his. "Is something troubling you?" He thought perhaps it was the news of the fire dying in Mirren's hearth, or the fear of the Blight spreading further. Every passing hour seemed to bring something heavy and strange. Sidra drew in a deep breath, and he swore he saw a flash of sorrow in her eyes. But then it was gone like a storm breaking. She smiled at him, the smile that made him forget everything apart from her, and she took his hands and guided him into their room. He marvelled yet again that he had won her love, that the Isle had made their paths cross. Her fingers slid free from his, and he stopped, intently watching as she backed away from him. She blew out the candles, one by one. Darkness unfurled, and the room felt far too vast, the distance between them almost painful. Torin's heart quickened as he listened to her clothes hit the floor somewhere to his left. Her bare feet drew close to him again. Her hands reached out and found him, unfastened his belt, lifted his sodden tunic away. Somehow, they made it to the bed. Torin's skin was gooseflesh beneath her confidence, his hair still dripping from the storm. But Sidra's mouth was hot, crushing against his. He had her memorized. He did not need light, nor did she. His fingertips traced the curve of her back. He could hear her breathe in the darkness, shallow and quick, in contrast to his own breathing. She moved like there was nothing in this world but the two of them, and he surged forward to bury his face in her neck. There was a faint scent of earth on her skin, loam and herbs and crushed flowers, and he kissed her mouth, her collarbones, the crook of her elbow, tasting her sweat. He was both lost and found within her, and when she cried out, he swiftly followed her over the edge. Afterwards, it took Torin a few moments to remember the fleeting sadness he had seen in Sidra's eyes. She lay against him, her hair streaming across his chest, her skin damp against his. He traced the flare of her hip, waiting for his heart to calm. "What did you need to tell me, Sid?" "Before, when I came home, you started to say something." She shifted away from him. Torin tightened his hold on her, and she chuckled at his insistence and kissed his shoulder. "I wanted to ask how the orchard song went. Was Jack successful? Did you speak to one of the spirits about the Blight?" Torin groaned, the memory flooding back into him. "No." He told her of the debacle, how Jack had defied his orders to halt the ballad, how the lightning struck a few paces away from the bard, and how everything seemed to shatter in that moment. Earth, sky, rain, light. Shatter, and then come back together in alarming clarity. "I don't know what to do, Sid," he whispered, his fingers sliding into her hair. "I don't know what to do, and all I can think is how unfit I am to be laird. This must be a punishment for something. The Isle must find me lacking." "Enough!" Cidra's voice was sharp. "You're a good laird to our clan." His hand wandered, finding her face in the dark. His thumb traced her lips. "With you at my side?" "Yes," Sidra whispered, but pulled his hand away, kissing his palm, his mouth. "Now sleep, Torin." He didn't have the strength to disobey her. He drew the quilt up around them, and she settled against him. He was almost asleep, the rain lulling him into the beginnings of a dream. But then he startled, and his thoughts were spinning, descending. "Are you still awake, Sid?" "Yes." He couldn't breathe for a moment, and she shifted, turning to face him in the darkness, as if she sensed his worry. "If I should become cold, a stone-hearted man," he whispered, "if I ever do something you don't agree with, I want you to tell me." "Always," she promised. Her voice was calm, a smoky reassurance. He had never felt safer than he did in that moment, lying in her arms in the dark as the rain eased up beyond the windows. And he dreamt of simpler days, when he was a boy, running through the heather. Sidra lay awake, her eyes open to the night. She had been awake for hours, with Torin's steady breath stirring her hair, his arm a pleasant weight upon her. She was supposed to tell him that night. She had wanted to tell him, but when the moment had come, she had found the words nearly impossible to speak. Even so, she had been prepared for that, for the words to fail her. She had planned to then show him. She would bring him into the room and sit on the edge of their mattress, pull away her stocking and show him the place on her heel. The blight was spreading faster than she had hoped. It was reaching for her toes, and she had yet to find a cure, despite the countless hours she had laboured over it, the prayers she had uttered to the spirits. What can heal this blight? She feared the spirits wouldn't be able to answer her, and she didn't want to tell Torin she was infected until she had a plan, a cure. She could let him live in ignorance another day. Chapter 10. Jack didn't go to the castle after the orchard failure. He knew Mirren and Frey were there, tucked away in one of the guest suites for the night, and he pictured them for a moment. Mirren would be restless without her loom, and Frey would be doing her school lessons, most likely reading aloud to keep their mother distracted. But they would be warm and safe, sitting beside a crackling fire in the hearth. Jack was deeply thankful to Sidra for making the arrangements for his mother and sister to sleep in the castle until the flames returned to Mirren's hearth. It was both a relief and a mystery that no other cottage had lost its fire, only Mirren's. Jack mulled over those thoughts as he walked through the rain-soaked hills all the way to his darkened home, carrying his hunger, his defeat, and Lorna's harp. The cottage felt hollow without firelight, without his mother and sister. Jack stood in the darkness, dripping rain onto the floor. He listened to the sounds of the house, as if he might find inspiration within its deep shadows, the beginning of a song he had yet to hear on the Isle. But there was only the tap on the shutters, and the creak of the latched door, and the storm gradually abating beyond the damp walls. With a sigh, Jack removed his drenched garments and then fumbled in the darkness to find the oaken chest in his bedroom. After dressing in dry clothes, he felt his way back into the common room. He tripped over one of Frey's scarves, stumbled into Mirren's hassock. But at last, Jack reached the hearth, full of cold ashes. He had been waiting for this moment, a moment when he could be alone with the mischievous fire spirit. Jack sat on the floor directly before the hearth with his harp, then reached into his satchel to find the remedies Sidra had made for him. He'd already taken one in the orchard, and now he drank another to dull the pain beating behind his eyes. He opened a tin of salve, which he rubbed onto his hands. His knuckles ached, and his fingernails felt jagged in the dark, But soon the magic of Sidra's herbs began to trickle through him, and his pain ebbed. He stared into the darkness, his mind full of luminous worries. The fire spirits were the only ones he had not encountered face to face yet. Last month he had called to the sea, to the earth, to the air, but not the spirits of fire. Jack had discovered by talking with the other spirits that fire was the lowest in their hierarchy. Fire resided beneath the great power of air, beneath the solid weight of earth, beneath the strength of the sea. The fire spirits were considered the least of the folk, and Jack didn't know why something so vital had so lowly a standing. He exhaled a deep breath and began to think about the notes he would play for the fire spirits and the words he would sing for them. A ballad began to take shape in his mind, and Jack decided to lean into it, improvising as he had done with Adira's song. He was learning that there was great power in such music, in letting himself go. He brought the harp to his shoulder, closed his eyes, and began to find notes. A scale rose to meet him, and Jack hummed, seeking words to accompany his music. All he knew was the cold dark. All he wanted was fire, and fire alone. He sang to the spirits, to the dead ashes in his hearth. He played for fire and the memory of flames. His eyes remained closed, but he felt the warmth on his knees, on his face. He could see the light growing, and he opened his eyes to watch the kindling crackle, bright and eager. The fire spread to the wood, igniting with a sigh, and suddenly it was blazing, wild and unhindered. The fire danced high and wide. Jack had no choice but to shift backwards, its unbearable heat almost scorching his skin. What have I done? He wondered, but he continued to play and sing, encouraging the fire to rise higher, wider. Soon it was escaping the hearth. I will burn the house down. When he thought he could play no more, his harp was smouldering in his hands, the strings sparking beneath his fingertips. The fire gathered itself together into the shape of a tall man. It was difficult to look upon his face at first. Jack squinted and ended his ballad, his voice fading. But the heat and light finally calmed, and he studied the fire spirit, awestruck. The spirit was translucent, but his manifested body seemed solid as it radiated with the shades of fire. Blue and gold, red and ochre. His face was like a mortal man's, narrow, with a heavy brow, a long nose, a cleft in his chin, and a mouth pressed into a thin line. But his eyes glimmered like embers coming back to life. His hair was long, constantly changing colour. His arms were thin, malnourished, but his hands were strong, his fingertips like candle flames. Yes, there was a hungry look about him, as if he knew he was burning down his resources, and there was not enough fuel to keep him alive. "At last, bard," said the fire spirit. His voice, like one long hiss, the words twisting in his mouth, sent a shiver through Jack. "At last, you summon me." Jack's face felt blistered, but he didn't dare move away. "Or perhaps you have summoned me." The spirit cackled, amused. "You speak of the cold ashes. Yes, it was the only way I could think to gain your attention." "Why do you need my attention? How can I ensure my mother and sister have fire in this hearth? You are life to us. Surely you know that." As soon as Jack spoke the words, he regretted them. It was foolish to make bargains with spirits. "There is indeed something I want of you," the fire spirit said. "And what is that?" The spirit opened his mouth. Flames danced on his tongue, but only ashes fell from his lips. Jack knew that the spirit's voice had been hindered by Bane. "The northern wind has bound you," Jack whispered. He could still taste the tang of lightning in his own mouth. He could still feel the prickling of his skin. How had a spirit of the northern wind grown so powerful? Who or what had crowned Bane, making him king of all others? The fire spirit slumped, weary. "'Tis so, bard. I am shackled by the northern wind. My king, I can only speak so much, and my time grows short with you." Should I continue to play for you? Would that strengthen you?
No. That harp is... He might hear you and arrive to interfere, as he did in the orchard.
The spirit paused, measuring his words.
I have come to warn you, Jack of the Tamerlaines, Jack of the Breccans. My king is afraid of... I cannot say it, but he will soon strike the Isle. Your clan cannot stand alone against him, nor can the spirits of earth and water. You will need to unite with them and join your rival clan. The Isle is stronger as one, and perhaps you will be able to dethrone him.
Jack sat forward, wide-eyed. You speak of Tamerlaines and Breccans uniting? He almost laughed, but caught the sound just before it slipped from his mouth. And you cannot mean me. I'm not the one capable of accomplishing such a task. Because it is impossible, he wanted to say, unfathomable. And yet this fire spirit stared into Jack, saw the slant of his preconceptions and beliefs and lineage. Jack was both Tamerlaine and Breccan. His face flushed. He felt stricken by the insurmountable odds of this request.
You are the one to bring unity, Jack. The Tamerlaines will need the Breccans, and the Breccans will need the Tamerlaines. Do not forget the earth, the sea. They are experiencing the pangs of rebellion. They are resisting his call to turn against mortals.
Is this why the orchard has been sick?
Yes.
The fire spirit's voice was fading, his body turning diaphanous. Jack sensed he had only a few moments left with the spirit. His mind whirled with questions he needed answers to. He struggled to decide which ones to voice, which were most important to ask before the fire died. Tell me how I can dethrone Bane. The spirit hissed, pained.
I cannot. My mouth is barred from speaking that knowledge. You will have to travel west, Bard. You will find the answer among the Breccans.
Jack's heart became thunder. Travel west, to Adira. How can we stop the Blight?
That is not my knowledge to give. You must seek that amongst the earth spirits.
Will you promise to keep this hearth alight? The spirit bowed. Smoke began to rise from his shoulders.
I swear it, Bard. So long as you strive to do what I ask.
Unite the clans. Discover the way to dethrone tyrannical Bane. All simple tasks, Jack thought, becoming almost hysterical as their implausibility sunk in.
Take care with that harp you wield. Now, I must go. Do not summon me again, or he will know.
Yet the spirit shifted closer. Jack resisted the temptation to wince, to flee from the sudden wash of heat he felt. Wide-eyed, he watched as the spirit reached out his hand, pressing his flame-riddled thumb against Jack's lips. This time, Jack flinched. The pain was sharp, like a blister suddenly rising, but after a breath, it abated, leaving a remnant of numbness in his lips. Jack watched the spirit shrink himself back into the hearth, his body giving way to flames. But his face was still there, observing Jack. It occurred to him that this spirit had been watching him from the hearth since he was a boy. "Who are you?" Jack said.
I am Ash, Laird of Fire. Be valiant. Do not bend until the peace comes. I will be waiting for you, Jack.
The spirit vanished, but the fire in the hearth remained, burning heartily, casting light and warmth upon Jack as he continued to sit on the floor. He had never felt more chilled, more anxious, and more ill-prepared. But strangest of all, he could taste ashes in his mouth. Chapter 11. The full moon arrived on a clear, warm night in the east. A stream of its silver light found Torin sitting in the castle library with a glass of whisky in hand. He was at Alistair's desk, papers and ledgers, and a map of the eastern cadence spread before him. Candles burned along the tabletop, casting rings of light on the stacks of parchment, but the darkness felt thick in the room, gathering in corners and in the rafters. "Laird?" He glanced up to see Bane stepping into the library. She was a few years older than him, with curly black hair and a scar on her jaw that she had earned during a Breccan raid. A brown and red plaid was fastened at her shoulder, a sword sheathed at her side. Her palm was still healing from the enchanted wound Torin had given it weeks ago, so she would be bound to the Eastern Territory. "Captain," he said, "I surmise you bring an update on the new recruits." "No." She came to a stop on the other side of the desk, noticing the whisky in his hand. "The blight has spread to the Ranald's orchard." Torin's heart sank, but he was sadly not surprised. "Has anyone caught it?" "Yes, their youngest son. I've roped off the orchard and given the family strict orders to stay away from the trees, even the healthy ones, but I wanted you to know." "Thank you, Yvain." He glanced at the map and the places he had marked upon it, places where the blight had appeared. So far there were 3, and he feared only more would crop up. "I'll let Cedra know." Yvain was quiet for a long moment. Her silence drew Torin's bloodshot eyes to her. "What is it?" he asked gruffly. "Have the two of you discussed your move to the castle yet?" "No." "I'm beginning to feel like I need to set a watch over your croft, Torin." "You'll do no such thing, Yvain." "But you understand why I feel this way." Torin didn't want to have this conversation, but yes, he knew. He was the laird, and he was living in a cottage on a windswept hill. He was travelling to and from the castle every morning and night, alone, sometimes before the sun rose or after it set. "What if something happens to you?" Yvain murmured. "Who is next in line for succession? Who am I to go to if something befalls you because you stubbornly refuse to have a guard?" "Sidra," Torin said. "If something happens to me, speak with her. The lairdship passes to her first, and then to Maisie." "Not your father?" Torin thought of Graham. His father lived in the croft next to theirs, but he had become a recluse ever since his wife had abandoned them. "My father declined his right to rule long ago," he replied. "And Cedra knows she's next in line?" Torin rubbed his brow. No, Cedra didn't know. They hadn't talked about this yet, and it was just one more thing on his list of heavy topics to broach with her. Yvain sighed. "Go home, Torin. Go home to Cedra and speak to her. The two of you are carrying enough as it is, but I think living in the castle will make things easier and safer for you both." "Easier?" Torin scoffed. "Do you understand that my wife is fond of her croft and her kailyard? That she grew up in the Vale and needs her space?" "As many of us understand and also feel," Yvain said gently. "But sometimes we have to make do with the hand fate deals us." Torin was too tired to argue. He merely nodded to the captain before she left to return to the barracks for the night. He took up his quill and marked the Ranald's Croft with an X on the map. Another pocket of blight. Another person sick. The east was changing, molting into something Torin didn't recognise. It felt like the beginning of the end. He poured himself another glass of whisky, which gleamed in the slant of moonlight. Soon he poured another, and then another. Before long, he felt nothing at all. He would not remember falling asleep with his face pressed to the map. The full moon arrived on a cool, cloudy night in the west. Adira opened her bedroom windows, the air sweet with petrichor, as she read Jack's letter by the hearth fire. "I did imagine your reaction between the lines. You can imagine mine now." She smiled, He knew then. He finally knew their correspondence was being read, and she couldn't express how relieved and thrilled that made her. She bent over the parchment to reread his every word, wondering if he had hidden a message for her to decode, when a rap sounded on her door. Adira quickly folded the letter and tucked it into Joan Tamerlaine's half-bound journal. She rose to answer the knock, but she knew who had come to see her. She had been waiting for this visit ever since the hunt had ended. Innes stood in the corridor, dressed in her customary tunic, leather armour, and enchanted blue plaid. A sword was sheathed at her side, as if she had just come from the wilds, but her silver hair was bound in damp braids, and her skin scrubbed clean of dirt and sweat, confirming that she had visited the cistern. A golden circlet gracing her brow winked in the torchlight. "How was the hunt?" Adira asked. "It was fine," Innes replied tersely. "David told me he wounded your arm." "It's nothing. Let me see it." Adira stifled a sigh and drew up her sleeve. Innes gently unwound the bandage to survey the sutures, which had started to itch as they healed. She pressed her thumb to them, and Adira was uncertain what she was doing until the laird nodded and rebandaged the wound. "No fever, but you'll tell me if it begins to fester." Adira nodded, noticing the cross-hatching of scars on Innes's hands and fingers, on her forearms. Some of them were nearly hidden in her interlocking blue tattoos, but others seemed to be framed by the woad, as if to commemorate them. Adira wondered if there were scars hiding beneath her raiment, scars that could testify to near-mortal wounds she had received, deep cuts and punctures that had endured for moon phases and taken patience and wrung prayers to see heal. "Did that happen to you once?" Adira asked. "Did you have a wound that almost killed you?" "What makes you think so?" Innes countered, but her voice was wry. "David told me how the two of you met," Adira began quietly. "About that one night you slept in his bed so he could watch over you, because he was worried you might stop breathing and he couldn't bear the thought of it." Creases gathered at the corners of Innes's eyes, the beginnings of a smile. Adira had never seen such an expression on the laird's stoic face, and she waited to see it transform her. That didn't happen. The smile turned into a grimace, and Innes said, "I've had my share of wounds, and David knows them all. But that isn't why I'm here. There's something I want you to witness tonight, so grab your plaid and come with me." Adira was curious and did as Innes asked. She took up her plaid and pinned it to her shoulder, then followed her mother into the intricate sprawl of corridors. She was still learning her way around the castle, but ever since David had showed her how to open enchanted doors and given her a sword, which she was nearly certain he had done so she could protect herself from the likes of Rab Pierce, Adira had been eager to explore on her own, to learn the quirks and secrets of the Breccan holding. She recognised where Innes was guiding her. It was the same route David had led her along to the armoury, but instead of heading downstairs, Innes guided her up a flight. On the next floor, they approached a set of doors carved with wolves and fruit-laden vines. They creaked when Innes pushed on their iron handles, opening to a balcony that overlooked an arena. Adira stopped short and gazed down. This was the same ring where she had sparred with David in the storm. The sand was freshly raked, waiting for new boot prints. Adira couldn't help but shiver when she remembered falling to her knees and watching her blood harden into gemstones. She wondered if those gleaming pieces of her had been raked deep beneath the sand. She let her eyes drift, taking in more of her surroundings. Without rain, the arena felt almost like a place Adira had never seen before. It was well lit by iron-bracketed torches, and the wooden stands that surrounded the ring were overflowing with spectators. Breccans sat shoulder to shoulder, nursing cups of ale and wine and eating cold dinners from their satchels. Their hair was wind-snarled, their shoulders wrapped in plaids and shawls to ward off the slight chill of the night. Some were talking, while others looked weary, like they might fall asleep where they sat. Even children were present, whining and crying and sleeping in their parents' arms. The older youths entertained themselves by chasing each other up and down the stands. The Breccans quickly took note of her presence on the balcony. Their murmurs grew like a wave building up, their attention like pricks upon her skin. She looked at them as they looked at her. But Adira soon sensed that the Breccans were required to be present. As she stepped closer to the edge of the balcony, she was struck by the same feelings she'd had the day before when she had followed David out into the sand. Eerie, unsettled feelings. She didn't like this place. Even with the firelight and the countless people around her, something about it felt sinister. "Join me, Cora." Innes's voice was calm and deep, as if she sensed Adira's aversion. Adira turned her attention away from the arena to study the balcony. Lit by standing candelabras and framed with blue curtains, it was not a large space. 2 high-backed chairs were set close to the stone balustrade, where the laird could sit and watch whatever unfolded in the arena, and a small table was within reach. A bottle of chilled wine and 2 gold-chased goblets rested on it. Innes had already sat down in one of the chairs and was pouring each of them a glass of wine. Adira stepped closer, her left knee popping as she lowered herself to sit. "Is something happening tonight?" she asked, accepting the goblet that Innes handed to her. "Yes." Adira waited for Innes to expound on that, though she was learning that her mother was not a woman of many words. All these one-worded answers were going to drive Adira mad, and she almost spoke curtly, but caught her tongue when Innes pointed upwards. "Any time I call for a culling," the laird began softly, "the clouds break, as if the Northern King wants to witness from above. It is the only reason why I believe the spirits enjoy watching our lives unfold on the Isle." Adira gazed up at the sky. The clouds broke like long pale ribs, exposing a luminous full moon and a smattering of stars. She stared at the night sky, captivated by its beauty, which she had so often seen and taken for granted in the east. The sight softened her, and the tension that had been building since she beheld the arena eased. She thought of Torin, Sidra, Jack, vivid images of them coming to mind. Torin riding the hills, Cedra harvesting night blooms in her garden, Jack walking along the coast, harp in hand, all of them lifting their eyes to the same moon, the same stars. How close to them she was, and yet how far away. The thought made her chest ache, as though a dirk had pierced her, hilt deep. The moon-drenched visions broke when the arena door swung open with a bang. A tall, armoured man stepped forward. His boots crushed the sand, and the light gleamed on his steel breastplate. Woad was imprinted on the backs of his hands, on the cords of his neck, and the shaved portions of his head. His face was stern until he smiled, and when he raised his arms, the clan cheered. Adira could feel the roar reverberate through the wood under her feet. She exhaled, watching as the man lowered his arms. The clan fell quiet again in response, and he swiftly forgot about the crowd when he looked to the balcony. Adira felt his eyes trace her face as he stepped closer, then stopped in the centre of the arena. "Laird Innes," the man said, his voice raspy, as if he had spent years shouting. "Lady Cora." He bowed to them both, holding the stance until Innes spoke. "Begin the culling, Godfrey." He straightened, the corners of his lips tilting in a crooked smile. He turned to address the crowd next as he walked around the perimeter of the ring. "The dungeons have overflowed this past moon. Every cell has been filled, awaiting this night. Every sword has struck a whetstone. Every axe has been sharpened until it shines. Tonight, however, is one that is wholly devoted to Lady Cora, who has returned home to us after many long years away." Adira stiffened. "Who is this man?" she asked Innes in a whisper. "The keeper of the dungeons," Innes replied. "And why is this night devoted to me?" The laird made no response, keeping her gaze on Godfrey as he came to a stop in the arena. Adira was about to ask again, more sharply, when the dungeon keeper continued.
On this full moon, I bring you one you've seen fight before. You know him well, although both his name and honour have been stripped from him. I bring you Oathbreaker."
Sounds of dissent sprouted in the crowd. Adira frowned, leaning forward as a tall man was escorted into the arena. He wore a ratty tunic and boots, and his pale knees and forearms were stained with grime. A leather breastplate freckled with old blood was buckled over his chest. A full helm shielded his face, and his wrists were shackled behind his back until he was brought to a halt, standing to the left of Godfrey. One of the guards unfettered the prisoner, freeing him from the irons, and what looked to be a dull, mundane sword was set into his hands. Adira stared at the one called Oathbreaker, surprised by how still and quiet he stood, like a mountain in the sand. There was no way to tell his age, or even to catch a glimpse of his expression. But he seemed hewn from stone, and she had the prickling sensation that he was staring at her through the slits in his helm.
"Next,"
Godfrey continued in a booming voice,
"I bring you one who has never stepped foot in this arena before. A young man who had days of great purpose before him until he committed an irrevocable sin."
Adira was frozen in her chair as the second prisoner was brought forward. He also wore a tattered tunic, soft hide boots, and a leather breastplate that looked as if someone had died wearing it. But his head was free of a helm, to show his face to the crowd. He was young, younger than her by a few years. His grimy face was creased in fear, and he seemed to be frantically looking for someone in the crowd.
"I bring you William Dunn," Godfrey announced, "who murdered a shepherd to steal his resources as well as his flock. And we know what we do to those who kill and take what doesn't belong to them."
The crowd hissed and booed.
"Please, Laird,"
William begged, falling to his knees.
"Have mercy. It wasn't my—"
Godfrey nodded to one of the guards, who swiftly gagged William with a strip of dirty plaid. Adira winced as she watched. The young man's voice melted away. She couldn't hear his agony over the roar of the spectators and the wool of the gag, and one of the guards slid a dented helm over his head.
"He's not permitted to speak?"
Adira asked Innes, alarmed. Innes took a sip of her wine. Her eyes were on the arena, but she said, "Do you remember the other day, when you and I stood in the shepherd's croft beholding a murdered man? I asked Rab to follow the trail the flock had left, to find the culprit."
"Yes, I remember,"
Adira said, but she went cold at the sound of Rab's name.
"All evidence led to this boy's croft. His mother claimed that he came home with blood on his boots, and that she saw him hide the stolen sheep with her own flock." "And so you decided to hold no trial for him,"
Adira murmured, unable to hide her disgust.
"Because of information Rab gathered." "I don't know what your trials look like in the East, Cora," Innes said, glancing at her, "but we let the sword speak for us here. As we live by it, we die by it. There is no greater honour, and the culling gives criminals the chance to either redeem themselves with a courageous death, or prove that they deserve to be pardoned and granted an opportunity to return to the clan." "Is that all?"
Adira challenged. But Innes was silent, refusing to argue. Her attention was fixed on the arena again. Adira's mind reeled. In the East, the Tamerlaines conducted spars to mimic true combat, but hearings were held when crimes were committed. Those who were guilty were allowed to argue in defence of themselves, and only then did the laird pass a fair judgment. Adira set down her wine, unable to drink it. She watched as Godfrey stepped back. The sound of a ram's horn signalled the commencement of the fight. The crowd roared. Adira felt the sound vibrate through her. She sat stiff and white-knuckled as Oathbreaker took a cut at William Dunn. The sword almost grazed the younger man as he stumbled back, awkwardly moving his sword in a sad attempt to parry. Oathbreaker held the advantage in this fight, in strength and size and skill. He didn't slow. He pursued a scampering William around the arena. The crowd began to grow weary of watching the one-sided fight until Oathbreaker at last knocked the sword from William's hands. Weaponless, William began to run, his swiftness his only defence. "Innes," Adira breathed. "Innes, please." "Cora." Her name was a stinging lash against her soul, but also a warning. Some Breccans were watching the fight, but some were watching the balcony, measuring her reaction. Adira held in her pleadings, but her blood turned to ice as she made herself witness the culling. She felt as though she had taken another dose of Aeson. Her stomach knotted, and perspiration gleamed along the lines of her palms like rain-limbed webs. She wiped it away in her plaid, only to feel sweat begin to dampen her tunic and boots, as if she burned with fever. She watched as William finally stumbled and fell, sprawled on the sand. The same sand she had bled and fainted on, the place where her father had drawn her up to her feet in the rain. Oathbreaker stood above the boy, but something about his posture and stance looked weary, as if he had lived 100 years and had seen far too much, as if he didn't want to bring this spar to an end. He hesitated only for a moment before he plunged his sword into William's throat. There was a crack of bone and an eager spray of blood. Adira closed her eyes. She focused on her breaths, the way they whistled through her teeth. "Let it end. Let me wake in the east." But there was no waking from this nightmare. There was no walking to her chambers in Sloane, with the painted wall panels and the shelves full of books and the sunlight streaming in through the windows. There was no Jack, no Torin, no Sidra. Adira opened her eyes to a dead boy on the sand, his blood a crimson shadow beneath him. Her gaze drifted to Innes. Her mother sat straight-backed in the chair, hands resting on her knees. Her expression was so poised and neutral that she could have been limestone. She didn't seem callous, but neither did she seem thrilled, and her profile was sharp, firelit. She watched the arena without blinking, her blue eyes like a frozen loch in midwinter. Adira didn't know if Innes had turned the lairdship into this figure, or if the lairdship had moulded Innes into what she was. But this was the woman Adira had come from, bone and breath and blood. A woman who blessed raids and called for cullings to clear out the criminals in her dungeons. A woman who hid scars and never appeared weak before those she didn't trust. A woman who had given up her heir and only son in order to bring Adira home. Adira began to rise. She didn't want to be part of this another moment, but Innes's low voice stopped her. "If you leave now, you won't get the answer to your question." Adira slowly resumed her seat. "What question?" Innes only indicated the arena. Adira returned her attention to the ring. Oathbreaker had come to stand before the balcony, solemn and blood-stained. Adira wondered if, having been victorious in this encounter, he would be given his freedom. Were his past crimes absolved, since the sword had proven him worthy to live? "Down to the keep," said Innes. Oathbreaker simply stood for a moment more, and Adira wondered if he had heard her mother's verdict. But then he bowed his head and removed his helm, revealing his face. She saw that he was older, a man in his middle years. His hair and beard were bedraggled, threaded with silver, and yet not even the conditions of the dungeons had hidden the fierce auburn sheen of it. A copper hue that drew the eye and held it, and Adira's pulse skipped. He looked familiar, and she wondered, had she seen him before? What oath had he broken? But seeing the sadness in the downturned corners of his mouth, and the gleam of his eyes as he continued to gaze up at her, Adira knew. The sword fell from his hand in defeat. "You asked David what happened to him," Innes said, watching Adira's reaction. "The man who carried you east." Adira's breath caught as Oathbreaker turned away, his blood-stained armour dripping red constellations onto the sand. Her heart rose in her throat, and for a moment she couldn't breathe. She could only watch him through the tears that stung her eyes. Tears she refused to let fall. Not here, in this place. Not with hundreds of gazes upon her. She watched as Jack's father disappeared through the doors, returning to the dark maw of the dungeons. Chapter 12. "I'm leaving," Jack said the moment he stepped into the castle library. He was so eager to make the announcement that it took him half a moment to realise that Torin was wincing, slumped over the desk and shielding his eyes from the sunlight that streamed in through the window. "You what now?" Torin growled as he painstakingly dipped a quill into an inkwell. It looked like he was trying to write in the ledger and was doing a poor job of it. The lines were crooked and blots marred every other word. Jack closed the door behind him, taking a closer look at Torin and the amount of whiskey left in the bottle by his elbow. "Long night?" "Something of the sort." Torin sighed, flicking the quill away. "You say you're leaving. Where to?" Jack hesitated. The words still tasted strange in his mouth. He thought he knew the proper way to break this news to Torin, who possessed the power to deny him permission to leave, and yet his carefully laid argument crumbled in that moment. Torin's brow lowered. "Don't tell me you're returning to the mainland." "No." Jack nearly laughed. "Of course not." "Then where? The suspense is killing me, Jack." "I'm going west," he said, "to be with Adira." Torin stared at him for what felt like a solid hour, a dark, angry gaze that made Jack bristle. "Has she invited you to be with her, then?" Jack drew a sharp breath. "No." Torin chuckled and leaned back in his chair. Jack frowned, wondering if Torin was still drunk. Was this conversation doomed from the beginning? "I need you here, Jack." "What for? I have proven myself to be quite useless. Ask the orchard if you need further proof." "On the contrary, you are the clan's hope." Jack grimaced, but he was prepared for this statement. Perhaps he was selfish for thinking of himself and Adira first, the Isle second, the clan third. But he would never forget how quickly the clan had turned on Adira. He would never forget their doubt, their scathing judgment, their sharp comments when they realised she was Breccan by blood. How deep their betrayal had cut her, even as she strove to hide her pain. No, Jack would never forget. He remembered names and faces and who had said what. It would be a long while before he'd want to sing and play for such people. At least, not until they apologised to Adira. And to lose her now would be worse than drowning, worse than burning. If he was the one to play for unity, if he had been asked to bring down the tyrannical king of the spirits, then he needed Adira at his side in order to accomplish those impossible tasks. "I spoke to a fire spirit," Jack said. He hadn't planned to fully confess to Torin about dragging himself home in defeat to a darkened cottage and singing to the ashes. But Jack saw no other way to convince the laird. Torin listened with a narrowed gaze, but he seemed to grasp every word Jack was uttering, and even the ones he didn't. The implications of what Jack was saying. Torin leaned forward, propping his elbows on the desk. The signet ring gleamed on his forefinger as he covered his face for a moment, as though he wanted to wake from a dream. But when his hands dropped, Jack saw the resignation in his bleary eyes. "Who am I to hold you back, then?" Torin said, in a heavy voice, carved by sadness. "If you have been appointed by a spirit to go, then you should go, Jack. Go and be with Adira once more. Sing the Isle to unity. We shall be here, waiting for you to return, if fate wills it." Jack stood silent for a moment, overcome. A smile teased Torin's mouth. "You expected me to oppose you?" "Yes," Jack confessed. "I know it seems that I'm abandoning the clan and my duties. Don't worry about what others are going to think. But I suppose I should ask you how and when you plan to depart." "I'll go by river," Jack replied, "as soon as I can." "Meaning today?" "Most likely." "Eager, are we?" Torin countered. "I've been away from her long enough, I think," Jack said. Torin held his gaze for a beat, but nodded. "I I sense there's nothing I can say to hold you back. Not even how foolish this is, to cross over without alerting Adira. My correspondence with her has been closely monitored. Nothing I write to her is private. Yes, Cedra told me, Torin said. And you still think it wise to take Addy by surprise with your arrival? I've written her a letter in code, Jack said. I think she'll be able to read between the lines and know I'm coming to her. You'll leave it all to that chance, then? Torin crossed his arms. What if Adira doesn't get your letter, or your code is so subtle she doesn't realize it means you are physically coming to her? What then? Then she'll be surprised to see me, Jack said. Before Torin could retort, he added, and I'd like for you to write a letter of my intent. I'll carry it with me in case I do run into trouble. Torin frowned, but he reached for a piece of parchment on the desk and began to write a lamentably crooked message. He let Jack read it. The letter was succinct yet practical, stating that Jack had arrived in the West to reunite with his wife Adaira and bore no ill will toward the Breccan clan. Good, Jack said. Can you seal it for me? Torin seemed a bit annoyed, but he heeded Jack's request, sealing the letter in wax with his signet ring. Anything else I can do for you, Bard? Torin drawled. Jack shook his head, but then caught himself. Will you keep an eye on my mum and sister while I'm away? They've managed just fine without me the past 8 years or so, but I'll be worried about them regardless. I don't know how long I'll be away. Torin's mood turned sombre. Don't worry. Merrin and Frey will be looked after. And I want you to write to me as soon as you reach Adira in the West, so none of us worry about you. He paused, as if he wanted to say more. I'll send word. Torin remained quiet, pensive. What is it? Jack prompted, his patience beginning to wane. You know that you don't just need my permission to leave, said Torin. Yes, Jack knew. He sighed. He still needed to speak with Merrin. He found his mother at home, the croft habitable once more now that the fire had returned to the hearth. Merrin stood at her loom, weaving. The cottage was quiet, the air full of spinning dust motes and the golden scents of parritch and warm honey. Frey was gone for the day at the school in Sloane. Don't tell me another cow has gotten into the garden, Merrin said, her attention focused on her work. No, Jack said. I've come to ask you about my father. Merrin's fingers froze, but her eyes darted across the chamber to meet his. He thought she might brush away his questions. She had done so for years when he was a boy, when he had been desperate to know who his father was and why he was absent. But Merrin must have seen the determination in his stance and his distant gaze, as if he were halfway to the West. She rarely stepped away from her work, but now she left the loom. Sit down, Jack, she said, busying her hands with preparing a pot of tea. Jack sat at the table, patiently watching her. She poured them each a cup before taking the chair across from his, and he noticed she looked pale and exhausted. It was all those enchanted plaids she wove, and he resisted the temptation to glance at her loom. What do you want to know? Merrin asked. What his name is to begin with. She hesitated, but her voice was clear when she spoke. Neil Breccan. He took the clan name when he was appointed Keeper of the Aithwood as a measure of his fealty. Jack thought about that for a moment, mulling over his father's name, Neil Breccan. And you said he lives upstream, not far from you? Yes, a cottage in the woods, by the river bank. Merrin's fingertips traced the rim of her teacup. Does he live alone there? As far as I know, he does. Why are you asking me this, Jack? Because I'm going west to be with Adira, and I would like to find him. Merrin hardly reacted. It was then that Jack realized she had been waiting for this moment. She had been expecting him to pack up his bags and cross to the other side of the Isle ever since the truth had been revealed and Adira had departed. The entire month he had waited before leaving was apparently a longer period of delay than Merrin had expected. I need to tell you something, Jack, she whispered, and his heart lurched with dread. I saw your father weeks ago, on the night when the Breccans came here, demanding to speak with Adaira. The night everything changed. Merrin paused. She laid her palm over the base of her throat, as though it ached. Jack could only hold his breath and wait. As you know, your father gave up the secret of the river to Murray Breccan. I suppose Neil must have then struck a deal, one that enabled him to see me one last time before he was punished for his crime of giving Adira to the east. So they brought him to me. Frey and I, we were there, in that corner, preparing for a raid, and the Breccans dragged your father into the house, bound as a prisoner. Wondering why Merrin had never mentioned this encounter before, Jack wanted to be angry with her. But then he watched her wipe her tears away. They called him Oathbreaker and stripped him of his title and name, she continued. I hardly had time to draw breath. I was so shocked to see him again, and I said nothing as they dragged him away. Jack moved around the table so he could sit at Merrin's side. He took her hand, felt how cold and lean it was, her hand that had woven countless secrets into plaids. He held it now as she wept. She had been suppressing these tears for weeks, for years, and they came fast and furious now, the sound of a heart that had broken. Jack quietly bore witness to his mother's pain, to the sacrifices she had made, to the weight she carried alone as a woman who loved a man she could never claim. I'm sorry, Mum, Jack whispered, squeezing her hand. Merrin blotted away the last of her tears. I tell you this, Jack, because I don't know if your father is living. They may have executed him for his crimes. The thought had passed Jack's mind, but hearing that possibility shaped by Merrin's voice suddenly made it feel far more real. His heart was heavy as he continued to hold her hand. And I knew this day was coming, Merrin continued, turning her dark eyes to him, eyes dark as the ocean at night. I knew that you would cross the clan line to be with Adaira and to find the answers you've always hungered for. I know that you want to go now, to not lose another minute. But if I may ask this of you, Jack, stay one more day with us. Spend one last night here with Frey and me. Partake in one last morning meal with us. He nearly winced at the request, because his determination was keen. He had sent his letter to Adira and wanted to follow it immediately. He wanted to stand in the west before the sun set. Merrin continued. I have this feeling, Jack, that once you cross over to the west, you'll never come back here. You'll never return to the east. Her revelation quelled his impatience. His mind went quiet, and his heart seemed to go hollow. There were only his breaths, rushing in and out, and his pulse echoing in his ears. He nodded, because he couldn't argue with the validity of her request. He told himself that he could gladly spend another evening here with her and Frey. For one more night, he could eat at this table, sit by the hearth and bask in his mother's stories. He could sing a ballad for his little sister, who was still eager to hear the Tamerlaine songs. He could wake one more morning to watch the sun rise in the east. All right, he whispered. I'll leave tomorrow morning. Merrin sagged with relief. Thank you, Jack. He granted her a slender smile, but deep within he was sad, and beneath that sorrow he was furious. He hated how his life and the people he loved were divided and separated from each other. He was chilled by the thought that he might never see Merrin and Frey again, and yet he couldn't bear to be estranged from Adira and unknown by his father. I will bring the two halves together, he thought, even though it seemed so impossible he could have laughed. I will play for peace in the West, and I will see my family made whole. Promise me one thing, Jack, Merrin said, breaking into his reveries by taking hold of his face with her hands. Anything, he said, waiting. Don't tell them you're Neil's son. He nodded, but his hope began to wither, his excitement dimmed. He would have to go unclaimed once more, He would have to act as if the West held no roots for him. His mother's request made him feel old and weary. "Keep your blood ties a secret," Mirren whispered urgently. "Don't worry, Mum," Jack said. "They'll never know." Chapter 13. "Eat your kale, Maisie," Sidra said, watching her daughter from across the table.
"Daddy doesn't make me eat it,"
Maisie stated, glaring at the greens on her plate. Cedra resisted the temptation to look at Torin's empty chair, his plate filled with a now cold dinner. "Your father would if he were here. Eat your kale, please."
"But they taste like dirt."
"They taste like the earth," Cedra said in a gentle tone. Spirits below. She was so tired. Her head was throbbing, her foot was aching. "They taste of life and bright sunshine and the secrets that hide deep down in the soil. Secrets that make you strong and smart once you eat them." Maisie's pout eased. She poked at her kale with careful interest, but as soon as she put it in her mouth, she spat it out onto the table.
"Yuck!"
"Maisie Tamerlaine," Sidra said sharply, "that is enough. You have always eaten your kale." Maisie frowned and shook her head.
"I don't want to eat it."
Sidra closed her eyes and rubbed the pain in her temples. Her patience was fraying, and she couldn't remember the last time she had felt so exhausted, so worn out. She tried to tell herself this weariness arose from how hard she had worked that day to find a remedy. She had ground her herbs and mixed blends she had never tried before. She had steeped them into stout teas and turned them into salves. She had rested her foot on a cushioned stool. She had also exercised the foot, walking across the hills to visit her patients. She had wrapped her foot in warm linen and then held it beneath cold river water until it went numb. Cedra was attempting everything she could think of, hoping to halt and reverse the blight that was spreading on her heel. But she feared that only time could reveal if any of her methods were successful, and time was not on her side. Judging from how swiftly Redina's hand had been overtaken, she predicted that she might have another week before the blight claimed her entire foot. Redina had also said that recently she had more headaches and stomach troubles, which Sidra was now experiencing. Her entire body felt exhausted, and she had no appetite. All she wanted to do was lie down and sleep. "You're tired because you worked so much today. You slept poorly the night before. The weather's changing." She tried to convince herself that there was some other reason for her fatigue, that her gnawing exhaustion and headache and short temper were not due to the blight gradually creeping along the arch of her foot.
"What's wrong?"
Maisie's voice brought Sidra back to the evening. How long had she been sitting there, eyes closed, leaning into her hand? Long enough for a stubborn 6-year-old to grow concerned. Sidra tried to smile at her daughter, to reassure her, even though she felt as if she might crumble into tears. "I think I'm just tired, Maisie."
"Then eat your kale, Mummy."
Sidra blinked, realising she had not eaten much of her dinner. Her stomach was churning. She had to tell Torin tonight. She had to tell him she was infected, if he ever came home, that is. He had failed to come home the night before, and his absence had worried her more than she liked. She had remembered all the nights she slept alone when he worked the night shift. Sidra suddenly felt divided. She wanted to see him and was waiting for him intently, listening for the sound of his boots on the front stoop. She was waiting for the door to swing open, to feel his gaze touch her, his hands not far behind, until she imagined his face when he learned the truth. How do I tell him?
"Are you sick, Mummy?"
Maisie persisted, her brow furrowed in concern. "I just have a little headache, sweet lass." Sidra had been very careful that day. When Maisie was at the house with her, she had kept her stockings and boots on to hide all trace of her infection. It was only when Maisie visited Torin's father, Graham Tamerlaine, at his croft next door, that Sidra worked herself into a sweat, trying to uncover an antidote. But children have a keen way of things. Sidra made herself lower her hands from her brow and eat her kale. It seemed as if Torin would not be joining them for dinner. Sidra rose and scraped everything off his plate, feeding it to the dog. Why did she even cook for him? Why couldn't he send her a note with a raven if he was so intent on remaining at the castle? When she decided to put Maisie to bed early, the child's whining intensified. The lass wanted one of the cats to sleep with her, which Torin allowed only on certain days. Cedra decided to let 2 cats in. Then Maisie wanted a story, but none of the ones in Cidra's lore book. Only a new one would do. Cidra's eyes were so tired she could hardly see the words on a page, let alone create a story spontaneously. But she scrounged up a legend about Lady Wynne of the Wildflowers, adding that she grew the finest kale yard and diligently ate her greens every night.
"I want a different story,"
Maisie said. "Tomorrow, if you are a good lass," Sidra said, blowing out the candles, "I will tell you another story. Now, go to bed, Maisie." Sidra shut the bedroom door and leaned on it, staring at the table. All the food and dirty plates were still set out. She contemplated leaving everything where it was. Perhaps Torin would clean it up whenever he decided to come home. Sidra snorted. Knowing better, she carried a few dishes to the wash barrel. One of the teacups broke when she began to scrub it. She stopped, surprised when she realized she had cut her finger. She watched as her blood left a small trail in the water. Cedra was still staring absently into the wash barrel when Torin finally arrived. He removed his boots and hung his plaid. His face was haggard, his eyes bloodshot when he looked at Sidra. And then his gaze dropped to the table, which was still a mess. Cidra's heart softened toward him as she sensed how weary he was. But then he briskly said, "Where's my dinner?" It took everything within her not to slam and break all the dishes in the wash barrel. "I fed it to the dog." She returned to her scrubbing, the cut in her finger throbbing with her pulse. "Of course you did," Torin muttered, and Sidra again thought she might lose her mind. But she held her tongue, her temper simmering just beneath the flush of her skin. She watched as Torin heaved a sigh and sat down in Maisie's chair. He began to eat his daughter's cold dinner until he noticed the half-chewed kale sitting on the table beside the fork. "Never mind this. I should have remained at the castle." Sidra whirled, intentionally breaking a plate against the cupboard this time. Torin had always known her to be a gentle spirit, and whatever he saw in her eyes gave him a moment's pause as pottery shards cascaded to the floor. "If I knew when you were coming home, I could have dinner ready for you," she said. "If I knew when I was coming home, then I would tell you." He rose from the table, rattling the dishes. "But most of the time I don't, Sidra. It would make my life much simpler if we moved into the castle." She froze, knowing this had been coming. The sudden panic that tightened her ribs made her feel like a bird trapped in an iron cage. She thought about all the castle stairs she would have to walk up and down. Her foot responded with a twinge of pain. "It would simplify your life, but not mine, Torin." "In what way, Sidra?" "Because this is where I work," she spoke through her teeth. "All of my herbs grow in this kale yard. I need to be near them to find the Blight's remedy." "Grow them in the castle's kale yard," he said with a toss of his hand. "If it's easier for you to live in the castle," she began, "then live there. You have before. Maisie and I will be fine here." It was a low blow. She saw it in Torin's expression, as if she had struck him. The distance swelled between them. It felt like the floor had cracked at their feet. Her anger began to cool, replaced by misery, as she watched Torin stride to the door. His face was guarded, blanched. He appeared to feel nothing at all as he donned his boots, gathered his plaid. "Stop him. Don't let him go." But Sidra was frozen, pride and fear holding her captive. She watched Torin walk out, slamming the door in his wake. The shutters clattered and the fire guttered in the hearth. She listened to his footsteps fade as he walked deeper into the night. She heard Yer let out a few barks in the yard, sharp notes of warning, or perhaps he was pleading with Torin to return. Then it fell quiet. Sidra slid to the floor amid the shattered pieces of the plate she had broken. She drew her knees to her chest and numbly stared into the shadows. Torin didn't go to the castle, and he didn't remain on the roads. He strayed onto the moonlit moors and wandered until he was weary, his boots rubbing blisters on his heels. He craved a drink. He wanted something to plunge him into oblivion, and his hands shook. Only then did he choose to stop. The stars watched as he wrapped himself in his plaid and lay down in the grass, hoping that slumber would distract him from his thirst. But sleep was elusive, and his thoughts descended into dark places. Cedra had thrown him out. He couldn't believe it, and he bristled until he thought about the night before. He had drunk so much whiskey that he fell asleep in the castle library. He had never come home, and he didn't even send word to her. She must have been worried, lying in the dark, wondering where he was. Inevitably, he thought about the Laird's quarters, now redecorated and ready for them to inhabit. Torin had known the move would be difficult for Sidra. He had known it, and yet he had still managed to butcher the conversation, approaching it with such impatience and insensitivity that he couldn't fault her for telling him to leave. He groaned, his anger melting into starlight. He shivered as he remembered the other recent night when Sidra had joined with him in the dark, impassioned. And what of the flash of sadness he had seen in her? Something was bothering her, and the realization that she must not feel comfortable enough to tell him made him feel like he had a stone lodged in his stomach. Why should she tell you? You are short-tempered and short-sighted and never come home on time. You drink too much and are stuck in the past. He sat in the grass a while longer, reminiscing. Only weeks ago, an enchanted blade had struck him and stolen his voice. The words he had been unable to utter had burned in him like coals. How he had longed to tell Sidra all that he had been withholding from her. He didn't want to waste time anymore, time that he could never regain. Had he not learned this lesson in the harshest of ways by now? Wake up, the Isle seemed to say to him. Open your eyes, Torin. Look at who you are becoming. Torin rose, brushing the dew from his plaid. He didn't want to be away from Sidra a moment longer. He didn't want to let anything come between them. As he began walking briskly toward home, a light flickered at the corner of his eye, stealing his attention. It looked like firelight from an open door in the distance. Torin halted. There had been no houses in sight when he entered this valley, but he couldn't deny that he now saw a bewitching door piercing the darkness of the hills. It was beckoning him to come closer. He approached it carefully, his hand finding the hilt of his dirk. An arched door was carved into the side of a hill, with long tangles of grass hanging over its lintel. Torin stood before it, transfixed. He squinted at the passage beyond the door, attempting to discern where it led to, but the path turned, leading deeper into the earth, to a place Torin couldn't see. This was a spirit portal. He had dreamt of uncovering one when he was a boy. After he had devoured the tales his father told him, he'd begun searching for portals on the Isle, though they were concealed from mortal eyes. They hid within rocks and waterfalls and trees, within grass and tides and gardens. The doors presented themselves only to those the spirits highly regarded. Torin now stood before an open door that would lead him into the unknown, and he was struck with fear. Where do you lead? Why have you opened to me? The light began to dim. The door was about to close, and Torin had to swiftly weigh the risks against the advantages of entering. If he passed through the door, he would be granted the chance to speak to the spirits face to face. He knew this invitation was extended because of the Blight, for which he was desperate to find answers. If he declined and let the door close, he might never have this chance again to learn the truth about what they were facing in the orchards. The Blight would continue to spread from tree to human, perhaps eventually claiming them all. But if he entered, there was no telling how long he would be gone. It would most likely be only a day or two, but Sidra wouldn't know where he was. The thought of how she would worry pierced Torin like a spear. He imagined what his absence might do to her. And yet, there was one truth that he knew without doubt. She was strong enough to live without him. She would move forward, even with him gone. She would ensure that things ran smoothly with the clan until he returned. "Sidra," he breathed into the wind. He knew the choice she would make if she were the one to stumble upon the door. Torin hesitated only a moment longer, then passed over the threshold. Chapter 14. Jack stood in the river, staring upstream. It was mid-morning, and he had delayed as long as he could, eating breakfast with Mirren and Frey, tending to last-minute tasks around the croft. Now it was time for him to leave. He had packed light, a few spare tunics in his satchel, Torin's letter, and his harp. "You will find the answer among the Breccans." Ash's voice echoed through him as Jack took a step forward. The water rushed around his ankles, seeping through his boots, and meadowsweet grew in frothy wet clusters along the riverbank. The aithwood, dense with pine, spruce, hemlock and rowan, became gnarled the farther upstream he walked. Blooming bedstraw and violets peppered the forest floor, and shadows cast by the tree canopy trickled over Jack's shoulders, shielding him from the sun. A few leaves drifted down to the water as he slowly withdrew his dirk from its sheath at his belt. He waited until he was standing on the clan line, the edge of two realms. He thought about his father carrying Adira through this river 23 years earlier, when she was a small, sickly infant. Neil Breccon's blood in the water had hidden his passing back and forth over the clan line, time and time again, to visit Mirren's cottage on the hill. Murray had also taken advantage of this secret flaw in the magical boundary, as well as the power of the arena flower, to kidnap the girls and roam the east without fear. Jack was not the first to use the river, to let his blood drip down into the rapids before crossing from one side of the line to the other. He wasn't the first, but he hoped to be the last. Perhaps his music would be strong enough to mend this wound in the Isle. He drew the blade across his palm. The pain was vibrant, but only for a moment. As soon as his blood began to well and drip from his fingers, melting into the water, he stepped forward. He crossed the border into the west. Adira stood before the enchanted door of the new library, sword belted at her waist and a satchel full of parchment hanging from her shoulder. She didn't know what she would find beyond the radiant wood, but she hoped it was a quiet room full of nothing more than books and scrolls. She had avoided both Innes and David since the culling, refusing to sup in their rooms or join them for rides across the wilds. She knew she couldn't avoid them for much longer, but when she did stand before them again, she wanted to have all the knowledge she could gather. She wanted to make her case. Adira pricked her finger and laid her hand upon the wood. The wood accepted her blood, then unbolted its enchanted lock. She crossed the threshold meekly, her eyes scanning the chamber, but it was as she had hoped. She was the only visitor. She set down her satchel on a scribing table that stood before a trio of mullioned windows. It was early morning, and the grey light was still too dim to properly write and read by, so she took her time lighting the candles around the room. Adira drew in a deep breath, tasting years of paper and ink. She reached out to the nearest shelf and touched it. "Please show me all the books and records you have on the culling," she whispered. She didn't dare to hope for a response, not until she heard a rustling and saw that 2 scrolls had pushed themselves forward and were nearly dangling from the shelf. She took both with gentle hands and carried them to the table, where she sat and began to read. One thing quickly became apparent. The culling had been happening since the clan line was created nearly 2 centuries ago, when the folk's magic had become divided and unbalanced by Joan and Fingal. The West suddenly had a surge of enchantment-made craft in their hands, yet they also had failing gardens and waning resources as a consequence. People were soon hungry and desperate, and so crime had started to crop up among the crofts and the city like weeds. Adira was strangely relieved to know that Innes hadn't started the culling, but rather had inherited the practice when she became laird. She read on, and eventually gleaned the information she had most wanted to find. There was no way to free a prisoner from the dungeons without having them fight in a culling. Fighting not only gave criminals the chance to die honourably, as Innes had mentioned, but also redeemed the guilty by proving they deserved another chance. Another important purpose of the culling was to help deter future crime by making the clan stand witness to it. Adira began to write down what she learned, filling page after page with notes and thoughts and questions she still had. She had skipped breakfast, though, and when her stomach began to growl, her recording was interrupted. She leaned back in her chair, staring at what she had gathered. "How do I free you?" she whispered, envisioning Jack's father again. By all culling rules, he should have walked free after he killed William. But Innes had refused to pardon him, and all Adira could think was that her mother wanted to make him suffer for what he had done. How many times had he fought in the arena? How many more of his fellow prisoners would he have to kill before he was redeemed in Innes's eyes? There had to be another way for him to be absolved, Adira thought, as she rose with the scrolls in her arms. She returned them to the shelves and thought for a moment about what she should ask for next. She laid her hand on the shelf and said, "Please show me all the books and scrolls that depict Breccan traditions and law." It seemed like half of the books and scrolls in the library pushed their way forward to be noticed, and Adira sighed, suddenly overwhelmed. She should have tailored her search better, but she selected the ones closest to her and brought them to the table. She began to read, recording elements she thought either were fascinating or could be helpful in her appeal for her father-in-law's freedom. But it seemed that even with legal loopholes and strange past traditions, one law couldn't be avoided. The laird of the clan always had the last word and could disregard laws in special circumstances. Lairds had most often used this power when a personal offence had been committed against them, such as when a once-trusted man of the clan gave the laird's daughter away to the enemy. "Why don't you tell Innes the truth?" Adira chewed on her lip, wondering if it would make the situation better or worse to tell Innes that the man who had given her to the east was Jack's father. Initially, when Adira wasn't yet certain how angry and vengeful Innes and David were over what had happened in the past, it had seemed safer to keep that fact hidden to protect Jack, Mirren and Frey. She had worried that Innes might impose a harsh judgment on Jack's father, wiping out his entire family, for instance, or punishing him even further for having children with the enemy. She wondered if just the fact that he was Adira's relation by marriage would be compelling enough to convince Innes to let him go. But Adira remembered that merely asking about where Oathbreaker was had turned David cold, breaking the rapport they had built. And then Innes had invited Adira to watch him fight in a duel to the death, as if his life were meaningless. Adira felt that she needed something more. Not a way to catch Innes off guard, necessarily, but a way to get her attention. She needed to figure out how to look shrewd rather than soft when it came to freeing Jack's father. She retraced her notes. There was one small tidbit of tradition that she had found fascinating. It was the draping of the plaid, or giving someone protection under your name and prowess. In the past, such protection had been extended by thanes or the laird, those who held power and sway in the West and, as such, could serve as a formidable shield for others who had little influence. But even then, there were stipulations to be met. The life of the one being protected had to be in danger. The Thane or the Laird had to remove their own plaid and drape it over the individual they were protecting while speaking a specific set of words. Most of all, the draping of the plaid had to be performed publicly so that the entire clan would become aware of the ramifications of harming the one being shielded. Adira wondered if she could embrace this tradition without offending the clan, without offending Innes. Could she drape her father-in-law with her plaid on the basis of this old tradition? If she did, no one would be able to harm him without essentially harming her. She was mulling over this possibility, trying to predict all the ways it could spin and turn and how Innes might oppose it, when an unexpected burst of sunlight warmed the table. Adira glanced up at the window. The clouds had broken for a reason. Something had cut through them. At first she thought she saw a large bird falling through the air, a wounded creature. But then she saw a flash of silver, like the light of a star, arms and legs trying to harness the wind. An iridescent sheen rippled behind the person like a torn sail. Electrified, Adira stood, leaning toward the glass. She watched as a spirit with indigo hair and tattered wings fell to the earth. Part 2. A Song for Embers. Chapter 15. Sidra didn't realize Torin was missing. Not until the newly appointed captain of the East Guard came knocking on her door around midday. "Yvain?" Sidra said as she stood on the threshold, assuming the captain had come for an ailment. "How can I help you?" "Hello, Sidra." Yvain's voice was unusually grave. "Is Torin at home?" It was the last question Sidra expected. For a moment she could only blink because the question sounded ridiculous. Torin was never home during the day. Yvain, of all people, would know this. It also brought back the night before in stark relief. She could still see the expression on Torin's face when she dismissed him, the pain and shock reflected there. She could still taste the warm air that had billowed around him as he opened the door to the night and left. Her regret that morning was like a bruise, tender on her arm. "No, he's not," she said, but her stomach clenched. "Why?" "I was hoping to find him here." "He's not at the castle. I assumed he would be with the guard for midday drills." "I haven't seen him today," Yvain said. "We were scheduled to have a meeting with the council this morning to discuss the Blight. He never showed, and as you and I both know, that's not like him." "He and I argued last night," Sidra confessed hoarsely. "He left here angry. I assumed he went to the castle to sleep." "If he did, no one saw him." "Then something must have happened to him after he left. Sidra couldn't even speak of what might have happened. The words felt as sharp as fractured glass in her mouth, threatening to cut her into ribbons if she said anything. But she saw the possibilities unfold in her imagination. Torin storming away in the dark, walking through the hills, falling into a bog, breaking his leg on treacherous ground, beguiled by shifting hills and lochs and valleys.
"Mummy!"
Maisie was tugging on her skirt.
"Can I have an oat cake?"
Sidra roused herself from these thoughts, but the dread continued to weigh her down. She inhaled sharply and glanced at her daughter, rosy-cheeked and smiling in hope. "Yes, just one," Sidra said. Maisie scampered away to the kitchen table, and Sidra refocused her attention on Yvain. The captain's face was guarded, but her dark eyes were gleaming with fear. The same fear Sidra felt, as if they stood in a sinking boat, losing precious time as cold water crept ever higher. "Where would he go?" Yvain murmured. "I can begin to canvass the hills, but the search will go faster if you can tell me of a place that is significant to him. Or perhaps to you." Sidra thought for a moment. Her frantic memories flashed like sun on a loch, difficult to grasp, but one came to the forefront. She thought of her old home, where she and Torin had first crossed paths, a place where the two of them had decided to become one, even as the world seemed to be crumbling around them. "The Vale of Stonehaven, perhaps," Sidra answered. It was a peaceful place on the isle, full of lush grass and wandering sheep, where time seemed to slow down. Picturing it in her mind, Sidra suddenly found it difficult to imagine Torin being harmed there. "I honestly can't think of anywhere else," she said. "But let me take Maisie to Graham. Give me a moment, and I'll ride with you." Yvain nodded and returned to where her horse was tethered by the gate. Sidra left the door open and backed away. Her feet turned leaden as her worries began to multiply at an alarming rate. As she stared at the last place she had seen Torin, a thunderstorm brewed beyond the threshold. Soon the rain began to fall, and the wind stirred up dead leaves. Her garden bowed to the storm, the herbs drooping, the kale getting splattered with mud. Only then, when she felt the summer mist fan across her face, did Sidra's mind begin to lay out clear instructions. She would find Torin, but she first needed to take Maisie to Graham. She pinned her green plaid to her shoulder and braided her hair, preparing for a long slog in the rain. Then she slipped on Maisie's leather shoes and wrapped her in a heavy shawl, and together they dashed up the hill to where Torin's father lived. Graham was surprised but delighted to see them on his front stoop, speckled from the rain. "Ah, Sidra! Maisie! Come in, come in!" Maisie trotted inside, becoming instantly distracted by the bowl of mainland trinkets Graham kept on a stool. His house was messy, disorganised, and full of treasure. Sidra didn't mind the clutter, although Torin could hardly abide it. She tried to calm her pulse as she shut the door behind her. "May I have a word with you, Da?" she said quietly.
"Of course," Graham said. "Come sit at the table. Let me pour you a cup of tea."
Sidra remained where she was, her heart pounding so hard she could feel it in her wrists, in her neck. Her stomach began to churn, and she fought the temptation to cover her nose. She couldn't tell if it was her anxiety or the strange rank smell in the cottage, but she was struggling to hold down her breakfast. "I can't stay," she managed to say, and her terse tone finally caught Graham's attention. "Oh." Her father-in-law set down the teapot, brows raised. "Can you sit for a moment at least? Give the storm a moment to die down?"
"Yvain is waiting for me by the road,"
Sidra said, but she began to shake. She couldn't hide it, and Graham quickly moved forward, taking a gentle hold of her arm. "Come, sit a moment, lass," he whispered. "You look pale as a wraith." Sidra sighed, and it felt like her chest had cracked beneath the pressure of her fear. She let Graham guide her to the table. "Tell me what's on your mind, Sidra," Graham said, as he poured her a cup of tea. Sidra sat on the bench and accepted the cup, even as she felt time tug at her. She needed to rejoin Yvain. She needed to be combing the hills for Torin. She was wasting precious moments, sitting here with a cup of warm tea in her hands. But Graham knew Torin nearly as well as Sidra did, and he might have insight that she didn't as to where his son might have gone. She ensured that Maisie was distracted. She was, having found the cat curled up by the fire, and she whispered, "Torin is missing." Graham lowered himself to the chair across the table from her, listening as Sidra recounted the night before. Her voice was hoarse by the time she finished, asking, "Do you have an idea of where he might have gone? We can search there first." Graham let out a puff of air, as if Sidra's revelation had just socked him in the stomach. He scratched his grey beard, an action that made Sidra instantly think of Torin. She blinked away her tears, waiting. "Your guess is as good as mine, Sidra," he finally said in a sad voice. "But I heard him calling for you last night."
"What?"
she exclaimed, rising from the bench.
"Did he say anything else? Was he in distress?"
"He didn't sound distressed, no. Graham rushed to add, also standing. He tilted his head toward Maisie, who was now regarding them with wide, worried eyes. He spoke your name fondly, but he seemed to be sighing in resignation, like a farewell. Sidra didn't know what to make of this news, which felt like a dagger in her belly when she imagined it being his dying breath. Torin had called for her, and she hadn't heard him. "I need to go," she said, stepping away from the table. She could scarcely feel the floor beneath her boots. Her stomach was clenching again. "If you can watch Maisie, I'll return soon." Sidra, wait," Graham was saying, but she was already out the door. Yvain and 6 guards were waiting for her at the road, mounted on mud-splattered horses. It was still raining, but summer storms were fickle on the Isle, and it was always best to carry on as usual rather than wait for clear skies. Cedra approached the spare horse the captain had ready for her and drew herself up into the saddle. Her foot twinged in pain, and she gritted her teeth. She had forgotten all about her woes with the Blight, and she hated how those worries now simmered at the back of her mind when she was hell-bent on finding Torin. She couldn't hold everything at once, all these misgivings and fears and dreads. "Breathe," she told herself, drawing in air that tasted like clouds. "You're going to find Torin, and then you'll handle the Blight." Yvain waited to ensure that Sidra was settled, reins in hand, before she gave orders to her guards to split up into pairs. They would each take a section of the east to search and report back to the castle at sundown. But most importantly, they were to search discreetly. Neither Yvain nor Sidra wanted the clan to know Torin was missing. The guards cantered through the rain to their appointed destinations. Sidra watched them melt away before glancing sidelong at Yvain. "Where are we searching?" she asked. "The Vale, as you suggested," the captain replied. "But there is only one thing I ask of you, Cedra." The mayor sidestepped beneath her, sensing the tension in the air. "Stay within my sight at all times. Can you agree to that?" "Of course," Cedra said, surprised. But she shivered at the way Yvain was gazing at her, as though Cedra was in danger of vanishing next. They rode through the last of the storm to the Vale, which was bright and sunny and sweltering. The brackens sparkled with leftover rain, and the small creeks were swollen, cutting serpentine paths through the valley floor. There was no sign of Torin. From there, Yvain and Sidra pressed northward, checking caves, thickets, the coast. "I don't think he would have wandered this far," Sidra said, fighting the nausea that was rolling through her again. She had taken a few sips from Yvain's flask and eaten a portion of food from her saddlebags when the two of them rested in very brief moments for the horses' sake. But the truth was that they had been riding hard for 4 hours now, and the sun was beginning to sink toward the west. "Where do you want to go next, then?" Yvain asked. Sidra guided them back toward the nook of the marsh. She was worried that Torin might have wandered into it, though it was a far-fetched possibility, because Torin knew the east like the lines on his palm. He never got lost, even when hills shifted. Even in the dark, the nook wouldn't have taken him by surprise. But Sidra still wanted to see it with her own eyes. When they arrived there, she beheld the marsh's calm presence. Birds swooped overhead, and damselflies dusted the surface of the shallow water. Clusters of bog myrtle and stalks of golden-starred asphodel danced in the breeze. Cedra thought back on how Graham had described Torin's call as a sigh of resignation, which Cedra had a difficult time envisioning. Torin wasn't a man who was quick to surrender, and for the first time since Yvain had knocked on her door and broken the news, Cedra began to consider that maybe Torin had gone somewhere. Maybe he wasn't wounded and lying in a gully. Maybe he was hale and alive and had simply left. The thought struck her like a splinter. Cedra tried to uproot it, cast it aside, but her resistance only made the realization nestle even deeper. There was another realm that ran parallel to theirs, and it was beginning to bleed into their world through the Blight. Sidra needed to be realistic. There was a good chance that the spirits had ushered Torin elsewhere, whether it be a shifting glen or a hill that she couldn't see. If so, Sidra was powerless to find him. "Sidra," Yvain said, interrupting her thoughts. "I think it's time I take you back to Graham's. The sun is setting, and it looks like another storm is blowing in for the night."
"I can keep searching,"
Sidra protested, but her voice was faint. Her head was splitting again, her back aching. "No," the captain said firmly. "I need you to eat a good meal and rest tonight, safe at Graham's. I'll come for you at first light tomorrow morning, and we'll discuss this further."
"Discuss what?"
Sidra snapped, but her anger was a short-lived spark. She met Yvain's gaze, saw the same truths lurking in the captain's face. Torin wasn't dead or missing. He had gone somewhere they couldn't locate. Sidra sighed. She rode with Yvain back to Graham's croft, just as eventide storm billowed like ink across the sky. She thanked Yvain and the horse that had carried her all afternoon, then watched the captain ride away towards Sloane. Sidra trudged through the garden to Graham's front door. Her legs were sore from hours of riding, and she couldn't tell if she was starving or nauseous again, not until she stepped into the cottage. Maisie was sitting at the table, about to eat supper. Graham had something sizzling in the skillet, and he glanced up, relieved to see her.
"There you are," he greeted Cedra. "Just in time for dinner. Here, I've got you a plate ready."
The aroma of the food hit her like a fist, instantly making her gag. Sidra covered her mouth and turned. She stumbled back into the kale yard, trying to make it to the gate, but she couldn't. She knelt and heaved between the rows of vegetables, her fingers sinking into the wet soil. Again and again she vomited until she was scraped empty, and the rain was falling like whispers on the leaves around her. Shaking, with tears dripping from her lashes, she wiped her mouth and closed her eyes. "Breathe," she told herself, as the thunder rumbled above her and the wind stilled. She felt a warm, steady hand on her shoulder. She knew it was Graham, and she sat back on her heels. "I'm sorry," she began to say, but he tightened his hold on her, wordlessly halting her apology. "I take it you didn't find him," Graham said sadly. Sidra stared into the distance, watching night deepen. "No, there's no sign of him."
"Do you think the folk have ushered him away?"
She nodded.
"Then you must know that he wouldn't have left if it hadn't been the only path he saw to take," Graham said, "especially knowing of your condition."
Sidra froze. How did Graham know she was sick with the blight? There was no possible way he could know, and she looked at him with dark, glittering eyes. "How do you know about me?" she rasped. "I haven't told anyone, not even Torin."
"Well, quite simply. You see, my wife did the same thing,"
Graham said, and his voice had grown so wistful that Sidra found herself gaping at him.
"When she was carrying Torin, once blood pudding had been her favourite, and then she suddenly couldn't stand to have anything to do with it. I couldn't eat pudding for years, even after Torin was born, because Emma couldn't bear the smell of it."
Sidra's voice broke. She began to sift through her symptoms. Her exhaustion, her headaches, her irritation, her waves of nausea. She had been so preoccupied with trying to solve the blight, which she had blamed for all of her symptoms, that she hadn't kept proper track of her moon flow. Now, she realised, she was late. Sidra laid her hand on her belly. She thought of how often she and Torin had come together lately, ever since he had been home in the evenings, sleeping beside her. They had talked about growing their family. Both she and Torin wanted another child, a child they would have together, and they had decided to stop taking their contraceptives and begin trying. And yet, Sidra hadn't thought it would happen so soon. She certainly hadn't anticipated revelling in this news without Torin. But now that it had bloomed in her thoughts, Cedra knew it was true. She let the wonder wash over her until she moved and felt the uncomfortable stiffness in her left foot, a keen reminder that the blight beneath her skin was expanding, climbing up her bones. Soon, it would completely devour her, and what then? Could she even survive it, let alone her child?
"Sidra," Graham said, "if Torin has truly been spirit-taken, then you must prepare for him to be gone for a while."
"What?" she panted, her mind far away.
"He might be gone for weeks, months. I don't want to say this, but it could even be years."
Sidra blinked at Graham. She struggled to fathom what he was saying, but then it cleft her heart like an axe. "No, surely they wouldn't hold him that long," she said. "The earth, the spirits wouldn't do that to me." Graham was silent for a moment, but then he said,
"There was a poem I read in Joan's journal. She mentioned a ballad about time moving much more slowly in the spirit's realm. One day in their world might be 100 in ours."
Sidra opened her mouth to protest, but the words faded. She knew Graham was right. She envisioned Torin in her mind's eye, returning to the mortal world and looking just as he had the night he left, young and handsome and corded with strength, walking into their house only to find it empty, cobwebbed, discovering her headstone in the graveyard beside Danella's, realising that Maisie was grown and grey-haired and that this other child, this son or daughter that he had never known about, had also lived a full life, realising he had missed it all. "What are you saying to me, Graham?" Sidra whispered, her fingers curling into the loam. She took a fistful of earth and held it, trying to steady herself.
"I gave up my right to rule long ago," he said, squeezing her shoulder again. "You know that ever since Emma departed, I have been unable to leave my croft. But even before that, I never had a desire to rule, and Alastair knew it. So did Adira. When she passed the lairdship to Torin, she was following the correct line of succession. And with Torin now incapable of being present, the East falls to you, Sidra."
"I don't want to rule," she said reflexively. The same fear she had felt when Torin had told her they needed to move into the castle, the fear of irrevocable change and the unknown, began to beat against her ribs again. "I can't do it."
"You must, Sidra. You need to keep the East together. You must rise and lead this clan."
"I can't."
"Why do you say that?"
She bit the corner of her lip until the pain shot through her mouth. "Because I'm carrying enough as it is. I can't bear anything else. It will crush me, Graham."
"Then tell us how to help you. Give your burdens to us, the tasks that weigh you down. You shouldn't be carrying it all alone to begin with."
She didn't know what to say. It was too much to think about, this notion of dividing all her responsibilities into slices and giving them away.
"The other day," Graham said, "I was thinking about all the different paths our lives take. How little choices here and there suddenly guide us to places we never expected. How sometimes even the worst of experiences turn us into what we need to be, even though we would rather avoid the pain. But we grow stronger, we grow sharper, and before we truly even know it, we are looking back on it all. We see who we were, and we see who we have become, and it is why the spirits watch us and marvel."
Sidra remained silent, still clutching the garden soil in her fist.
"Mummy?"
Maisie's voice broke through the night.
"Why are you on the ground?"
"I was just coming in to get your dinner," Graham replied brightly, before Sidra could scrounge up a false smile. "Go back inside before your feet get muddy, lass. I'm right behind you."
Sidra could hear Maisie patter away. She sighed, feeling so tired she didn't know how she would drag herself up. Graham's hand slipped from her shoulder as he rose. take a moment more," he said gently. "Then come inside and sit by the fire. I'll toss the blood pudding and ale out the cottage and find something else you'd like. Perhaps something simple, like porridge and cream."
"That'll be fine," Sidra whispered. "Thank you." Graham returned to the house, leaving the door open. He unbolted the shutters, as promised, to let the odours escape, and Sidra closed her eyes, listening to the thunder and the rain, to the pounding of her heart. She wrestled with her fear until she let go of the soil and stared at her dirt-streaked hand. She could almost hear Torin's voice, whispering into her hair.
"Rise, my love, rise."
Chapter 16. Jack found the cottage on the riverbank, just as Mirren had described it. He stood in the cold rapids, the cut in his palm clotting, and he stared at the house that belonged to his father. Hedged by the tall ancient trees of the Aithwood, the cottage was quaint. Stone and mortar walls, shuttered windows, a thatched roof mottled with lichen. A steady trickle of smoke rose from the chimney, and a path led from the bank to the Kileyard gate. A wordless invitation, it seemed, to those who arrived by river. Only the garden betrayed the idyllic view. The vegetables were thin and bent to the south, as if the north wind had zealously raked over them. And though it did not storm, the light was bleak. Jack emerged from the river and moved along the stone wall toward the cottage. He had yet to see a flicker of life aside from the fowl in the coop as he stood against the northern side of the house, waiting to see if he was spotted. But no sound came from within. He carefully walked the path around to the front, then knocked on the door. He didn't know quite what he was expecting. Mirren had implied that his father might be dead, and so when an elderly woman answered the door, Jack merely gaped at her. The woman's eyes widened, just as shocked to see him. Her gaze flickered beyond him, as if she expected to find a company of men in his shadow. "I'm alone," he said gently. "Don't speak yet," she warned. He felt a slight breeze touch his hair. It was the west wind, the one Jack trusted the most, though he still felt a lingering trace of fear when he remembered the manifested forms of these spirits. "Come inside, lad." As Jack entered the cottage, his gaze roamed about the chamber. His father's house was a simple abode, with a hearth anchoring the common room, its stacked stones darkened from soot. A collection of animal skulls and candlesticks sat crookedly on a mantel of woven branches. A desk aligned with one wall was crowded with a haphazard stack of leather books and parchment and inkwells. A large basket held a family of walking sticks by the back door. Cast-iron pots and herbs hung from the kitchen rafters. Jack tried to envision his father living in such a place, but failed to conjure an image. He at last met the woman's gaze and said, "Where is the keeper of the Aithwood?" "My son isn't here," she answered. Somehow, Jack maintained his composure, but his heart resounded with shock and amazement to realize he was beholding his grandmother, someone he never even imagined meeting. Here was another thread, another route to bind him to the west. Helplessly, he studied his Nan. Her hair was silver, bound in a braided crown. Her face was freckled and grooved from years facing the brunt of the wind. She was petite and wiry, her Breccan plaid apron fastened over a simple homespun dress. Her shoulders were stooped, as if she had carried a heavy weight all her life, and her eyes were blue as the eastern sky after a storm. "Have I grown a second nose, then?"
she asked, but her voice was light, teasing him. Jack blinked and flushed. "Forgive me,
Are you hungry? Sit by the hearth and I'll bring you something."
He continued to stand, dazed by her trust and hospitality. But then he noticed that she was taking in his details as well. His long brown hair with its quicksilver streak, his tall slight frame, his elegant hands and his new moon eyes. And he thought, Perhaps she sees a trace of her son in me. Perhaps she knows who I am to her.
Go on now,
she prodded, and he sensed it would be foolish to cross this woman. Jack couldn't help but smile as he slid his leather satchel from his back. He sat in the chair by the hearth, where a low fire was burning, and watched his grandmother shuffle to the kitchen table, where some sort of cake rested beside a bundle of herbs. He wasn't the least bit hungry, but when his grandmother brought him a slice, he accepted it.
"You're Neil's son,"
she said. Jack froze, the cake halfway to his mouth. Here he was, already breaking his promise to Mirren with the first Breccan he'd met. His fear must have been evident, because his grandmother said,
"Don't worry, I'll hold this secret as I've held many others over the years. Your smile gave you away."
"My smile?" His nan nodded.
"Aye, you must favour your mother in quite a few ways, but you have my son's smile. I would know it anywhere."
Her statement nearly brought tears to Jack's eyes. He had never realised how starved for connection, for family, he was until that moment. He forced himself to eat the cake by way of distraction, hoping it would fill the hollow spaces he felt. She made them 2 cups of tea and sat across from him at the hearth. The silence grew awkward, as if neither of them knew how to break it.
"Do you have a name?"
she finally asked, gently. "My name is John, but I've always gone by Jack." His grandmother's brow creased. She was frowning, and at first Jack thought she was displeased, but then she spoke, her voice warbling with emotion.
"John was my husband's name."
All this time, Jack had hated the birth name Mirren gave him. He had refused to answer to it. Now he saw his name as another thread, weaving him into the family he had longed for.
"I'm Elsbeth," she said, clearing her throat. "But you can call me whatever you like."
Did she mean he could call her Nan? Jack took a sip of tea. It was weak, as if she had steeped the herbs multiple times before, but it was sweeter than Mirren's brews, and he savoured it.
"And why have you come to the west, Jack?"
Elsbeth asked. He smiled again, because the answers felt impossible and strange, as though he were in a dream. But here he was, sitting across from his grandmother in his father's house on western land, a situation he would have never thought he'd experience. "I've come to be with my wife."
"You're wed to a Breccan?"
He nodded, almost saying the name Adaira before catching himself. "Lady Cora." Elsbeth's eyes widened. She took a sip of tea as if to wash down what she truly wanted to say. The gesture made Jack nervous, and his mind began to race. "Have things been good here for her?" he dared to ask. "I had hoped the clan would be welcoming."
Yes. Lady Cora seems to have found her place among us, although I've been banished to this cottage since the truth emerged, and sometimes the wind refuses to carry news this deep into the woods."
"You've taken my father's place in the Eithwood, then?"
"Not quite,"
Elsbeth said, tilting her head to the side as she continued to regard Jack.
"What all do you know, lad?"
"About my father? Not much," Jack confessed. "I hope to find him here."
"I'm sorry to say that he won't ever return to these woods."
Jack's heart quickened as he waited for her to continue. When the silence stretched long between them, he whispered, "Has my father been executed?" Elsbeth sighed.
"No, he lives, but he's imprisoned in the castle keep, shamed and stripped of his name, and there he will most likely remain until his last day."
A prisoner, with no hope of a pardon. It was a terrible thought, and yet Jack's hope rekindled, just knowing his father was still alive.
"Tell me more about yourself, Jack,"
Elsbeth said, drawing his attention back to the moment.
"What was your life like in the East?"
He hesitated, wondering how much he should tell her. But then, realising this moment might never come again, he said, "I'm a bard. I attended the mainland university for 10 years before returning home to play for the Tamerlaines. Elspeth froze, her teacup halfway to her mouth.
A bard?
He nodded, perspiration beginning to bead on his palms. He hoped he hadn't erred, telling her who he truly was, although he couldn't deny that he instinctively trusted her. All the same, he noticed her gaze darting to the satchel at his feet, before flickering to her windows, which were shuttered to keep the wind's curious tendrils at bay. "I know music is forbidden in the West," he said, "but
That it is," his grandmother said firmly, "and for good reason."
"Can you tell me why?" Elspeth set aside her teacup, then laced her gnarled fingers together on her lap.
The legend states that music's troubled history in the West began not long after the clan line was created. I'm sure you know the story of Joan and Fingal, and how their doomed marriage and deaths divided the Isle.
Jack nodded. "I know it all too well."
"As I thought you would, being a bard," Elspeth said. "But in the days before the Isle was divided, the West was known for its music. It wasn't uncommon for there to be multiple bards across the land, spinning air into ballads with every season. The hall brimmed with it, night after night. There was one particular bard named Egan, who was greater than all the others, whose music was revered and beloved amongst the families in the West. He soon disliked the thought of there being competition among his kind, and thought that it would be best for the clan to only have one appointed bard. This mindset soon took root, and musicians in the West began to lay aside their instruments until there was only one, Egan, and he played for the Breccans wholeheartedly. Not long after that, however, came the breaking. The Isle changed. The West began to decline under the curse. Our spirits were weakened by the disunity, and soon Egan's music caused more trouble than good."
"How so?" Jack asked, bent toward her tale.
"There was no end to it," Elspeth said. "There were no boundaries, no way to contain his music. When Egan played, immense power flowed through him, and the land suffered even more for it, because he drove the spirits to serve him, directing their magic to himself rather than to the land and the sea and the air and the fire. Soon the clan became angry and afraid. The music they had once danced to in the hall was now causing the crops to wither in their kale yards, their creeks to dry up in the pastures, their fires to burn cold in their hearths, and the wind to blow strong and relentless against their cottages. They begged Echen to cease his playing, to lay down his harp and find another way to serve the clan. But Egan, who had been devoted to music since he was a lad, couldn't imagine giving up that which he loved more than his own life. He was banished from the castle, sent to live alone in the wilds. But still he played, disrupting the precarious balance of the spirits. For you see, all that those in the West had was their ability to turn magic into their craft, weaving plaids like steel, forging enchanted weapons. But when Egan played, he momentarily stole even that magic for himself, until all the Breccans had were empty hands and hungry bellies. In the end, his music cost him. A group of Breccans decided they had no choice but to slay him. They gathered around his cottage, teeth bared and swords drawn, ready to spill his blood on the soil. But when it comes to endings, well, they can take many shapes, can't they? Some legends claim that the mob cut off Egan's hands and sliced out his tongue, leaving him to die a slow, soundless death. Other legends say that Egan surrendered to his fellow clansmen, swearing to never play another note again if they would let him live. Some legends boast that a body was never found, that Egan must have been drowned with his harp in the loch that surrounded his home. Any of these endings could be true, but what we know is that a great storm blew in that day, cold and dark and merciless, full of lightning and thunder. Speculation says that the mob caused it, or Egan, but the darkness hasn't faded since that day, and the West became a grey, quiet land. Jack was quiet for a beat, soaking in the story. He had suspected that playing for the spirits in the West would be very different from playing for them in the East. He briefly imagined what Ethan must have felt, the intoxication of creating such magic without cost, of drawing all the enchantment of the Isle unto himself. The praise, the worship, the power. Jack had to break up the image in his mind before it enticed him any further. "So now I must ask you, Jack," Elspeth said, glancing down at his satchel again. "Do you carry an instrument with you? And what do you intend to do with it?" "I do have my harp," he answered, watching her face groove with displeasure. "I've been instructed to bring it, but I will be very mindful and careful." "You should leave behind your harp," his grandmother said sharply. "Bury it somewhere deep, or give it to the river and tell no one that you are a bard. Or else I fear it will see you slain, Jack. The Breccans still fear the power of a song, and if they knew you had dared to bring an instrument with you—" She shook her head, as if she couldn't bear to imagine what might come next. Her words chilled him, making him doubt his conversation with Ash a few nights ago. Jack wondered, did I imagine it all? Am I losing my mind? Thinking back on that encounter now made it suddenly seem like a feverish dream. Perhaps Jack had been missing Adira so deeply that he had only heard what he wanted to hear, to be given an excuse to cross the clan line. After taking in Elspeth's story, Jack felt he had made a foolish and dangerous mistake to be in the West with a harp. The fire in the hearth gave a loud pop, and a spark arced across the dim space, landing on Jack's boot. Elspeth didn't notice, but Jack sensed that Ash was speaking to him again, perhaps reaching out his hand and tapping Jack's foot to reassure him. Jack relaxed in the chair and sipped his tea. "Thank you for telling me the story," he said. "I'd never heard it, and I will keep it at the forefront of my mind." Elspeth still seemed unsettled, but she nodded wearily. She seemed to know there was no persuading him to give up the harp. Then she said, "I see there's a gleam in your eye, lad, as if a question is burning you up from within." Jack drained his tea to the dregs and then met Elspeth's gaze, his breath feeling thin and shallow. His heart was pounding, as if he'd been running for hours. "Indeed. Can you tell me where I might find Cora?" Chapter 17. Torin walked the earthen corridor, his posture bent as vines dragged like fingers over his hair. The passage curved, lit by strange clumps of bramble ensconced in the walls. "'Tisn't true fire," Torin thought, frowning every time he passed a torch. The light was pale, with a blue heart. It held no heat, only secrets, it seemed. He feared the flames would make him forget who he was if he stared at them too long. Eventually, he came to a door. He was fairly certain this was the same threshold over which he had entered, and he hesitated. When he had stepped through this door a few minutes earlier, he had been awestruck. He had believed the passage would lead him somewhere else, to a different door. Why would it bring him back to where he started? He sighed, realizing this earthen passage was nothing more than a giant circle burrowed in the ground like a rabbit warren. What was the point of such a thing? Disappointed, Torin opened the door and emerged back into the world. He was initially surprised by how quiet, how reverent the land was. He felt like he was in a painting, fixed in time. Then he noticed it was twilight, the moment when day and night are equal. The hills were now covered in gleams and shadows, and Torin's pulse quickened. It had been early night when he passed over that bewitched threshold. Now it was dusk. Torin gazed at the sky, looking for the trail of the setting sun so he could determine in which direction south lay. But there was no sunset. The entire sky was a rippled medley of lavender, cerulean and gold, as if the sun had set on every horizon.
He felt dizzy, trying to make sense of it. A few stars glistened, scattered around the moon. "Hail, mortal lord!" The voice was deep and mirthful, startling Torin. He turned and was shocked to see a man standing nearby. No, not a man. One of the spirits. He was tall and broad-chested, and his skin shimmered with a green hue. His square-jawed face was perfectly shaped and cut by a dimpled smile, and his eyes were dark like summer soil, boasting long lashes. His ears were pointed, and his hair, flowing wild and free, almost looked like fine grass. Small yellow blossoms and heart-leaved vines grew within the tangles. He was barefoot. Flowers bloomed from the tips of his toes and fingers, and he wore only a pair of trousers that appeared to be spun from bark and moss. At last, Torin thought, but he couldn't move as he marvelled at the hill spirit. He had never seen one manifested. He had never heard one speak so clearly. "You are surprised that we have welcomed you here, Torin of Tamerlaine," the spirit remarked. Yes. The word beat in Torin's mind, but it failed to find its way to his mouth, so he continued to stand there, dumbfounded. "You should not be," the spirit continued, and when he moved his hands, petals fell from his fingertips, drifting like snow. "Come, we are assembled and waiting for you to join us." He turned to lead the way over the moors, and Torin finally roused his voice. "I must go to my wife first. She'll be concerned about me. I've been away longer than I thought." The spirit paused and regarded Torin with a strange, almost dangerous light in his eyes. "Cedra is indeed wondering where you are," said the hell spirit, and Torin's heart lurched to hear how her name rolled in the spirit's deep-timbered voice, as if he were very familiar with her. "You will see her soon, but for now, I must ask you to make haste and join the assembly. Our time grows short." Torin relented and followed the spirit, but he took care where he stepped. He could suddenly see the lads in the pennywort patches, the hungry maws in the mud puddles, the sleeping faces in the rocks, and small creatures made of woven grass. He nearly stepped on one, and it let out a rustling hiss. "Ah, take care, mortal lord," the hell spirit said, but he was amused. "The furlies can sting if they are angered. Follow in my steps." Torin heeded him, mimicking the long strides of the spirit. It felt like kilometres passed by with every breath. "I've never noticed these things before." "Things? Spirits," Torin corrected himself with a grimace. "You didn't notice because your eyes were closed to us. You walk in our realm now. Come, just ahead." The pace quickened. Again, Torin had that sense that acres were rippling beneath every step he took, and he felt dizzy. The light never changed either. He was trapped in dusk, and he thought of Sidra. "Sidra, I am coming. I am coming." The hell spirit led him to a place he recognised, the sacred hill of the Eerie Stone. A great company had gathered here, willowy maidens with leaves in their long tresses, young men with arms and legs like kindling, old men shaped from wood with reddened burls for noses, and old women woven from silver-leafed vines. In the centre of them stood Lady Wynn of the Wildflowers, the ruler of the Eastern Earth Spirits, with her long dark hair, golden eyes, and crown of yellow gorse. Her skin was the shade of heather, a soft purple, and like the hill spirit, she had flowers blooming from her fingertips. She extended her hand to him, and the hill approached her, wove his long fingers with hers, whispered something in her hair as the blossoms drifted around them. Torin halted, transfixed by Wynn, as she stared at him. He began to sweat as he felt the prickle of countless eyes on him. All the congregated spirits were watching him, and he didn't know what to say or where to look. Was it rude to meet their gaze? Was it folly to speak first? He waited, and finally, the hell spirit stepped away from Wynn. I bring you Torin of the Tamerlaines, he said in his soothing deep voice, a lilt of summits and valleys, mortal laird of the east. The spirits were silent, but they bent their heads to him in respect.
Welcome, Laird, said Wyn. It has been a long time, by mortal reckoning, since one of your kind has been invited to our realm.
Torin bowed, uncertain. I'm honoured to be here, Lady Wyn. Now tell me why you have summoned me. Tell me what you want. Wyn smiled, as if she had read his thoughts.
You wonder why we have invited you?
Indeed. Although I have a suspicion that the invitation has something to do with the Blight. At once, the air became colder, and the shadows crept longer. The spirits were visibly disheartened, afraid. Torin could feel their worry faintly beating beneath the ground.
Our sisters of the orchard have been stricken,
Wyn said, and her words began to thicken like honey on her tongue, as if she were facing resistance as she spoke.
We have not obeyed our king's command, and so we have suffered his ire. He struck the orchard first, but he will soon strike again.
Questions swarmed in Torin's mind. He wanted to demand answers, but he drew a deep breath instead. I'm sorry to hear of this. The Blight has also spread to a few mortals of my clan. I'm at a loss, and I hope that you can guide me. Tell me how to fix this terrible dilemma. Wyn looked at her hell spirit, who stood beside her, watching Torin with inscrutable eyes.
Ah, but that is why we've invited you here, Torin Tamerlaine,
Wyn said.
Because we need your help.
Mine? What can I do?
You are the one who can solve the riddle of the Blight, she explained. We are powerless against it, but you are capable of healing us.
Torin gaped. He felt the blood drain from his face, his stomach knot. Forgive me, lady, but I have no knowledge, no insight. I have no idea how to help you. You will have to pay close attention then, the Hell Spirit said. The king left a riddle, and should you solve it, the Blight will end. Spirits below, Torin thought. I must be having a nightmare. He brushed his hand over his beard, shifted his weight from foot to foot. He didn't have the time, the energy to do this. But then an idea sparked, and he said, Let me return to the mortal world. I will bring you a bard who can solve this riddle for you. Whispers spun among the spirits. His mention of Jack had visibly stirred their emotions. Some sounded hopeful, others doubtful. Wyn's pleasant face hardened.
Your bard must not come here.
But he is very shrewd, very capable with riddles, Torin said, even though he knew Jack was in the West by now.
No, mortal lord. We almost welcomed him into our domain when he sang to ensnare us,
Wyn said, but then she paused, unable to further explain. A tremor moved through her as she remembered.
We should have claimed him then,
said one of the ancient, burl-nosed men. The Hell Spirit gave him a sharp glance. But the bard would not have entered our hold willingly. He must come on his own volition. We would have paid a steep price if we had claimed him without his agreement.
And we cannot claim him now. Ash,
Wyn said with a curled lip as she uttered his name,
has seen to that.
If Ash could move faster,
someone muttered,
then it would end. Ash has been all but extinguished. How can we trust him?
We must not trust fire,
one of the vine women said.
Never, never trust fire.
I don't understand, Torin said, beseeching Wyn. Why not invite the bard? Why not bring one more capable than me to help? The spirits merely stared at him. Please, Torin murmured, holding his palms up. Please. My people are not well. They need me. I cannot be away from them any longer. You will need to choose someone else to help you in this realm, and I will do my best from mine. More silence, and long, piercing stares. Torin flushed. He felt oddly vulnerable for a reason he couldn't understand. One of the older maidens said,
Tell him, Lady Wen. He will strive to help us if he knows. Tell him about his—
Quiet, Wyn ordered, and the maiden wilted. Torin studied the older girl, seeing that her eyes were like dew. He looked back at Wyn and said, What does she speak of? Wyn could no longer hold his gaze. She glanced away, and Torin felt stung with dread. Tell me what?
It is not our place to say. You can find the riddle in the orchard, she said. The sooner you can solve it, the sooner we are healed, and the sooner you can return to your realm. But not before then, mortal laird.
Astounded, he watched as the spirits began to depart. They were leaving him here, standing on the sacred hill. Torin spun and dared to take the arm of the hill spirit. Please, he begged, I need to return home. You said that I could see Sidra after the assembly. The hill spirit sighed. He suddenly appeared old and weary, as if he were withering. Yes, go and see her, mortal laird. Torin waited, but nothing happened. The hill spirit unhinged himself and began to leave with Wyn, flowers drifting in their wake. Very well then, Torin would find his own portal home. He knew where he was now, and he strode over the fells, trampling hissing clumps of furlies and kicking frowning stones out of his path. Soon the road rose to meet him, and Torin ran along its winding path, the light and darkness still suspended in equal measure. It was not day or night, but he had a terrible sensation that time had been flowing quickly in the mortal realm. He saw his and Sidra's croft in the distance, and his heart lifted. He didn't know what he would say to her, but an apology was waiting, ripe in his mouth, as he reached to open the Kaelyard gate. His hand passed through it. Torin stopped, bewildered. He tried again, but his hand, which looked every bit as solid as he knew it to be, passed through the iron brackets once more, as if he were ethereal. He cautiously moved forward, passing through the gate. He felt no pain. Nothing but his growing dismay. Sidra, he called, his voice ringing in the ever-present dusk. Sid? He reached for the door, but his hand passed through the wood. He stared at it, then saw that his hand was whole and visible again when he brought it back to himself. He felt the solid constraint of his flesh and the cadence of his heart. He felt the air swell in his lungs, and yet he couldn't feel the gate. The wood. Unsettled, he melted through the front door and found himself standing in a shadowed common room. No fire burned in the hearth, no candles were lit, no dinner was on the table. Sidra, Maisie, he called for them, walking through the table, through the walls. He searched the cottage, his terror mounting, but his wife and his daughter were not there. Torin stood in the common room again, his breaths ragged, telling himself to be calm. He must calm his mind, solve this mystery. He began to notice other things. Sidra's herbs were missing, her clothes were gone, as were Maisie's. Their possessions were no longer here. They had moved. Moved. He remembered one of the last things he had said to her. It would make my life much simpler if we moved into the castle. Swallowing the lump in his throat, Torin passed through the front door again. He ran down the road to the city of Sloane. The thoroughfare was bustling, as it often was at midday. It hummed with life, and Torin called out to one of his guards, stationed at the gate. Andrew, have you seen Sidra? Andrew didn't hear Torin, and didn't see him. Not even when Torin came to stand before him, almost nose to nose. Can you hear me? Andrew! The guard was completely unaware of him. Torin had no choice but to step around Andrew. He began to jog down the street. He waited to make eye contact with someone. He waited for one of his people to call out a greeting to him, as they always did when they saw him. No one noticed him. When a lad ran right through him, Torin came to a halt and watched the child continue on his way, completely oblivious that he'd just scampered through someone else. Torin held his panic at bay and entered the castle, following the trail of excited conversation up the stairs to the laird's wing. He heard Sidra's voice. The beloved sound sent a pang through him, as if he hadn't heard her speak in years. The doors were open, and Torin came to a stop on the threshold, his eyes seeking her. Sidra stood in the centre of the room, facing him. Light must have been streaming through the window behind her, because she was golden, illuminated.
"We are very thrilled to have you here, Lady Cedra,"
said a servant woman.
"Shall I have another small bed brought up for the wee lass?"
Cedra smiled.
"No, but thank you, Lilith. Maisie will sleep with me for now."
"Until his lordship returns?"
"Yes. Very good, my lady. Here is your afternoon tea."
Torin was vaguely aware of the air stirring around him, of another servant walking through him. He was staring at Sidra, desperate for her eyes to shift, to see him standing on the threshold. "Sidra!" But she glanced down as the servant brought a tray and set it on a round table by the window. There was a silver pot of tea, spouting fragrant steam into the air, and a mince pie, warm from the oven.
"Thank you, Rosie,"
Cedra said to the girl who had delivered the refreshment, but her voice was strained. Rosie curtsied and left, passing back through Torin. Lilith remained to serve Sidra. The attendant was talking about something as she sliced into the pie, when Sidra suddenly covered her mouth.
"Where is the chamber pot?"
Lilith set down her knife with a clatter, eyes wide, as Sidra began to fumble at the bureau's twin doors where the pot was stored. The servant rushed to help her, but Sidra was already on the floor, retching into the bowl.
"Shh, my lady, it's all right,"
Lilith said in a motherly tone, holding Sidra's hair as she continued to vomit.
"It's all right."
Torin remained standing in the arch of the lintel, frozen. "What is this?" he wondered with a frantic heart. "Why is she ill?"
"Was it the pie, lady?"
Lilith asked, taking the pot when Sidra had finally finished.
"I think so,"
Sidra said faintly, still kneeling on the floor.
"I also can't stand the smell of blood pudding."
"Since when have you hated blood pudding, Sid?" Torin thought, concerned.
Well, we will take great care to avoid those foods for now. Here, let me help you up."
Lilith eased Sidra to her feet.
"I was the same with my first bairn. I couldn't stand the smell of kale boiling in the pot, which was rather unfortunate. I was sick for months."
"Bairn?" Sidra wiped her mouth, forlorn.
"But that's not to say it won't pass quickly for you, lady,"
Lilith hurried to amend.
"The first 3 months are difficult, but I am sure you will feel back to normal very soon."
Sidra was quiet, lost in her thoughts. Torin had ceased breathing.
"How far along are you?"
Lilith asked gently.
7 weeks, as of yesterday."
Sidra drew her fingers through her hair, her face pale.
"And I would ask you to hold this confidence for now, Lilith. I don't want the clan to know yet." "I won't speak a word of it, lady," the attendant reassured. "But I'm glad to know, so I may be of help to you, such as telling the cook to cease making you mince pies."
She began to gather the tray.
"Does anything else sound good to you at the moment? Perhaps an oat cake?" "No,"
Sidra said with a watery smile.
"I think I should rest for now."
Lilith nodded and moved to the door, but she paused, glancing back at Sidra with a sheen of pride.
"Does his lordship know, lady?"
Sidra closed her eyes briefly.
"No, not yet. I plan to tell him when he returns from his trip to the mainland." "Very good, Lady Sidra. Ring if you need anything."
Lilith walked through Torin. The door shut, wood and iron aligning with his lungs. Slowly, he stepped forward, fully entering Sidra's new bedchamber. He didn't realize how desperate he was for her to see him, hear him, not until he was halfway to her, his heart wildly beating, and found he couldn't take another step. She stood in the light, breathing slow and deep, a palm pressed to her chest. Torin's joy flooded him, blurred his vision. He was overcome by it. He wanted to drown in this delight with her. He and Sidra had made a child together. He forgot he was a spirit. He forgot he was made of shadows and air, and he closed the distance between them. "Sidra," he whispered ardently. He reached out to caress her hair, but he couldn't feel it. His fingers passed through her as if she were a dream. She didn't hear him. She covered her face with her hands, smothering the break of a sob. Torin's joy dissolved the moment her hands fell away, the moment her reddened eyes met his. Her face was blank. No flicker of recognition stirred within her. She didn't see him as she gazed absently at the wall. "Sid," he said, "can you see me? Hear me?" She sighed and walked into him. A shudder rippled in his spirit. Frost crackled along his bones. He had never felt so cold in all his life. Torin turned and watched as Sidra went to the window, struggled with it for a moment, then managed to open it. She rested in the waft of brisk fresh air. He thought on what he had heard her say to Lilith, that he was on a mainland trip. Already Sidra had covered his absence with deceit to maintain order and normalcy. He thought it wise of her, even as he hated that she had to lie for him. And she had moved into the castle, giving the appearance that all was well. "I'm here with you, Sidra," Torin whispered, aching. She raised her head. The breeze lifted the hair from her shoulders. He waited, hopeful. Had she heard him? Some small thread of him believed that she had, that her soul sensed that his was near. Sidra reached for the curtains and drew them closed with a snap. The golden light that had limned her faded, but Torin's vision remained the same. He could see her clearly as she walked to the bed and sat on the edge. Her hands hesitated as she reached for her boots, her brow creased with worry. But then the moment passed, eclipsed by her exhaustion, and she shucked off her shoes, crawled into the bed, still wearing her dress and stockings, and pulled the quilts up to her shoulders. Sidra rested, quiet, unmoving. Torin waited until he heard her breaths deepen and knew that she was sleeping. He felt unmoored, lost, until he remembered the riddle in the orchard. He was trapped in the spirit realm until he solved the Blight. He let his anger rise, ignite. He walked through doors, walls, mortals, across the rise and fall of the land, to where the orchard lay. Chapter 18. Jack would face a potentially life-altering choice when he emerged from the Eighth Wood. Adira resided in the Breccans city, deep in the heart of Western territory, and he could reach her in one of two ways, by the northern road or the southern road.
"Both will lead you around the mountains and into Kirstron,"
Elspeth said, as she packed provisions for him for the long walk.
"And both present you with different dangers. If you take the northern road, you'll have to pass by Thane Pierce's holding and lands, which you should avoid at all costs. If you take the southern road, you'll have to pass through Spindle's Vale, a highly travelled route known for trickery. Either way, you'll need to be very careful."
"Thane Pierce," Jack echoed.
"A noble family who like trouble,"
his nan muttered in disdain.
"Even if you take the southern road to avoid passing their holding, you should still be prepared to run into Rab Pierce. He and his men are known for their roaming ways, and have been patrolling the roads lately as a self-proclaimed Watch of the West. There's been more crime this summer than usual, and a Thane's son like Rab likes to feel important by enacting justice."
Jack didn't like the sound of Rab. In the end, he decided to take the southern road through the valley to avoid the Pierce holding altogether. It would take him 2 days to reach the city by foot if he set a hard pace. Those 2 days were bound to feel like 2 years, knowing Adira was on the horizon, and Jack was tempted to veer into the hills to see if the land would fold and shorten the distance for him.
"Don't stray too far from the road,"
Elspeth said, reading his mind.
"As I said, the Vale is known for mischief. The mist gathers thick, and it's easy to get turned around without the sun or moon for guidance. But if you must depart from the road, follow the deer trails. The animals here are wise when it comes to knowing places to go and places to avoid."
Jack nodded and accepted the provisions with gratitude. "And what of the city and the castle? Anything I should know about them?"
"Aye," Elspeth said. "Entering the city will be no trouble. It's sprawled around the castle, so you'll have to pass through its streets whether you arrive from the north or the south. The castle itself is nearly impenetrable. It's surrounded by a moat and built on a hill. There is only one way to access the fortress, and that's by bridge. It's heavily guarded, so you'll have to think of a reason to get across. Perhaps pass yourself off as a merchant or trader."
"I'll do that," Jack said. "Thank you, Elspeth." His nan, hands on her hips, tilted her head and stared at him.
"Are you not afraid, Jack? I've just told you the path you plan to take is going to be riddled with impossibilities and danger, and you look as thrilled as a lad who's been let out of class early."
He almost laughed. "I know I should be afraid, but I'm where I'm supposed to be, and I'd soon become miserable if I forfeited my fate in order to remain safe." Elspeth only snorted, but he could sense she was moved by his words. She laid her hand on his cheek and said, "Then go, Jack." He bid his nan farewell, leaving her in the garden. She stood at her gate and watched him follow the river's path upstream. He wondered if he would have the chance to visit her again, or if this had been the one and only time he would ever spend with her. Soon, the earthwood began to thin around him. Grey light shone through the canopy like bars of tempered steel as Jack wove his way closer to the forest's edge. He slowed when he saw a glimmer of gold in the shadows, when he smelled a sweet, familiar rot. Jack carefully approached a sick rowan tree. He didn't know if he was shocked that the blight was also present in the west, or if he should have expected it. He took a moment to examine the surrounding trees and saw that another one looked recently stricken as well. Jack wondered if the Breccans had done anything to contain the blight, or if they had yet to learn that such destruction was creeping across their territory. He would talk to Adira about it, to see if she had any insight that he didn't. But then Jack thought of Innes Breccan. Would he want her to know the East was struggling with the blight? Should he keep that information concealed from the West? Jack grimaced, uncertain. He would deal with it later, after he had reunited with Adira. He carefully wended his way through the rest of the forest and reached the boundary, the place where the trees ended and the land unfurled. He took his first full view of the west. The hills, speckled with copper bracken and yellow-tipped woad, rolled into a steep mountain range whose peaks were crowned by low-hanging clouds. The river flowed from a place hidden between two summits, clear and babbling over large smooth stones. The air smelled like burning peat, damp moss, and brine from the distant sea. Jack turned to the left and set off at a brisk pace. Determined to stay focused on the journey and to never let his mind wander, he noticed every twisted tree he walked beneath, every bird that fluttered past. He listened to the wind, to the sounds it carried. He passed through thin patches of heather and climbed over rocks softened with moss. Jack soon came upon the first croft, a sprawling farm of stone fences, a muddy yard, and a cottage that looked crooked in the wind. It felt dark and abandoned. Disquieted, Jack pressed onward to find the southern road. He passed a few other crofts and at last found pockets of life. Sheep bleated, and children called to one another as they went about their afternoon chores. Smoke rose from hearth fires, and women tended to their gardens. Jack's anxiety spiked when he started to pass people on the road. He kept his head down and his pace steady, fighting the urge to stray from his route. The swirling mist was both an advantage and a challenge. It cloaked him, and yet made it difficult to discern what lay ahead. By twilight, Jack had no idea how many kilometres he had covered, and his feet were riddled with blisters. He decided to find a place to make camp for the night. Elspeth had packed him a simple but hearty meal, along with a flask of ale, and he thought of the story she had shared with him about Egan as he followed a deer trail leading away from the road. Eventually, he found a cluster of bracken to bed down in. An eastern wind was blowing, whistling through the valley. It felt cold for a summer night, and Jack shivered, longing for his plaid as he ate a cheese pie. He didn't hear the riders, not until the party was nearly upon him, and by then it was too late to dash behind a cover of rocks. He froze in the bracken, watching as 6 riders drew closer in the dusky light. Young men, mounted on lathered horses, dressed in leather and hunting plaids. They were heavily armed with swords, longbows, arrows, axes. Blood was splattered across a few of their chests. "Pass me by," Jack prayed. "Take no note of me. I'm insignificant, beneath your attention." "And who might you be?" asked one of the riders, a man with straw-blonde hair and a ruddy complexion, as he walked his stallion in a circle around Jack. Jack rose, hoping his satchel would remain hidden in the bracken fronds. He was quiet for a moment, suffering their scrutiny with as much dignity as he could muster. They took in everything about him: the lack of tattoos on his skin, the absent plaid, his simple but durable clothes, the way his boot leathers cross-hatched up to his knees, the braids in his hair. "My name is John," he said. "John who?" a second man asked, his narrow-set eyes suspicious. "I've no surname," Jack answered. "I claim what my laird gave me." "Where are you travelling to, John Breccan?" the blonde rider inquired, his stallion finally coming to a halt. His 5 companions mirrored his actions, forming a ring around Jack. "Castle Kirstron." "What awaits you there?" "My wife." "Ah, she must be anxious to see you then. Come, join our party. It's unwise to travel the valley alone at night. You can share our fire." Jack's mind raced, seeking a polite excuse, but he couldn't find a way out of this, and so he nodded and allowed the hunting party to herd him to a small glen. When he noticed one of the riders lifting his satchel from the ferns, Jack's fear ignited, burning his lungs, his heart, his stomach. A camp was swiftly made. A fire was kindled in a ring of stones, and skewers of rabbit and potatoes were set over the flames. The horses were hobbled and tended to, and bedrolls were laid out on the grass. Flasks of ale were passed around, and Jack pretended to drink, hoping to ease their mistrust of him. "No plaid," the blonde commented. Jack, who had certainly taken note of the plaids draped across the 6 men, shook his head. No doubt the weavings were enchanted, although Jack wouldn't be able to know without touching one. "It's with a weaver at the moment." He dared to study their features. The firelight spilling across their noses and lips made them appear haggard. "You have yet to tell me your own names." The blonde, the apparent leader, took a swig from his flask. "I'm Rab Pierce, and these are my men." Wonderful, Jack thought drolly. I choose the southern road to avoid the Pierce holding, and I still manage to have Rab stumble upon me. "I've never seen you before," Rab said. "Where do you live?" "On a small croft not far from here." Rab didn't seem convinced, but he didn't press Jack for further answers. "You often enjoy nightly walks?" Jack nodded, but sweat was beginning to seep through his tunic. The man with the narrow beady eyes and a chain of tattoos around his neck began to hand him a bannock, and that's when it happened. One moment Jack's hand was outstretched in acceptance, and the next it was twisted behind his back, and he was harshly thrown face down in the grass. He resisted the desperate urge to flail, to fight. He lay quietly and breathed through his teeth as one of the riders took the dirk sheathed at his belt, Jack's only weapon. "Bind his wrists and ankles," said Rab. "Why are you binding me?" Jack raised his head from the loam. "I'm no threat to you." He felt narrow eyes begin to fasten his wrists together, painfully tight, and then his ankles. Eventually, Jack was set back up like a puppet, and he watched as Rab sifted through his provision pack, dividing the meagre spoils among his men. And then came the harp. Jack could hear Elsbeth's warnings echo through him.
You should leave your harp behind, bury it somewhere deep, or give it to the river and tell no one that you are a bard."
He watched as Rab yanked the harp from its sheath. The instrument gleamed in the firelight, the simple carvings in its frame seeming to move and breathe. "Why are you carrying a harp?" Rab asked, meeting Jack's gaze. "It was given to me." "And who gave it to you, John Breccan?" Jack didn't answer. He could scarcely breathe, feeling the wind tousle his hair like cold fingers. "Do you recognise this, Malcolm?" Rab asked Narrow Eyes. "Aye, looks like one of Egan's harps." "As I thought." Rab's smile was a sharp crescent. "You stole this from Loch Evora." Jack frowned. "I've never been to Loch Evora, and I didn't steal this harp." Rab carefully sewed the instrument back into its sheath, but he kept it beside him on the grass. "I know what you are, John." "If that is so," Jack said, his cadence rising, betraying his agitation, "then you would understand why I carry a harp that was given to me." Rab leaned forward. "You are a liar and a thief. I don't believe anything you've told me, and you aren't going anywhere until you give us the truth. All of it." Jack held Rab's stare. His heart was drumming against his ribs and his hands were going numb. This was not how he'd envisioned his time in the West unfolding. This was not how his journey was to progress, and his hope began to wane. "I'm a messenger of peace," he said, which provoked a chorus of chuckles from the Pierce men. "Of course you are," Rab said with a chuckle. "I carry a truth blade, which you've taken, and wear no plaid," Jack continued. "I'm a bard, and this harp was given to me by Laird Torin Tamerlaine, who wrote that letter that rests by your foot, supporting my claims. Read it for yourself." The bold statements killed the men's amusement. The camp fell deathly quiet. There was only the crackle and pop of the fire and the distant howl of the wind as it passed over the glen. "You carry no weapons but a truth blade," Rab finally echoed, ignoring the taunt of Torin's letter. "But that also is a lie. Your harp is perhaps more dangerous than any enchanted steel." "It holds no danger unless I play it," Jack said. "And you should let me go before my wife hears of this." "I take it your wife is Lady Cora," Rab teased, and his comrades laughed. "Yes," Jack said. The men froze. "My wife is Lady Cora," Jack repeated calmly. "Her name was Adira when she was in the East, when we were married. I'm travelling to her now, and I would appreciate it if you let me go without any more trouble." Rab was fast. He delivered a sharp blow to Jack's face to silence him. Jack was momentarily dazed by the impact. He tasted blood in his mouth and spat it in the grass, his eyes watering as he looked at Rab in his barely contained fury. "You are not a bard," Rab said. "You only pretend to be." "If you doubt me," Jack rasped, "then set my harp in my hands, and I will prove myself to you." "I will cut off your hands before I set a harp in them." Rab slid the sharp tip of his dirk beneath the neckline of Jack's tunic. At first, Jack thought Rab was about to slit his throat, but Rab found the golden chain that hid beneath Jack's clothes, his half-coin. In one swift movement, the necklace broke with a metallic snap. Jack hadn't removed the coin since Alistair had draped it over him, the day he handfasted himself to Adira. A terrible ache bloomed in Jack's chest. He stared at Rab as he tucked the golden half-coin into his pocket. "What you are is a thief and a charlatan," Rab said with a sneer, "and we don't take kindly to either one in the West." "Are you afraid of me, then?" Jack said, his voice full of ire. He pulled at his bindings. "Are you—" Rab grasped Jack's hair, shoving him forward and down. He held Jack's throbbing face over the fire, dangerously close. The heat was suddenly becoming more and more unbearable. "Tell us the truth, thief," Rab taunted, forcing Jack even lower. "Tell us who you are and why you stole the harp from Loch Evora, and perhaps we will let you go and water your fantasies of being married to a laird's daughter." Jack closed his eyes, feeling the fire's heat begin to scorch his face. "I have told you the truth. If you doubt me, use my truth blade. Rab inched his face lower. Jack kept his eyes shut, expecting to feel the lick of the flames any moment. But it never came, and the heat and light suddenly vanished. A slew of curses ensued. Rab's fingers tightened in Jack's hair. Trembling, Jack opened his eyes. The fire was gone, burned into ashes. Only a trail of smoke remained behind to dance elusively. "The wind must have blown it out," said one of the men, but he sounded weary. Jack panted in relief, the sweat dripping from his nose. He knew it hadn't been the wind, and he searched the ashes for a sign, a word, a face. But his vision blurred as Rab yanked him back and threw him down on the grass. "You should let me go," Jack said. "You should let me go before you interfere with something you have no knowledge of and probably want nothing to do with." "Oh, I will let you go," Rab said, looming over him. "But not yet, thief." Jack tried to brace himself for the blow, but he was defenceless. Rab's boot caught him in the temple. Jack saw a smattering of stars, heard a trickle of laughter. He was looking at his harp, at Torin's unopened letter, when Rab's foot struck him again. Jack folded into the darkness. Chapter 19. Adira had mastered the art of sneaking out of Castle Sloane in the east. She told herself it should be no different here in the west at Castle Curstron, even though the Breccans' holding was designed to keep people out, and there were still many passages she had yet to be given permission to roam. But 3 things gave her confidence. She could now unlock enchanted doors with her blood. She had a sword she could carry anywhere. She had ridden through the wilds enough times with Innes to have gained a good sense of the land. Adira dressed in a long-sleeved tunic and leather jerkin. Her hair was a similar shade to Innes's and would swiftly give her away, so she covered it with a drape of her blue plaid. She then belted the sword to her waist and packed her leather satchel with all the supplies David had left with her to tend to her stitches, fresh linen bandages and a small jar of healing salve. She also packed a flask of wine and a bannock left over from breakfast. Taking the corridors, she eventually emerged into the courtyard. No one paid her any attention. Adira stood on the flagstones, deliberating. She had tried to estimate how far away the spirit had fallen. It was well beyond the city walls, in a part of the wilds kilometres away. She imagined the spirit was now lying broken and exposed on a hillside. Adira's heart quickened as she glanced sidelong at the bustling stables. She had to reach the spirit first, before anyone else did, and she would find them sooner if she rode, but requesting a horse from a groom would alert her parents. Adira hesitated. She hadn't been granted permission to venture out on her own, and knew she risked Innes's anger by doing so. The wind gusted, ringing the hour's bell. She would have to go by foot then. Adira turned to the portcullis and wearily approached the bridge. It took her past another heavily guarded entrance, and since she looked like any other Breccan woman moving from fortress to city, Adira was able to weave her way to the westernmost gate. She expected to hear talk of the fallen spirit, but the markets and streets were preoccupied with nothing more than their daily routines. Was I the only one to witness her fall? Adira wondered, as she at last emerged from the city. The wilds undulated before her, and she began to chart her course. But it was far more difficult than she had anticipated. The western hills were a bewitching, deceptive place, swarming with valleys and mist, and veined with rocks. Adira would crest one rise, believing she had come upon the place where the spirit fell, only to discover another hill in the distance. She passed through a glen and a small forest, startling a company of red deer and a pair of doves. Where the trees thinned, Adira saw a loch, a small circle of dark water, hedged by the foothills. In the centre of the loch was a tiny island that held a cottage, its dilapidated stone walls nearly conquered by vines and lichens and impossibly tall thistles. A narrow footpath bravely ran from the island to the land, providing a way to reach the cottage. Adira stared at it, shivering. The cottage was abandoned, and she wondered who had once lived there as she continued onward. She soon saw a promising sign. A few branches on a lone elm were splintered, as if the tree had attempted to catch a falling spirit. Adira strode directly to it. She traced the tree's trunk, looked up into the path of brokenness. Something had indeed fallen through these boughs. A raven was perched amid the damage, peering down at her with curious, beady eyes. And then she noticed something sticky and wet beneath her fingers. Slowly, she drew her hand away. She studied the honeyed substance that glistened on her fingertips. It was golden and boasted a sweet aroma, like nectar. She wiped the spirit's blood on her plaid and studied the ground until she saw a minuscule path bending the grass. Her eyes traced it carefully. The path was made by narrow feet that had dragged every other stride, obviously because of a wound. Beads of that sweet-smelling blood glittered on the grass every few paces, catching the dim sunlight like dew. The traces of blood brought Adira down into a valley, and then up to a daunting outcrop of jagged rocks, their many facets mimicking a host of frowning faces. Seeing the path she needed to take to reach the ledge at the top, Adira breathed into her hands to warm them. It had been so long since she had walked the hills alone, since she had climbed into caves and swum in the sea. Adira felt a spasm of nostalgia, but she shook it away before it set its claws into her. She began to climb. She reached the small ledge, where the blood pooled in thick drops. The trail seemed to end there, and Adira searched the rocks around her, eager to find another lead. But she soon realized this was it. The path went cold. She crouched by the beads of golden blood, confused, until she felt the wind sigh through her hair. "Of course," Adira said, unable to hide her disappointment. "Why did I presume that I could find you, that you would need my help?" She stood and tried to convince herself to begin her descent down the rocks. That was when she felt a slight tremble beneath her, a faint vibration like laughter in one's chest. And then there was the damp smell of a cave, a breathy welcome. Adira pivoted, astonished to see a slender opening in the rock. She was certain it hadn't been there before, but she sensed that the rock was inviting her to step within its mouth, should she be brave enough. She reverently entered, worried that she needed a torch, but she soon realized that mysterious fire burned along the cave walls. The fire looked like tangles of brambles, and the flames were white. Fire, but not fire. Frowning, Adira leaned in closer to study it. She heard a shuffle of feet, the soft clink of wind chimes, followed by a hiss. Adira glanced to her right. The fallen spirit stood 2 paces away, and her hands were up, wordlessly commanding Adira to come no closer. Adira merely studied her at first. The spirit in her manifested form was slightly taller than her, slender, composed of elegant lines and curves. Her hair was long, a rich indigo in the magical light. Her ears were tapered, and her face was heavily scratched, as were her forearms. The nails on her fingers and toes were sharpened into points, and her skin was a pale blue, save in a few places. Her right shoulder, her left collarbone, and a portion of her legs were blotched with brilliant gold, as if she had been illumined with a paintbrush. She wore silver-linked armour that sounded like chimes every time she moved, and one of her thighs was carved with a deep gash. Amber-hued blood continued to drip slowly down her leg. She had only her 2 left wings, one larger than the other, both stained mauve. They were iridescent in the strange cave light, strung with intricate filaments like the wings of a dragonfly. Both hung limp and tattered behind her, resting on the cave floor. "I've come here to help you," Adira said. "I saw you fall from the clouds," she added as she began to step forward. Again, the spirit motioned her to stay back, a warning flash in her eyes. "I don't want to harm you," Adira whispered, stung by the spirit's coldness. "Please, let me help you." The spirit's face softened. "She recognizes me," Adira thought. She continued to study the spirit and realized that she must have been present the day Jack summoned the 4 winds. The day when Adira had stood face to face with Bane and he had taunted her. The spirit parted her lips to speak, but no sound emerged. Devastation stole across her lacerated face. She laid her hand to her throat, as if a hook hid within it, anchoring her voice.
"You can't speak,"
Adira surmised, sadly. The spirit nodded. The loss of her voice seemed as fresh to her as the wound in her thigh.
"Will you let me tend to you?"
Adira brought her provision pack forward, but she patiently waited and was surprised when the spirit nodded and came to her. There was no fear in the spirit's limping gait, no hesitation. Why, then, had she held Adira at bay at first? The spirit must have read her thoughts. She pointed to the strange fire, then back at Adira. She made other urgent motions.
"Don't look directly at this light."
"I understand," Adira said. They were standing in between realms, a dangerous, uncertain place, neither mortal nor spirit. The spirit eased herself down, away from the enchanted light, and Adira knelt beside her. She opened her satchel and brought out her supplies, wishing that she had learned more from Sidra when she had had the chance. She gently reached out and touched the spirit's knee. The moment their skin met, warm and cold, Adira's mind was flooded with a dizzying array of images. There was a hall in the clouds, tall pillars that melted into a night sky, stars burning in braziers, the rustling of hundreds of wings, and Bane, sitting on a throne with his lance of lightning. "Kay, why have you kept me waiting?" Adira flinched at the sound of the Northern King's voice. She jerked her hand away, and as soon as the contact was broken, the images melted from her mind. Her breath hitched when she met the spirit's eyes, beholding the same shock within her.
"I was seeing your memories, wasn't I?"
Adira whispered.
"Your name is Kay."
The spirit nodded. She seemed both troubled and relieved. The king had torn off her wings and stolen her voice, but he hadn't thought to restrict her memories. Kay held out her lean, sharp-nailed hand. Adira took it, their palms aligning. She closed her eyes and sank into the memory again, feeling threads of emotion. Defiance, regret, longing, anger, sadness. Kay's emotions, she realised. By the time Kay's wings had been severed and she was falling, Adira's heart was pounding so hard that she had to break the contact between them. She took a moment to steady herself, then met Kay's gaze again.
"Bane was asking about Jack,"
Adira said, swallowing the fear that was rising within her.
Is he in trouble?"
Kay moved her hands, but Adira couldn't draw meaning from her elegant motions.
"Can you show me the last time you saw him?"
Adira rasped, hoping it wasn't too much to ask. Kay turned pensive, as if she were thinking, sorting through her memories. But she held out her hand again, and Adira took it. She tumbled into a flashing, disorienting string of memories. They were limned in gold, and Adira realised she was flying, soaring over the isle. She saw Jack kneeling in Mirren's kailyard, staring into the distance. His face was downcast with despair, an expression Adira had never seen on him before, and her heart wrenched.
"I've hurt him far more than I realised,"
she thought, with a flare of guilt. He knelt there for a while, unmoving, until he heard Mirren call for him, and he began to uproot carrots from the soil. He was walking Frey to school, holding her hand, listening to her talk. He was sitting on the hillside in the dark, playing his song for Adaira. The harp strings glinted in the starlight as he coaxed sweetened notes from them. She wanted to linger with him there for 100 years. She soaked in the sight of him, her blood coursing. But the vision suddenly shifted. Adira's consciousness reeled in response, but she clung to Kay's hand, remembering this was the spirit's memory. Kay had left Jack on the hillside to chase after an eastern spirit, a golden-haired fairy with clawed wings who was carrying Jack's notes in her taloned hands.
"Don't cross the clan line with those notes,"
Kay hissed at her. The eastern spirit only laughed, soaring faster on her route. Kay briefly caught the spirit, shredding the edges of her right wing with her teeth. The spirit was slowed down for a moment, but then she tore free and pressed onward. The Aithwood groaned beneath the gale the two of them spun, one pursuing, one dodging, but soon they had spilled into the west. Kay let the eastern fairy go, with her tattered wings and her cruel amusement. Frantic, Kay wheeled to blow north, but Bane had already heard the music and felt the stirrings of old magic. Jack then sat before an orchard, strumming and singing for the trees. Adira tried to make sense of his intentions. Was he singing for the earth, for the orchard? But then Kay's perceptions narrowed, directing Adira's attention. The spirit's emotions felt snarled, a medley of fear and worry and annoyance. Kay's wings were churning up cold air, blowing in Jack's face.
"Stop playing! He's heard you! He's coming!"
Jack was completely unaware of Kay as he sang. The spirit cowered as the storm blew in. She retreated, but kept watching from a distance. She saw the moment when Bane's lightning nearly struck Jack. Kay lingered long enough for the storm to pass, long enough to ensure that Jack was able to rise and survey the steaming orchard, rise and gather his harp. When she passed by him, the air from her wings gently brushed the hair from his brow. A warning, a chide, a reassurance, a comfort. Kay released Adira's hand. It took a moment for Adira to reorient herself, chilled as she was by Kay's memories. She blinked until the image of Jack had fully faded. Only then did she look at Kay with canny eyes, studying her elegant stature, the sharpness of her features, the golden blotches on her shoulder, collar and shins.
"You were protecting him,"
Adira said, shivering in awe and gratitude.
"Why? Why would you risk yourself like that?"
Kay extended her hand again. Adira slowly accepted it, a pulse of apprehension in her throat. She didn't know what else Kay could show her, and she braced herself to see Jack again. She braced herself to see Bane and his flash of merciless lightning. Neither of them appeared. It was a quiet stretch of the eastern coast at night. The tide was suspended, and the foam was churning up the spirits of the ocean. Lady Reem, the ruler of the sea folk, was present, sitting beside a woman with a harp. A woman Adira recognised with a pang. She inhaled sharply, as if her heart had been pierced. It was Lorna. She was young. Her face was pale and smooth, her eyes bright in the moonlight. Her long dark hair was loose, teased by a soft western wind. "It's strange to see your mother at your own age," Adira thought, both delighted and saddened by the sight. Lorna was speaking to Reem as if they were old friends, and Adira wanted to know what they were saying. She attempted to move closer, belatedly remembering she was fastened to Kay's body and memory. Kay was standing far enough away that Lorna and Reem and the host of other sea spirits wouldn't notice her, but close enough to direct the winds and ward off the eastern, southern and northern fairies. But Kay trusted the western wind. Adira could feel it in Kay's chest, like a flame had been lit, and she watched as they blew gently across the sand with their midnight hair and soft moth-like wings. Kay seemed lulled for a moment. Her guard dropped as she continued to gaze at Lorna. A northern spirit arrived, one of her own kind, with needled teeth, a vicious smile, waves of flaxen hair and crimson wings. Kay caught him before he could steal Lorna's words. She bit his arm, shredded the edges of his wings. He fought her, dragging his sharp nails over her collarbone, drawing her rich golden blood. But he was no match for her, and he knew it. He submitted, wings tucked low, and faded away to the star-streaked north. Kay remained where she was on the fringes, watching until Lorna, nose bleeding and wincing in pain, had reunited with Alistair on the moonlit hills. "Why did you play without me, Lorna?" he was saying, concerned as he wrapped his plaid around her shoulders. "I'm supposed to be with you, always." Tears welled in Adira's eyes as she watched her parents. She didn't know how much of the emotions she felt were hers and how much were Kay's. They seemed tangled together as the memory faded. Their hands drifted apart. Adira wiped her tears, her heart aching. It took her a moment to tamp down the sob that wanted to rack her chest and flatten her on the cave floor. But she held herself up, determined to process what she was feeling. She hadn't realised how tender her grief was until she saw her parents, hale and alive in a memory, how much she longed for their company and mourned their absence. She hadn't realised how much she missed them, but neither had she realised how angry she was at them for raising her as a Tamerlaine and never telling her she was truly Breccan. But such anger would only rot her from within, reducing her to smouldering ashes, because the truth was that Lorna and Alistair were both gone, buried beneath eastern loam. Being furious at their deceit did nothing to them, but everything to her, and anger would wear her down into dust. Adira wanted to avoid that fate. She didn't want to let something that had been good in her life turn sour. She soon felt Kay watching her, as if she were trying to read the emotions passing over Adira's face. Adira met the spirit's gaze. Kay looked weary and shone with perspiration, as if sharing her memories had been taxing. But Adira heard the words Kay wanted to speak in that moment. All those times Lorna had played for the folk, Kay had been there, whether the bard was aware of her presence or not. Kay watched over her to ensure that Lorna had enough space and safety to sing. She had chased down other spirits, both inflicting and taking wounds. All those times Jack had played for the folk, Kay had also been present, doing her best to shield him from Bane and other spirits who would harm or taunt him. I wish I had known, Adira thought, her eyes resting on Kay's tattered wings, the deadly points of her nails, the pale blue sheen of her skin splotched with gold, the wounds and lacerations that were bleeding onto the cave floor. Adira had always respected the spirits and had faith in them when it was due. She often thought of them as capricious in nature, fickle as a summer storm on the Isle, as neither good nor bad, but somewhere in between, blowing whichever way pleased them most. She had never imagined that something so fierce and clawed and cold and infinite as the northern wind could come to love something soft and gentle and mortal. Adira realised it then. Those golden blotches on Kay's legs, shoulders and collarbone weren't natural to her skin, as Adira had first believed. They were testaments to conflicts and battles, to wounds she had endured. They were scars. Adira climbed down the rock face. Once she was steady on the ground, she turned to watch Kay descend, staring at the spirit's torn back and remaining wings. Kay's wounds were already beginning to knit themselves together, the new beginnings of gold-feathered scars. Adira had cleaned them with her salve, uncertain how helpful such earthly remedies would be for a spirit of the air, but the ministrations had seemed to comfort Kay. Adira had drawn a few leaves from her indigo hair and wiped the debris from her cuts. "You can't stay here," Adira had said to her, glancing around at the cold, bewitching cave. "But there's a place nearby, a cottage where you can rest and heal, and where I can come and visit you." Kay had seemed hesitant, as if she feared walking beneath the wide expanse of cloudy sky, but she followed without resistance. She couldn't remain in this cave, not if Adira wanted to easily find her again, and there was no way to know how long Kay would be banished from her home. Adira waited until Kay's long bare feet had found the ground. Together, they walked up a hill, down another, until Adira found the trees that hid the loch and the abandoned cottage. "I don't think anyone lives here, but let me check first," Adira said. "Wait here for me, in the cover of the trees. I'll wave to you when it's safe to join me." Kay nodded, but her eyes were wide, her face lined with weariness. Adira wondered if she knew what this place was, or who had once lived here. As an immortal and a powerful spirit of the northern wind, Adira imagined Kay knew most of the secrets that Cadence held. That realization made gooseflesh ripple over her skin as Adira moved forward alone, taking the narrow bridge of earth to the small island. She had to forge through thistle patches and wiry shrubs which had overcome a very small kale yard to get to the cottage. She tore layers of red vines from the door, only to discover a faint radiance in the wood. The door was locked by enchantment. She paused, studying it. Whatever rested beyond this threshold was either valuable or dangerous, and a drop of Adira's blood would most likely grant her access to it. She unsheathed the sword at her side, just enough to catch a glimpse of the blade and a flash of her own reflection. She touched her finger to its edge until she felt the sting of her skin breaking. Adira laid her hand on the door. It unlocked as soon as the wood absorbed her blood, and she carefully eased the door open. She took a tentative step inside, her eyes sweeping her surroundings. The one chamber of the cottage had packed dirt floors and timber beams overhead. Furniture from a time long past was coated in dust and strung with gossamer. There was a hearth, a kitchen nook with rusted iron pots, a small bed in one corner covered with moth-eaten blankets, and a table scattered with ancient books. A bowl sat at the head of the table, surrounded by scattered parchment, as if the last person who lived here had been interrupted at breakfast. There was a strange silence to the place, almost like the sound of water, of being held beneath the surface. Or maybe it was the silence of the wind beyond the walls, as if this little island on the loch had frozen in time. The air was heavy and far too still. Adira stopped at the table and looked at the sheets of parchment scattered across it. They held a musical composition. For a moment she could only stare down at the inked notes in disbelief, her heart quickening. Innes had said the West locked away its music and instruments. Adira had just found part of it. She walked deeper into the shadows. Through the dusky light, she saw the far wall. It glistened, as if it breathed. Adira's hand found her sword hilt. She dared to take a step closer, frowning. And then the sight of what hung on the wall struck her like a fist, and she halted, wide-eyed as she stared at an array of harps. A few of them still had their strings and hung on the wall. Most of them had cracked from the weight of being untouched for years and lay in scattered pieces on the floor. But there was something else on the wall, gleaming in the light. As Adira stared at the slender segments, her blood turned to ice. Bones. A skeleton was hanging on the wall. Chapter 20. Sidra sat in a chair before Murray Breccan's cell. The dungeons were cold and dimly lit. Water dripped from the ceiling, and the air was laced with every scent imaginable. Wet stone, burning pitch, stale hay mattresses, and human refuse. She almost vomited, but by sheer will held everything down. Murray sat on the edge of his cot, watching her intently through the iron bars. In the beginning, he had been shackled to the wall. Eventually, Torin had ordered Murray's wrists and ankles set free, but he was still confined to his small cell. It had taken a while longer, but Torin had then agreed to let Murray request a few books from the library and given him a proper blanket to keep warm with and a plaid, void of all enchantments, to wrap around his shoulders. Of course, the plaid was red and green, colours the Tamerlaines favoured. It took a few days in the frigid bowels of the castle for Murray to finally relent and start wearing it. "Have you heard from Cora?" Murray rasped. Cedra continued to stare at him. She would never forget that he had kicked her in the chest and beaten her into the heather, that he had taken her daughter, provoking the worst anguish Cedra had ever known. "Have you heard from my sister?" Murray persisted.
Adira is well,
Sidra said in a clipped tone.
Why have you asked to speak with me?
May I write a letter to her?
No.
If I dictate a letter, would you transcribe it for me?
No,
Sidra said again. Murray's eyes seemed to grow darker, like night descending on a loch. But Sidra held his stare, unflinching. "Where is the laird?" he finally asked, and his tone was smug. "It's been a while since I've seen your husband. How does he fare?"
"I'll tell him you asked after him,"
Sidra said, beginning to rise. Murray panicked and stood, holding out a grimy hand. "Wait, lady. There's something I'd like to ask you." Sidra resumed her seat, but only because her foot was throbbing.
"If it's more books you want, you've had plenty. If it's another blanket, I'll consider it. If it's to write your parents, my answer is no."
"How much longer?" Murray asked, slowly sitting back down on his mattress. He pulled the Tamerlaine plaid tighter around his shoulders. "How much longer will I be here, and is there a way I can prove my honour? Perhaps you could choose your finest, strongest warrior, and let us fight to the death, see which of us prevails." Sidra was shocked, and he must have seen it in her expression. "Let the sword decide if I deserve to live or die," he said.
"No."
She didn't tell him this, but the council had decided to keep him imprisoned for a decade. 10 full years. By then, the anger the Tamerlaines felt toward Murray's sins would be diminished, and they would return him to the west with a long list of conditions. But most important, Adira would be able to finally come home if she wanted. 10 years. Adira would be 33. Murray shifted. His irritation was beginning to show, but he surprised her further by saying, "Do you have siblings, Lady Cedra?" She didn't want to answer personal questions. She didn't want to give this man any knowledge about her or her past. She was silent, but he smiled. "I take that as a yes," Murray said. "I have a twin, as you already know, but I also had a younger sister. Her name was Sky." Sidra was quiet. She hated how her interest was piqued. "Sky wasn't like most of us," he continued. "She wasn't drawn to swords or spars or challenges. She preferred books and art and was so tender toward animals that she refused to eat their meat. My parents adored her, even as she seemed to be such an odd creature amongst her kind. And when the rumours spread, rumours that she was destined to be a greater ruler than me, I couldn't find it in my heart to be jealous of her. She was such a light in our darkness, a constellation that burned through the clouds." Sidra listened, shivering beneath the warmth of her plaid.
"And what happened to Sky?"
Murray glanced down at the floor. "Every month, my parents call their thanes and their heirs into the castle hall for a feast. It's a dangerous, unpredictable night, because there's always a thane or two who is scheming to take the rulership. Because I'm their heir, my parents had been dosing me with poison and dressing me only in enchanted garments, with orders to always have a blade in my possession. They were paranoid, you see. They had lost Cora to the wind, and they couldn't bear to lose another child. I will always wonder why they didn't take the same measures with Sky. But perhaps they thought the clan as a whole loved her. A fortnight after Sky turned 12, a feast was held. She and I were present, as was customary, and she was sitting at my right. She had flowers in her hair, I remember. She was radiant, laughing at something one of the Thane's daughters had said. And then it happened. So quickly. He fell quiet, lost in his remembrance.
"What happened?"
Sidra prompted. Murray's gaze returned to her. Sky began to cough, so she drank her wine. And then I noticed she kept flexing her hands, and she seemed sluggish. Soon her breaths were laboured and shallow, as if her heart was beating slower and slower. I reached out to touch her. She was chilled, as if ice had crept beneath her skin. I knew it then. I had felt such things before in my own body, long ago when I first started taking the Aethan in safe doses. But there is only one way to be sure. I took the dirk from my belt, and I sliced her palm.
"Why?"
Sidra asked.
"Did you think it would let the poison escape?"
"There is no countermeasure, no antidote for Aethan," Murray said. "But it turns spilled blood into jewels. And I watched my sister's blood drip from her palm. I watched it transform into cold gemstones, so brilliant it looked like fire was within them, and I knew by their size alone that she would die within the hour. I will never forget the fear in her eyes when she looked at me, nor the sound my mother made when she saw Sky's blood glittering as jewels on the table." Sidra was silent for a long moment.
"I'm sorry."
"I don't want your apology or pity," Murray said in a low voice. "What I want is to know how long I'm to be imprisoned here. I want to know how long you plan to keep me away from my only remaining sister, my twin."
Sidra stood, ignoring the twinge of pain in her foot. She held his gaze for a long, disquieting moment. Once, such a story would have softened her, even if it came from an enemy's mouth. It would have roused her empathy so much that she would have felt compelled to take action, to be of service. But ever since Torin had left, ever since she had felt the blight creeping under her skin, turning her veins to gold, she had been faced with no other choice but to harden herself, to turn her soul into something strong and unyielding as stone.
"Days can feel like years, can't they?" she said. "I remember that very feeling when my daughter was stolen from me. How every day felt like a decade as I wondered where she was and worried about her, missing those hours with her that I will never regain. And for my daughter, knowing the fear of that moment will be imprinted in her memory." The confidence in Murray's expression faded. His posture drooped, and his breath hissed through his teeth. He was silver-tongued, Sidra knew. She had heard him tell a story before, and knew that he could string words together like spells. Maybe in another life he could have been a bard, putting his skills to good use instead of wielding them for his own selfish purposes.
"Perhaps you should have thought of that consequence, Murray," Sidra said as she turned away. Her voice echoed through the prison, cutting through both shadows and torchlight. "Your sentence is 10 years. Torin arrived at the blighted orchard, angry, hungry, and not at all amused by the thought of solving the spirit's riddle. The world around him continued to thrive in this dusky landscape. Sun setting, moon rising, stars gleaming like crushed diamonds. There was one snippet of blue sky, streaked by clouds, but the northern horizon, Torin noticed, looked stormy, darkened. He could see lightning dancing in the faraway clouds.
"He comes at last," drawled a familiar voice, and Torin turned to behold the hill spirit again, standing a safe distance from the orchard. "Where is this riddle?" Torin asked. The hill spirit, vines and flowers tangled in his long hair, smiled at his curtness. "Do you remember the apple tree that was struck by lightning when the bard played for the orchard?" the spirit said. "How could I forget that night? The king's riddle is written in the split wood. Come, I will read it for you. But take care in the orchard. If you touch the blight here, you will also fall prey to it." Torin nodded and carefully followed the hill spirit as they approached Rodina's orchard. Torin had already scrutinized the trees from his side of the realm, and now he could see the spirits who were ailing. The sight made him pause, stricken. Maidens of the orchard sat at the foot of their appointed trees, their long hair dry and snarled like burnt summer grass, their faces wan and beaded with amber sap. The apple blossoms that graced their hair and drifted from their fingertips were wilted, and their skin was dappled from the blight in purple hues with veins of gold. One maiden sitting against a very sick tree looked to be the most severely affected. He came to a halt near her, and while he knew he shouldn't approach any closer, he felt a terrible weight of sadness in his heart. "That is Motti," the hill spirit said. "She is the lady of this orchard. She was the first to fall ill." "What did she do?" Torin asked in a low voice, but then instantly regretted his question when the hill spirit gave him a sharp look. "She refused to obey an order of the king, an order that would have plunged your realm into famine." "Your king?" Torin hesitated. "You can speak his name here, only do it carefully," the hill spirit advised. "Bane, the very one." Torin drew his hand through his hair, conflicted. He doesn't sound like a worthy king. I must refrain from adding my own comment to that, mortal laird. How long has he reigned? Can he ever be defeated? Can you not rule yourselves? The hill spirit's mouth bent with a tragic smile. There must always be a ruler in our realm. The same with yours. Bane has reigned for nearly 2 centuries now, a long time by mortal reckoning. The price of defeating him would be very steep, and most are not willing to pay it. Wanting to ask more, Torin drew breath and was sifting through his store of questions. But the hell spirit, who seemed tired, was quickly leading the way to the cloven apple tree, the very ground where Jack had once played in the storm. Come, mortal laird, here is the riddle. Torin remembered Motty and nodded to her, but the lady of the orchard hardly responded. Her eyes were glazed as she watched him approach the split tree, its trunk lying in pieces in the grass. This tree was once Starner, but she is now lost to us. When the king lashed out and broke her in response to the bard's music, he left behind these words, scorched in Starner's heart. Can you read them, mortal laird? Torin stood before the tree, squinting. He saw nothing but whirls of wood, red and chestnut brown, and the vein where lightning had blasted, a white, merciless streak. I don't see anything. Look closer. Torin stifled a sigh and squatted to study the lines of the wood. It took him a moment, but he finally saw the words. It's not in my tongue. I can't read it. As I suspected, the hell spirit said. That is why I am here with you. Read it to me then, Torin said, and when the silence stretched long between them, he added, Please. The riddle goes as follows. Ice and fire brought together as one, sisters divided, united once more. Washed with salt and laden with blood, all united will satisfy the debt you owe. Torin continued to squat, listening, but that was the end, and he found he was more confused and frustrated than before. What does this mean, hell spirit? Even if I knew, I could not tell you. Read it again. The spirit did so, in a steady and calm voice, and Torin ruminated on the words, but they made no sense to him, and he stood up with a groan. This is impossible, he said, throwing up his hands. How am I to solve something like this? If you were unworthy of this challenge, we would not have chosen you, the hell spirit replied. Were we wrong, Torin of the Tamerlaines? Torin stared at the wood, the smooth edges of a language he couldn't read. A mystery he had no idea how to solve. Ice and fire, sisters divided, salt and blood. My wife would know, he said, meeting the hell spirit's steady gaze. If you'd allow me to speak to her, allow her to see me, she could assist me in this. I'm afraid it cannot be done, the spirit said, but he didn't sound at all remorseful. Once you leave our realm, you cannot return here as you once were. I want to speak with her, Torin insisted. He was haunted by the memory of Sidra vomiting into a pot, standing forlorn in a castle room in which she had never wanted to live, alone and burdened, and thinking he had deserted her, with his child growing within her. I won't progress in solving this riddle until you grant me that small mercy. You can see her all you desire, mortal laird. But she cannot see me. She doesn't know where I am. She knows where you are, the hell spirit said, and Torin stiffened. She knows, and she understands why and what you must do. You act as if you have spoken with her, Torin said through his teeth. The spirit only smiled. Torin's anger began to simmer. His fingers flexed at his side before curling into a fist. We cannot tell you how to solve this riddle, the spirit said. But if you pay close attention, we can help guide you. Then guide me, Torin said, exasperated. The hill spirit cocked his head as if he were regretting his choice of human helper. But then he became ethereal. One moment he was standing before Torin, the next he was an array of grass and hills and flowers, all the wild beauty that flourished beneath his care. Torin was caught in a web of annoyance. He looked to the road he had come from, the road that would lead him to the castle, to Sidra and his daughter. He was homesick, and he ached for them. He failed to see the trail of wildflowers blooming in the grass. Frey walked home from school with a group of children now, since Jack was no longer there to escort her to and from the city. The boys and girls she walked with lived in crofts scattered throughout the spine of eastern Cadence. Frey lived the farthest from Sloane, and so she travelled the last portion of her route alone. But by then she had only 2 kilometres to go, and Merrin's cottage was almost within view. Her mother had promised to be waiting for her at the gate to greet her that afternoon. All the schoolchildren had new rules to follow. Frey liked to repeat them in her mind because she didn't want to accidentally break one. Rule number 1 was that they had to walk home together and not leave the younger ones behind. Rule number 2 was that they had to stay on the roads to avoid being fooled by enchantments. And if they happened to break rule number 2, above all else, they had to avoid any tree that showed symptoms of blight or was roped off by the guard. 3 children had already fallen sick from the blight, not including Hamish, and Frey was very anxious about catching it too. She was relieved that there weren't many trees on her mother's lands, save for the 8th wood, and Frey rarely went very deep into that forest. She squinted against the late afternoon sunshine as she walked along the road. She was still considered one of the younger children, and as such, she trailed behind the older ones. But she kept up a good pace, even with her satchel of books slung over her shoulder. Her wooden sparring sword was looped into her belt, and she cradled the bowl she had made for her pottery class in her hands, because she didn't want to put it in her bag, worried it would crack. She was thinking about how she could make a bigger and even better bowl next time, when something struck her in the chest. It hit her right above her heart, and even though her enchanted plaid was draped across her body, the impact made her stumble. Her arms flailed, and she watched as her bowl fell to the road and broke into pieces at her feet. For a moment, Frey was so stunned she could only gape at the shards. The bowl she had worked so hard to shape and stain, the bowl she had waited so patiently to set in the kiln, had just broken, and so easily, as if those hours had meant nothing. But then something else was thrown at her. She flinched as it sailed past her, narrowly missing her face. Someone was throwing mud balls at her. The one that had struck her chest was still stuck to her plaid, smelling like stinky marsh water. She glanced up. She wasn't sure who had thrown it at her, or why. Maybe it was an accident.
"My mum says her father's a Breccan,"
one of the older boys said to the others up ahead on the road. He glanced back to sneer at her, then chuckled at the sight of the mud on her plaid.
"Breccan spawn,"
another lad hissed.
"She shouldn't be wearing that plaid. Disgusting."
A third mud clot was hurling toward her, and Frey was so upset she froze, unable to move. She waited for it to hit her, to knock her down and break her into pieces, just like the bowl, but it never came. She watched, astounded, as one of the older girls intercepted it, raising her book to stop the mud ball in mid-air. It squelched against the book cover. The girl slung it off to the side of the road, as if she did this every day, and then wiped the book on her tunic to clear off the residue. She turned and fixed a cold stare on the boys, who had stopped in their tracks and were watching her, their mouths ajar. The girl never said a word. She didn't have to, because the boys turned and rushed onward.
"I'm sorry about that, Frey,"
said the girl, and Frey wasn't sure what surprised her more, the fact that this older student knew her name, or that she had taken a mud clot for her.
"Are you all right?"
The girl knelt and began to gather up the pottery pieces. Frey's voice quivered. She drank the words, afraid she would cry.
"I wish Jack were here,"
she thought, wiping away a tear that slipped free.
"If he was, this wouldn't have happened." "This is a very pretty bowl,"
the girl said, admiring the etchings Frey had decorated it with.
"Yours came out much better than mine."
She glanced up and smiled. She had 2 dimples, and freckles across her nose, and her brown hair was in one long thick braid. Frey blinked, still shocked this girl was speaking to her.
My name is Ella, by the way. Here, let's walk together.
Before Frey could scrounge up a reply, Ella had removed the mudclot that still clung to her plaid and eased her forward.
You don't have to walk with me,
Frey finally whispered.
I'd like to, though,
Ella replied.
If you don't mind my company.
Frey shook her head, but she was too nervous to look at Ella or to think of something to say. They walked together, watching as the children ahead of them began to turn from the road one by one as they reached their crofts. Frey knew Ella must have already passed her home, because soon it was just the two of them left, and Mirren's Hill was coming into view.
My mum's just there, waiting on me,
Frey said, pointing.
Oh, tell her I said hello,
Ella said, carefully handing the pottery shards to Frey.
Perhaps we could walk with each other again tomorrow.
Frey was embarrassed that she had let Ella carry her broken bowl the entire time.
You should have asked for it, so you didn't bother her.
But she'd been too meek to raise her voice. Now her mind still reeled, and so she merely nodded.
Good. I'll see you then, Frey.
Ella smiled and began to backtrack along the road, her long braids swaying as she walked. Frey turned to take the path that would lead her home. She paused, staring down at the pieces again. She didn't want her mother to see the broken bowl, so she hid the shards in the tall grass. Then Frey panicked, because she also didn't want Mirren to know those boys had thrown mud at her. She didn't want Mirren to know what those boys had said. But her plaid was stained. She quickly removed the green and red checkered wool, turned it inside out, and draped it back over her head. There. Mirren would never know. Frey sighed and continued along the path, her heart lifting when she saw Mirren waiting for her at the garden gate.
Frey, what is this?
Frey was reading by the fire later that evening, but she stiffened at the sound of Mirren's voice. Without even looking up from the page, she knew what her mother was asking about. Slowly, Frey lifted her eyes. Mirren was holding up her mud-stained plaid, which Frey had tried to hide, crumpled up behind her oaken chest.
Why is your plaid dirty, darling?
I slept on the walk home,
Frey murmured, glancing away. Her face felt hot, and she hated lying. She hated it, but she couldn't bear to tell Mirren the truth.
Her father's a Breccan.
Frey felt ashamed of those words. She didn't know what to do, but it felt far more terrifying to speak the words aloud to her mother. Because what if they were true?
You should have told me earlier, Frey,
Mirren chided gently.
Then I could have washed it for you before the sun went down. You'll have to wear the older plaid tomorrow.
Frey nodded, relieved when Mirren set her mud-stained plaid aside. While her mother wove on the loom, Frey continued to read, or she tried to. The words swam on the page, and Frey's heart felt heavy and sad. She missed Jack, and he'd only been gone for a day. The cottage felt vastly different without him, like a wall had crumbled and cold air was creeping in.
Mum,
Frey asked, hopeful.
Have you heard from Jack?
Mirren lowered her shuttle.
No, but remember what he said before he left. It'll take him a few days to reach Adaira, and then he will send word to us.
You'll tell me when the letter arrives?
Frey asked, worried she might miss it. Mirren smiled.
Yes, we'll read it together. How does that sound?
That sounds good,
Frey said, returning her attention to her book. But the words still seemed to blur together. She couldn't focus on them, and she sighed.
Mum?
Yes, Frey?
What do you think Jack is doing right now?
Mirren was quiet for a breath.
I imagine he is sleeping beneath the western stars in a valley.
Sleeping?
Yes. If he's travelling and it's dark, the best thing to do is make camp and rest.
He's not with Adira?
No, not yet. The west is very big, I hear. There are many hills cloaked in bracken and woad and wildflowers and mist.
Frey perked up.
How do you know that, Mum?
Someone once told me, darling. Who?
Mirren stilled for a moment, and Frey thought she saw her mother's mouth press into a thin line. But she must have imagined it, because Mirren continued to weave, seamlessly.
A friend told me. Now, why don't you read aloud to me, Frey? I would love to hear another story in one of your books.
Frey glanced down at the open page. She thought for a moment, chewing on one of her nails. She wondered,
if my father is a Breccan, does that mean Jack's is too?
For some reason she couldn't explain, the idea gave her comfort. It reassured her that Jack would be safe in the West. Frey began to read aloud to Mirren. Chapter 21. Jack woke with a splitting headache, his cheek pressed against cold stone. He didn't know where he was, and his heart began to pound. Don't move yet. Don't panic. From his place sprawled on the floor, he took in his surroundings. Rough-hewn walls of rock, a constant dripping sound, mouldy hay for a bed, a bucket of refuse in one corner, overwhelming darkness with only one source of light to pierce it, a torch burning in a sconce beyond an iron-barred door. He was in a prison. He tried to swallow his fear, but it caught in his throat. His mouth was parched, as if he hadn't had anything to drink for hours. He felt frozen to the floor as he continued to lie there, unmoving. But his mind was burning, racing, reeling. For a moment he couldn't remember anything, his memories spilling through his fingers like water, like wind. Don't panic, he told himself again. Relax and remember what happened. What brought you here, and how will you get out of it? His tongue stuck to his teeth as he controlled his breaths, slow, deep draughts of air. The tension began to ease its iron grip on his lungs and heart, and Jack coaxed his mind to remember what had happened. There had been a hill, a bracken patch, Rab Pierce and his men on horses, a fire pit, a pretense of friendliness. Jack remembered that they had taken his harp and his golden half-coin. He remembered thinking that Rab would slit his throat, that when they had held his face over the fire to burn him, the flames had spontaneously died into smoke. Jack shuddered, wondering how long he'd been lying on this floor. Then his thoughts turned to how he was going to free himself. He began to move, testing his arms. They felt weak as he pushed himself up.
The mad thief wakes at last, said a voice with a strange lilt,
a voice so close that Jack could have reached out and touched its owner. Someone was in the cell with him. Dread pierced his chest like an arrow as he slowly angled his head to the left. A fellow male prisoner sat against the wall, legs extended before him and crossed at the ankles. He was young and pale, with a hollow aura about him. A scar marked his cheek, drawing up one corner of his mouth into a permanent grimace. His hooded eyes caught the sheen of torchlight as he regarded Jack.
"Where am I?"
Jack said, his voice croaking. He tried to swallow again.
"A curious thing, to not know where you are, although they did say you possessed only a shred of your wits."
Jack merely stared at his cellmate.
"You're in the dungeons of Castle Curstrong, mad thief," the man said with a sigh.
"Why do you keep calling me that?"
"It's what we do here. We call each other by our crimes. Think of it as a whetstone, sharpening you every time you hear it."
Jack rolled his lips together. He was full of countless retorts and questions and emotions, all of which he wished could escape from him, like steam. But he was caught in a web, and panicking would only draw the spider toward him sooner.
"Then what do I call you by?" he asked.
The cellmate tilted his head to the side, a fringe of dirty blonde hair shifting over one of his eyes.
"I'm thief too. Most of us are here. Not mad, like me. No, you should be honoured that you garnered such a title. Whatever did you steal?"
Jack glanced away, settling as comfortably as he could on the ground in a sitting position. His right ribs smarted in pain, and he gingerly touched them, wincing. He must have been thrown over Rab's horse, then bruised by the gallop to Kerstron. "I stole nothing," Jack finally said. "Ah, you're one of those kinds," mused his cellmate. "What kind is that?" "The ones who are in denial when they come. It may take a few days or weeks, depending on how stubborn you are, but you'll soon admit to your crime, if only to see the moon and stars one last time, to look upon the face you love in the crowd, even from a distance." Jack's attention sharpened as he tried to make sense of the man's words. "Is there a way for an innocent person to get out of here? A trial or a proceeding?" His cellmate snickered. "Oh, there's a way. I'm surprised you haven't heard of it." "I'm not from these parts. Do enlighten me, thief." The man smiled, his scar puckering his cheek. "There are many ways to enter these prisons, mad thief, but there are only two ways out. The first, you die of the cold and the damp. The second, you face the culling." If there was one thing Jack was truly bad at, it was hand-to-hand combat with swords. He could make rocks sail with alarming accuracy with his slingshot, and he was good at sneaking from one place to another. He could even shoot and handle a bow decently. But he had never been strong at spars when he was a student in Sloane, taking classes with the other Isle children. Those hours of practice on the castle green had been difficult and often humiliating for him, which was rather hilarious to think about, considering how much Jack had once aspired to become one of the East Guard. He sat against the wall of his prison cell and mulled over all the details of the culling thief had given him. It didn't sound real, and Jack had initially wondered if his cellmate was trying to have fun at his expense and was teasing him for his lack of knowledge. But Jack had to remind himself that he was in the West and in the thick of the Breccan clan. It shouldn't surprise him that they died by their swords as they lived with them, and that an honourable death was still important to them, even to criminals. According to Thief, the culling was held in an arena, and most of the clan attended as witnesses. Fighting for your life before hundreds of eyes was terrifying to imagine, but it was also the only ray of hope Jack had at the moment. If the clan attended the event, there was a very good chance that Adira would be present. At the very least, the laird would be there, and Ennis would recognise him. So Jack needed to be chosen for the next culling. It was the only way he could see himself escaping this place if the damp cold didn't kill him first. He was so desperate to get free that the thought of being slain in the arena didn't rattle him, yet. "How does one get selected for this culling?" he asked. "It depends," Thief replied. "Sometimes they go by how long a prisoner has been here. Sometimes they do a random selection, but it's why they put you in the cell with me. I've been selected to fight tomorrow." Jack had to bite his tongue to hold back his eagerness. He breathed once, twice, before saying calmly, "Would you be willing to let me go in your stead?" "You want to die tomorrow, then?" Thief countered. "I can hold my own with a sword," Jack lied. "It's not you. It's the one you'd be facing tomorrow, should I let you take my spot." "I thought you said prisoners who won the spars were pardoned and welcomed back into the clan." "Not Oathbreaker." The hair rose on Jack's arms. He shivered, clenching his jaw to keep his teeth from rattling. But that name was familiar, roused in a memory shaped by Mirren's voice. They called him Oathbreaker and stripped him of his title and name. His father was here, somewhere in the dungeons, sitting alone in the cold dark, breathing the same dank air as Jack. He was here, and he had fought time and time again in the culling. He should have been pardoned many times over, but something or someone was holding him back, waiting for him to finally be slain. "I take it you've heard of the old tragic Oathbreaker," Thief drawled, "since you're not pestering me with questions." "How many times has he fought in the culling? Why hasn't he been freed?" "More than I can count, and the laird doesn't wish it. Simple as that." "How just of her." "Careful, mad thief. Don't forget where you are. Don't speak ill of the laird." Jack fell silent, grinding his molars as he imagined his father fighting, killing, shackled, unforgiven, over and over and over. Jack didn't even know what he looked like. He had never seen Neil Breccan. But would his father know it was him should they meet in the arena? Would Neil see all the traces of Mirren in Jack's features? Jack raked his fingers through his hair, distressed. It was a dangerous risk to take, and he could taste it in his mouth like blood. It would be foolish for Jack to face his own father, a man who was so strong and angry that he was undefeated in the culling, a man who had seen and held him only once, when Jack was a small bairn. "Will you trade places with me?" he asked again.
Perhaps,
Thief replied around a yawn.
but perhaps I'm tired of being in this cell. Perhaps I want to try my luck tomorrow in the arena.
He moved to bed down on the hay.
All I know is this. Don't wake me while I sleep, mad thief, or I'll kill you myself.
Time seemed to melt in the dungeons. Jack didn't know if it was morning, noontide, or night. He paced the cell to keep warm. He thought about the letter he'd sent Adaira. It should have reached her by now, and he wondered if she would read between the lines, if she would realise he was here in the west, and if she would look for him. She would never think to check the dungeons. Or would she? A clang echoed down the stone corridor. Jack paused, glancing at the iron door.
"Meal time,"
Thief explained. He had scarcely moved from his place on the hay, but he sat forward on his haunches. Jack approached the door, trying to see as much of the corridor as he could. A guard was pushing a rickety cart full of dinner trays, stopping at every cell to slide it under the door. When the man reached Jack's cell, he paused.
"Get back,"
he barked impatiently. Jack startled at the gruffness, but eased away from the door. "May I speak to Lady Cora?"
"Pierce said you would ask that. No, you can't speak to her."
He roughly slid the dinner tray beneath the door. It looked like a slice of bread with a burnt crust, a bowl of watery soup, a mealy apple, and a wedge of cheese. Thief leapt to hoard the tray, taking it back to his corner. He began to shove the bread into his mouth, but he watched Jack with glittering amusement. "Please," Jack said to the guard, unable to temper his desperation. "Cora will want to see me, I promise you." The guard ignored him and moved on to the next cell. Jack sagged against the wall, exhausted. He slowly slid down to the floor and stared absently ahead of him. He was so far away in that moment that he nearly forgot about Thief, even as his cellmate slurped the entire bowl of soup.
"Who is Lady Cora to you?"
Thief asked eventually. Jack wanted to ignore him, but he needed to stay in Thief's good graces if there was any chance of them swapping places. "She's my wife." Complete and utter silence. When Jack glanced sidelong at Thief, he saw that his cellmate was gaping. And then the laughter came, as Jack knew it would. He suffered through it without a word, stoic and brooding, and Thief finally wiped the tears from his eyes.
"Married to Cora. I haven't heard that one yet."
He chuckled as he tossed the mealy apple to Jack, the only part of dinner he was going to share. Jack sighed. He took a bite of the fruit, felt its juice drip down his chin. Thief said,
"Now I see why they call you mad."
Jack was dozing when the guards finally came for Thief. The door unlocked and swung open with a bang, and Jack jerked awake.
"Up with you, thief,"
one of the guards said.
"Time to prove your honour in the arena."
Jack watched as Thief slowly rose to his feet, brushing stalks of hay from his tunic. He took one step forward, but then paused to look at Jack.
"Mad Thief would like to take my place in tonight's fight," he said. "I've agreed to it."
Jack's heart became electric. It began to pump so hard and fast that he saw stars dance at the edges of his vision. He pushed himself up to his feet.
"This true?"
the guard asked brusquely.
"You want to fight tonight?"
"Yes," Jack whispered. He hated how small and weak he sounded.
"This is the thief Pierce brought in,"
said one of the guards toward the back of the group.
"He wants to be present when this one dies."
"Well, go ask him if tonight will work. He's already here, in the arena."
One guard hurried away with a torch while the other stepped outside the cell and locked the door, waiting for Rab's approval. Of course it came, as Jack knew it would. He knew Rab Pierce was eager to see his blood spilled. As Jack stepped forward, allowing the guards to shackle his hands behind his back, he looked one last time at Thief, who was sitting on the floor and leaning against the wall, in the same spot Jack had first seen him.
"Good luck to you, mad thief,"
he said, tipping his head as Jack was hauled forward.
"I'm afraid you're going to need every bit of it, facing Oathbreaker."
Chapter 22. Dear Adira, you'll be surprised by this letter. You'll be surprised that I'm writing to you so soon after my previous letter, especially given my past record of letter-writing responses. I know I let a shame-worthy number of days pass between my replies to you, and for that I can only blame my stubbornness and pride. I hope to serve my penance to you, though, in whatever ways you'd like. You can expect me to write another letter tomorrow, actually. It might take a few days to reach you. The ravens are flying quite slow as of late. But when it does reach you, when you hold it in your hands, I hope you turn eastward and envision me, walking the hills and thinking of you. And should there come another expanse of days between my letters, then you can rest assured that there is a good reason for it. Your old menace. Adaira read through Jack's letter twice, puzzling over it. She smiled at his strange humour at first, but then her thoughts were overcome with a nagging suspicion. He knew their letters were being screened, so what was he trying to express to her? There had to be another meaning lurking beneath his odd choice of phrases, the deliberate ink blots, the crossed-out words. Jack was the sort of person who would write the same letter 4 times before sending it, to perfect it in appearance and tone. She carried the letter to her desk, shifting her half-eaten dinner and her notes from the new library aside as she sat. She bent over the wrinkled parchment and studied it by candlelight, drawing out different words he had written and testing them on her tongue. It was the tomorrow that intrigued her the most. At the time he wrote this, something must have been happening for him the next day, which was now probably the other day, or perhaps even 2 days ago now. Adira wasn't sure how long David held her letters before delivering them. It had occurred to her a few times that her father might hold them a while before handing them over to her. The notion made her anxious, because whatever Jack was striving to convey to her in this letter was time-sensitive. It might take a few days to reach you. He plainly spoke of another letter, but what if he was alluding to something else reaching her? A knock on her bedroom door startled her out of her reveries. Adira had come to learn the different raps at her door. She knew this one was Innes, and she winced as she rose to answer. She had been avoiding her mother ever since the culling, and ever since she had snuck in and out of the castle. But knowing she could put it off no longer, she unlocked the door. Innes was silent for a moment, regarding her with a cold, emotionless expression. Her silver blonde hair was braided, and she wore a blue tunic trimmed in thick golden thread. Her vambraces were gone, and the tattoos that wove up her arms were on full display, interlocking patterns that danced around stories and scars. "Would you like to come in?" Adira asked gently. "No, I have somewhere I need to be tonight," Innes replied. "But I haven't seen you lately. I wanted to ensure you are well and that you don't need anything." "Oh." Adira couldn't hide the surprise in her tone. "I'm quite well, and I don't need anything at the moment. But thank you for asking." Innes nodded, but hesitated. There was more she wanted to say, and Adira inwardly braced herself for it. "The next time you leave Carstron," Innes finally said, "please let me know where you're going." Adira bit the inside of her cheek. How foolish of her to think that just because she had slipped in and out of the castle without trouble, Innes hadn't known. Her mother seemed to have eyes everywhere. "And take a horse from the stables," Innes added gruffly. I've told my stable master to select one for you to ride. Next time, simply ask her for the horse rather than sneak out on foot.
I'll do that, Adira said. Thank you, Innes.
When I introduced you as my daughter to the Thanes the other night, I was making a claim. If anyone tries to harm you, they harm me, and I'm at liberty to take any actions I want in restitution.
Innes paused, but her countenance had softened, as though the mask she wore had cracked.
But because I've publicly acknowledged you, some in the clan will now see you as a target, a threat, a way to strike at me. So all I'm asking of you are 3 things. You let me know when you leave the castle, you carry your sword, and you take a horse. Agreed?
Yes, Adira said.
Good. Here's your next dose. I'll see you tomorrow.
Stunned, Adira accepted the vial of Aethan and watched her mother stride down the corridor. She slipped the poison into her pocket and shut the door, marvelling over this new freedom she had been given. She walked into her bedchamber, but stopped before the hearth, thinking of Kay and the bard's cottage on the loch. Adira needed to visit her again tomorrow, and now it would be much easier with a horse. She shivered, surprised by how cold the room felt. The fire was still crackling in the hearth, but no heat emanated from it. The air held a trace of winter, and Adira reached for her plaid, wrapping the enchanted wool around her shoulders to keep warm as she returned to her desk. She read through Jack's ink-blotted words again. A few minutes later, the wildest idea hit her, stealing her breath. Jack wasn't sending a second letter. He was coming west. The guards escorted him into a dingy holding room. Battered armour hung from iron racks and swords gleamed on the wall. Jack had only a moment to take it in before he saw Rab Pierce standing in the centre of the chamber. He was ruddy-faced and smiling, his blonde hair brushed and oiled and gleaming with blue jewels.
"Let's get you suited for the spar,"
Rab said in a pleasant tone, ambling over to the rack.
"You're quite slim, though. Might have to fit you in lad's armour."
Jack silently took the insult as his eyes tracked Rab's every movement. His hands were still shackled behind his back, and 4 guards stood behind him. But in that moment it was only Jack and Rab in the antechamber. A bard and a thane's spoiled son, breathing the same air, sharing the same space.
Here we are,"
Rab announced, holding up a blood-stained breastplate with a deep gouge bisecting the front of it.
"This one will fit you just right, I think." "Why are you so afraid of me?"
Jack said. Rab paused, unable to conceal his surprise at Jack's comment. But then he snorted, glancing at Jack with languid eyes.
"I don't fear you, mad thief. You are in fact the last thing I can imagine would terrify me."
"Then why have you lied?" Jack spoke in a calm voice, even as his pulse betrayed him, beating faster and faster as the minutes passed, as his time in the arena grew imminent.
"Why have you treated me with contempt? Why have you falsely imprisoned and shackled me? Why have you led everyone to believe I'm mad, when I'm truly everything I say that I am?"
Rab began to close the distance between them. He looked beyond Jack and nodded at the guards, who freed Jack's hands.
"Lift your arms," Rab said.
Jack could hear the condescension in his voice, a tone he wanted to rip apart. But he had no choice but to do as Rab said, and to allow him to slip the breastplate over his head. The armour settled on Jack's shoulders, constraining his chest like an unfamiliar embrace. While Rab tightened the leather buckles on the sides, Jack stared at him. The blonde stubble that sparsely grew on his chin, the woad tattoo that sat around his neck like a torque, the broken blood vessels framing his nose.
"I believe the last criminal who wore this armour died in it,"
Rab said with a sigh, standing back to look Jack over. The guards dutifully bound Jack's hands together at the small of his back.
"I do hope you have better luck, John Breccan."
"And I must thank you, Rab Pierce," Jack said. "You believe you have done something grand, something sly. You are quite proud of yourself in this moment, but know this. Tonight is not my appointed time to die. There are forces at play that you cannot even imagine with your small mind,
and one might even say that I was always destined to stand in this moment. You were merely a pawn of the spirits to get me here." Rab worked his jaw as he listened. His eyes narrowed, but he managed to scrouge up a sharp-toothed smile and say, "Anything else, mad thief?" Jack returned the scathing smile. "Yes. When I lie beside my wife tonight, when she learns of all you did to bring us back together, I'm sure she will personally want to thank you." "Ah, yes," Rab said, stepping closer until Jack could smell the garlic on his breath. "Cora." Jack's stomach wound into a cold knot, listening to the way Rab spoke her Western name. How he drew it out. It made Jack want to fill Rab's mouth with dirt, to slice his tongue into a serpent's fork, to crack every tooth from his gums and watch him swallow the fragments. "Perhaps the spirits will be merciful and allow you to bleed out painlessly tonight," Rab murmured. "Perhaps you will find eternal rest knowing I will keep her bed warm, that I'll be drawing my name from her mouth in the dark, because she will never know you are here." Jack snarled, his control finally slipping away. He lunged at Rab, teeth bared, but was caught in the mouth as a guard roughly gagged him with a strip of plaid, the wool tasting like smoke and salt. "Put the moon helm on him," Rab said tersely. "Check it twice to make sure it's locked. His face needs to remain concealed tonight, understand?" Jack strained against the gag, his anger crackling through him like fire. He didn't register Rab's words until a dented helm was forced over his head. Jack felt the metal chin strap pulled tight beneath his jaw, followed by the unmistakable click of a lock. He was trapped, lost within this heavy helm that afforded him only 2 slits to see the world. His breaths quickened as he chewed against the gag, but it was knotted tight. But through the eye holes, he saw Rab cross his arms and grin. "Coward!" Jack began to say, but the wool muffled his words. He lifted his voice and shouted it again, as clear as he could. "Coward!" Rab heard him and flinched, but Jack's time in the dungeons had expired. The guards hauled him forward through a door that fed into a stairwell. Up they went through the cold shadows, their footsteps echoing off the walls. Jack had far too much time to think, to let fear ripen and command him, to anticipate the worst, regardless of how confident he had sounded to Rab. Ascending the stairs, growing closer to his destination, he could sense how the air changed, shedding the dankness of the underground. "Focus," his mind shouted frantically. "You're almost out of time. Form a new plan." With a gag and a helm locked to his face, Jack's initial plan to reveal who he was in the arena had crumbled. But instead of focusing on coming up with a new solution, Jack inevitably thought of Rab in Adira's bed, and his blood boiled again. Rab had made that remark only to wound Jack, but the sane son obviously had forgotten how fiercely wounded creatures fight. Jack channeled that anger as he finally reached the top of the stairs. It kept him upright as the guards escorted him down a long corridor and through a thick wooden door. But even his fury couldn't make him oblivious to the terror of an arena built for bloodshed. He stumbled on the sand and squinted against the brightness of torchlight. He could hear himself breathe, loud, ragged sounds that filled up his helm, warming the metal against his face. His heart faltering, melting like wax down his ribs, he lifted his eyes to the crowd and looked for Adira. There were so many blue plaids, they were all a blur. But then Jack saw the balcony, and his gaze stopped. His pulse thundered in his ears as he strained his eyes to see. Yes, it was a woman with moon-blonde hair and sharp-cut features, sitting on the balcony with a clear view of the arena. He nearly broke into a run, but then he realised it was Innes. The laird sat alone, watching the arena with a stoic countenance, watching him walk across the sand. Jack's last hope dwindled as the guards brought him to a halt. He had no plan. He had no way of escaping this. He went completely numb as his wrists were unshackled. He felt like he had been buried in snow and the cold was finally claiming him. eating him alive, bone by bone. Someone set a sword in his hands. He nearly dropped it. He had to force his fingers to close around the scuffed hilt. A man with a booming voice was speaking, and the crowd was cheering, booing. It was indecipherable noise to Jack when he saw a shadow move on the sand and felt a presence close beside him. He turned his head and saw his father standing 3 paces away. Neil Breccan was tall, just as Jack had always imagined him to be. He was thin, as Jack was himself. His skin was pale, tattooed, and grimy from weeks in the dungeons. He wore a ratty tunic, soft hide boots, and a leather breastplate freckled with old blood. A full helm shielded his face and hair, and a sword weighted in his right hand. Jack continued to study him, this stranger who was his father. Neil stood unmoving, patiently waiting for the fight to begin. He didn't notice Jack's stare, or if he did, he ignored it. He didn't even seem to be breathing, as though he were already dead. The crowd roared again. Jack could feel the sound reverberate through his body, and he blinked as sweat began to sting his eyes. Neil suddenly turned to face him. He raised his sword and took a step closer, preparing to take a cut at Jack. The fight had started, and Jack responded by stepping back, trying to keep a safe distance between them.
"I'm your son!"
He shouted at Neil, but between the gag and the roar of the spectators, his voice was overpowered. He tried again, screaming,
"I'm your son!"
He dropped the sword and touched his chest. He pointed at Neil before pounding his fist over his heart. Neil shook his head and took another step closer.
"Pick up your sword and fight. Don't make me chase you around the arena like a coward."
The words struck Jack like barbs, but he made no motion to retrieve his sword. He stood facing his father, waiting for the impossible to happen.
"Pick up your sword,"
Neil said again, his voice a low, agitated grumble beneath his helm. Jack held up his hands. He wasn't going to fight. If he did, Neil would kill him even faster. His father took a vicious swing at him. The steel tip reflected the firelight, the stars that burned above as it grazed the front of Jack's breastplate. He scrambled backwards, provoking laughter and amusement from the crowd. Neil pressed him, swinging again. Jack dodged his sword, having no choice but to run to the other side of the arena.
"Merrin!"
he shouted as Neil began to pursue him. He drew his mother's name up like a shield, let it tear through him.
"Merrin!"
Neil wasn't listening. He tried to give Jack another blow, and Jack had to dodge and run yet again, but his thoughts and his breath fell in tempo with each other. Merrin, Frey, Merrin, Frey, Merrin, Frey. If this was how Jack died, he hoped his mother and sister never learned of it. He could hear Neil gaining on him, and Jack continued to run. He would run, around and around this arena, until he could run no longer. He refused to pick up the sword he had abandoned where it still lay, glistening on the sand. They made 5 more circuits, the crowd booing in earnest now, before Neil reached out and snagged Jack's sleeve. He yanked so hard that Jack lost his balance. He sprawled on the ground, the air knocked from his lungs. His chest felt heavy, and he realised it was because Neil was pinning him down with his boot, holding him in place on the sand. Jack had no breath to give, no voice left to make one final attempt at communicating. He trembled in fear that tasted sour in his mouth. But the names he loved, the names that had fueled him this long, sang through him one more time, steadying his heart. Merrin, Frey, Adira. Neil removed his helm and cast it aside, exposing his face. His hair was red as copper. His eyes were blue as midsummer. Frey. He looked so much like Frey. Neil raised his sword, aiming for Jack's throat. A clean, quick death. And Jack didn't want to watch. He didn't want to see the ice in Neil's eyes, the deep lines etched in his brow, the anger and the hardness and the agony. Jack exhaled. His heart pounded in his chest. He closed his eyes.
Dear Jack.
Adira paused, staring at his name on parchment, tamed by her writing. Her mind was spinning, trying to convince herself that she was reading too much between the lines, that Jack wouldn't be so reckless as to cross the clan line on a whim without properly informing her. But if he was currently travelling to her, then this letter was futile. It wouldn't reach him in the east. She pushed it aside and found a fresh sheet, this time writing, Dear Torin. And yet the words were still tangled within her. She stared at Torin's name. How was she to write between the lines to her cousin? How to express to him that she needed confirmation of Jack's location without alerting David? Or maybe Adira should cease worrying about it. If Jack was here, her parents would soon realise it. In fact, she should inform Innes and see if her mother could... The fire in the room went out. The flames that had danced in the hearth and burned on the candlesticks flickered and died with a howling gasp. Adira was plunged into darkness, and she froze, wide-eyed in shock. She set down her quill and stood, knotting her plaid at her shoulder to shield her. She fumbled in the dark to find her sword, leaning against the wall, and belted it to her waist before making her way to the door. The torches in the corridor were still aflame, but Adira noticed one of them was guttering, like it was about to burn out. She approached it with a frown, unable to shake the chill that clung to her. Something didn't feel right. Another torch farther down the hallway began to frantically flicker, grabbing her attention. Adira walked toward it. When the next one followed suit, she realised that the fire wanted to guide her somewhere. She followed one guttering torch after another, passing no one in the winding passages. In fact, the castle felt strangely deserted, and it made her pulse skip in alarm. Adira halted upright when she heard a distant roar. "What is that?" she whispered, her hand gripping the hilt at her side. But she had heard such a sound before. The arena. The culling. She gasped when she realised where the fire was leading her. Adira broke into a run. She dashed through the corridors she had now memorised, through the cold shadows and flickering firelight. Her hair tangled across her face as she took a corner, as she pushed herself faster, faster, until she felt like her body would ignite. She nearly slept in her haste to take the stairs 2 at a time, her breath cutting her lungs like a blade when the doors to the arena balcony came into view. All she could think was that she was too late. This would be the night her father-in-law would be slain, and she had been too late to save him. She threw the doors open. They hit the wall with a bang, startling Innes in her chair. "Cora?" Adira ignored Innes. Her heart was in her throat, her eyes riveted to the arena as she rushed to the balustrade to watch the fight. "He's alive!" Oathbreaker was still alive, and Adira nearly melted to her knees in crushing relief. She laid her icy palms on the stone railing to hold herself up as she watched her father-in-law throw his opponent to the ground and hold him down on the sand. He held his sword poised, ready to plunge the blade into the defeated man's neck. And all Adira could think was, enough. She had witnessed Jack's father kill one man already. She couldn't bear to watch him gather more blood on his hands. "Step away, Oathbreaker," she called to him. "Drop your sword!" A hush fell over the arena. Adira could feel hundreds of eyes bore into her, but she kept her gaze on Oathbreaker. He heard her and took her command to heart. He slowly stepped away, releasing his defeated opponent. Her father-in-law turned to look at her, dropping his sword, but Adira's eyes were drawn to the man on the sand. A man, tall and thin, who was rising, who looked at her through his dented helm, who was suddenly striding toward her with confidence. She stared at him, watching him approach the balcony. Then her heart froze, as if caught in a snare, before she felt her blood begin to course through her again, hot and swift beneath her skin, as if she had been sleeping all this time and only now was opening her eyes, awakening. She watched the man kneel before her. She watched him lay a hand over his chest, over his heart, a hand that was pale and elegant. Adira drew a sharp breath. She would know his hands, his posture, his body, anywhere. All those times she had watched him play his harp, all those hours he had walked shoulder to shoulder with her, when he had lain with her, skin to skin in the dark. Jack! Adira wondered why he refrained from speaking, why he refused to remove his helm.
Lady Cora!
A voice rang through the tense air.
May I ask why you have interrupted the culling?
She dragged her gaze from Jack to look at Godfrey, the dungeon master who oversaw the fights. He was walking across the arena, arms stretched wide, as a perplexed smile wrinkled his face. He was trying to sound respectful to her, but Adira could tell he was annoyed that she had brought the killing to a halt. Oh, she was beyond ready to speak with Jack. Her fingers curled on the balustrade, nails scratching the stone. But before she spoke, Adira glanced over her shoulder, expecting a challenge. Innes stood close behind her, watching with inscrutable eyes, but her brow was arched in surprise, as if she was just as shocked as the rest of the Breccans by Adira's interruption of the culling. Innes gave her a slight nod, as if to say, "Go on."
"Godfrey,"
Adira greeted him brightly.
"what is the name of this man who is fighting Oathbreaker?"
The dungeon master came to a stop beside Jack.
This is John Breccan.
"And what is his crime?"
He is a thief.
"What did he steal?"
Godfrey hesitated, but he chuckled. He glanced beyond Adira, and she knew he was looking at Innes.
"Don't look at my mother,"
Adira said.
"Look at me. I am the one speaking to you."
Godfrey blinked, stunned by her words. He finally dropped his pretense and glared up at her.
He stole a harp, Lady Cora. A grave offence in the West.
"A crime that can't be proven, no doubt. And who brought him into the dungeons?"
I'm afraid I can't answer that, lady. And now that you have—
"Why hasn't he removed his helm?"
she asked. Godfrey glanced down at Jack.
Because it's fastened to his chin.
"Fastened? Do you mean it is locked to him?"
Yes.
"Unlock it, immediately. I want to see his face."
Godfrey sighed, greatly inconvenienced, but he did as she wanted. He took the ring of keys from his belt. He unlocked the helm. Adira held her breath as Jack laid his hands on the helmet. He lifted the steel away, and his hair tumbled across his face. He yanked the gag from his mouth and tossed it aside. She drank him in. Those ocean-dark eyes of his, the wry tilt of his lips, the hunger in his expression as he gazed up at her, still on his knees. The arena, the Breccans, the stars and the moon and the night all melted away as her chest rose and fell, as her blood hummed at his nearness. A small sound escaped her, a sound that almost broke her composure. She stifled it, told herself to hold on. She could release her emotions later, behind closed doors. She unfastened the plaid at her shoulder. Everything within her ached to drape Jack with it herself, but to jump from the balcony to the sand below would break her legs. She could take the inner route down to the arena doors, but she didn't dare let Jack out of her sight, not until she had claimed him.
"Godfrey,"
she called.
"take my plaid and drape it around my husband."
Your husband, Lady Cora?
"Yes. Come closer."
Godfrey looked pale as a wraith, as if the blood had been drained from him. He finally realised who had nearly died in the arena under his watch, and he meekly held up his hand and caught the plaid as she dropped it to him. Adira watched as he shook out the wrinkles and draped the blue and violet checkered wool over Jack's shoulders. She laid her palm over her breast, where her heart beat like thunder, and spoke the ancient words over him.
"I claim you, Jack Tamerlaine. From this day forth, you will be sheltered in my house, and will drink from my cup, and will find rest beneath my watch. If anyone lifts a sword against you, they raise one against me. Such a challenge will not go unanswered. You are mine to defend until the Isle takes your bones, or you desire it otherwise. Rise, and renew your heart."
Jack stood. Murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. The Breccans were rooted to the spot, transfixed by the draping, so when someone began to move through the gathering, Adira's eyes were drawn away from Jack. She saw Rab Pierce leaving the arena stands in a hurry. Adira knew everything in that split second. She knew who had found Jack as he was travelling, who had taken him unjustly to the dungeons, who had gagged him and locked his helm in place and tossed him into an arena to fight his own father. She stared at Rab, her expression cold and hard as stone, even as her mind splintered into 100